Johnson won it. And officials there are saying, bring your patience. Polling centers are expected to be, quote, swamped. And CNN's Joe Johns is live in Norfolk, Virginia, where it's literally been swamped outside, at least, by torrential rain. Joe, I see that you've had the good sense to go inside.
That's for sure, John. I really wasn't ready for what I saw when I pulled up here at this school in Norfolk, Virginia this morning. There was no place to park, and it was pouring rain. There were hundreds of people standing in line. This was about 5:30 a.m. Eastern time, so the polls hadn't even opened yet. And when they opened, authorities started letting people come in, stand inside in the hallway, and wait to vote. It's been a steady stream all morning long here in the Norfolk area and other places, of course, around Virginia, the very important battleground state. A lot of people are saying this is the state which can give you an early sign this evening as to whether Barack Obama or John McCain is doing great and whether it's going to be a long night. So we're watching carefully. As you know, there are some sporadic reports around the state of Virginia of various problems at the polls. Of course, this state has experienced an unprecedented number of Americans actually registering to vote for the first time, including a large number of 18 to 25-year-olds. I talked to a few of those outside, a lot of people talking about the historic nature of this election and their desire to be a part of it. John?
All right, Joe Johns for us in Norfolk. And Joe, we were seeing some pictures outside there while you were talking of another polling place in Richmond, where folks out there with their umbrellas, and they are braving the rain. But good to see you inside, my friend. Thanks.
Well, another major state up for grabs, a battleground of Florida. Huge 27 electoral votes there and 10% of what's needed to win the White House. In a state where yesterday Barack Obama drew 9 times as many supporters at a rally than John McCain did. Polls, though, show that race tightening to within 2 percentage points. CNN's John Zarrella is live at a polling station in West Palm Beach this morning. Hi, John.
Hey, Karen, that's right. A very, very close race expected here in Florida with Barack Obama holding to about a 2-point lead. It had been 4 or 5 points, but really narrowed in the last couple of days. You can probably see behind me, there aren't very many people in there at this particular polling place. But at 7 o'clock Eastern time, when the polls opened, there were about 25 or so people. They started arriving about 6:45 and waited patiently until the poll workers signaled at 7 o'clock they could start their vote. Now, all of them said they were glad they didn't vote early, where the lines were 2, 3, 4 hours long. And part of the reason, of course, that we're not seeing the huge lines here today is because 4.2 million Floridians either voted absentee or in early voting. And they only had, for instance, in West Palm Beach, 11 places you could vote. Today, they've got 450 places open where you can vote. But all of the people we talked to after they voted said that they felt today was historic.
I like to think it's going to be a landslide, but again, no guarantee, so I just made sure I got here to vote, and I really think my vote does matter.
In my lifetime, I believe it's the biggest day of my lifetime. It really is, because our economy and everything's in a, we need some help somehow or another.
Now, I talked to one young man, Rick Garcia, who said he came here to vote in his brother's honor. His brother, Jair de Jesus Garcia, died 2 months ago in Afghanistan, 29 years old, killed by a roadside bomb. He said he's voted in the past, but he specifically came today in his brother's honor, and he said many friends and many family members who had never voted before registered to vote. Because they felt that that was their duty and that Jair would want them to. Karen?
Oh, wow, it's amazing. John Zarrella for us this morning. Thanks. And tonight, join the best political team on television for election night in America. CNN is the place to be as the night unfolds.
Tracking the youth vote, the teen who launched a virgin voter movement joins us live with first-time voters in Florida. You're watching the most news in the morning. 7 minutes after the hour, and some aerial pictures here from Chicago this morning of a long line outside the precinct where Barack Obama will be voting today. People are lined up literally around the block to get in there. Of course, Chicago also will be the scene tonight of that huge celebration in Grant Park, the place where in 1968 there were all those protests outside the Democratic National Convention. So a place that saw some of those protests and obviously aggrieved voters is now going to be a place where there's a tremendous celebration. There's the lineup there sneaking around that polling place. So when is Barack Obama casting his own vote? And what else does the senator have on tap today? Our Suzanne Malveaux is live in Chicago for us this morning. What's the senator up to today, Suzanne?
Well, after just a couple hours of sleep, he really just got back to Chicago about 5 hours ago. He's going to be casting his ballot momentarily. That elementary school, you see that picture where he's expected to cast his vote. And then he is actually going to take a last-minute trip to the neighboring state of Indiana, where he's going to try to rally a get-out-the-vote effort in Indianapolis. It really is kind of an extraordinary thing when you think about it, because it demonstrates the level of confidence that he has at this time to be over in a Republican-leaning state. He would make history if he was able to actually capture that state. But the latest CNN poll of polls showing that there's really just 1 point difference between he and John McCain. McCain just slightly ahead in that state. And then he's going to take a look at the results as they come in later in the afternoon. He's going to play a pickup game of hoops with some friends. It's a tradition that he does on these kind of big days, these big nights. He'll watch those results, and then late in the evening, we expect after the results come in and there's something that is decisive, he'll be here in Grant Park. It's extraordinary when you look at the setup here. They're expecting 70,000 at least to be in the inside perimeter. There are already more than a dozen flags that are set up behind a podium. Security is extremely tight. You have a whole media park here, but there could be anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million folks, John, they expect along the lake, in addition to the people who are coming here. So it's expected to be a big celebration. They think it's going to be a celebration when all this is said and done, John.
Well, Suzanne, I think it's probably clear it'll be a celebration at the very least, just for this historic candidacy, regardless of the outcome of the election. Suzanne Malveaux for us live in Chicago this morning. Suzanne, thanks very much.
Meanwhile, John McCain saying, don't count me out yet. He's making 2 more campaign stops as America votes in Colorado and in New Mexico. The combined 14 electoral votes now leaning toward Barack Obama. Our Ed Henry is with the McCain campaign back in Phoenix, and he joins us bright and early this morning. Embracing the underdog status, of course, we've heard this from John McCain in the closing days of this campaign. But what about the true confidence that he can pull off what is really an upset at this point?
Well, good morning, Kieran. You're right. We've heard day after day this week, the Mac is back. That's been his mantra. He believes he's going to have a comeback victory. He logged a lot of miles yesterday, over 3,700 miles on Straight Talk Air, the plain version of the Straight Talk Express bus. And John McCain hit 7 states yesterday, but as you mentioned, he's going to continue fighting today, just like Barack Obama going to Indiana, John McCain going to Colorado, New Mexico, because they're key parts of one of the paths that he thinks could lead him to victory. Bottom line, strategy standpoint, McCain camp thinks they can cobble together 260 electoral votes if they hold most or all of those Republican red states that George Bush had in 2004. But to get to the magic number of 270, they either have to win Pennsylvania or they got to cobble together some of these smaller states, as you mentioned, like New Mexico, Nevada, maybe Iowa or New Hampshire. And last night, late, actually into the wee hours of this morning here in Arizona, John McCain insisted he's fighting to the end.
It's been a long journey. It's been a long, long journey to get the nomination, and we got 1 more day. So I need you to get out the vote, volunteer, do what's necessary so that we not only carry Arizona in a big way, but take all across this country and win the presidency of the United States. And I guarantee you, we will bring change to Washington.
Now, both John and Cindy McCain got pretty emotional at that early morning rally here in Arizona. And John McCain, in fact, will be voting about 11 a.m. Eastern time at a local church here in Phoenix before he heads back out on the campaign trail, Kieran.
All right, making his stop to vote. Hopefully he won't be stuck in any long lines.
That's right.
Thanks, Ed. Well, in the end, did Barack Obama's campaign really transcend race? We're talking to former San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown about the racial breakdown at the polls today. You're watching The Most Politics in the Morning.
for McCain to win tomorrow, hell has to freeze over.
I didn't realize that. But well, welcome back to the Most News in the Morning. Polls open right now in 36 states and Washington, D.C., and you are part of the record turnout expected. We know that the history books are going to be rewritten after tonight, but what else can we expect? Joining me now, our political panel, Ed Rollins, Leslie Sanchez, Lisa Caputo, and Melissa Harris-Lacewell. Good to see you all again this morning. Melissa, let's start with you. Let's say predictions for the night. How do you think it's going to go, and by what margin?
Well, I mean, I think there's going to be a Barack Obama Electoral College landslide, but I think the most important parts will be that we're going to see the map change, that we will see some southern states go blue for the first time, actually breaking the solid South, that we will see western states on the strength of Latino voters coming to the blue column. But more importantly, I think it's really time for us to stop thinking of ourselves as a winner-take-all society, where people who are not on the winning coalition are simply losers. The key has got to be that everybody's got to come together to govern. We are facing real challenges in this country.
She didn't get the memo about the zero-sum game. It's like, how did you miss that? Lisa, what are you expecting tonight?
Oh, I expect quite a rout, actually. I would see Obama getting around 325 in the Electoral College. I think we should all keep our eyes on Ohio, Virginia, and Indiana. I think it's incredible that he is going to Indiana today to campaign, which means he's contesting a Republican state. He is playing to win in these Republican states, and if he takes one of those, I think it's over. And then if he then wins in Missouri and Florida, I think you're going to see a clean sweep in the House and the Senate.
All right, let's get the flip side of that argument. Leslie?
I know I've been talking to some Democrats who are nervous about Missouri, Virginia. They're worried about the suburban areas, which are traditional red Republican areas, if they're going to fully come on the side of Barack Obama. I think it's going to be electorally probably 53-47 for Obama. But I think there's a lot of other factors. You have antiquated electronic, voting machines. We have a 50-50 split. You have high voter turnout. There's a lot of things that could make this tighter than people predict, and a very defiant John McCain and defiant Republicans who are going to push to the end.
Ed, what are your predictions, and how unusual is it for this race to be fought, with the exception of Pennsylvania, basically on Republican
It's
turf?
very unusual to be fought on our turf. At least the last several elections, we've always fought on their turf. I'm going to go do my part. I'm going to vote for John McCain here in New York, and that's not going to make a big difference. But I think the potential is there.
Well, it's always good to be an army of one.
I think Obama has the potential of going near 350 or maybe above that even, and I think that 53 is probably the percentage he's going to get, and it may even go a little bit higher than that.
So what happens after all of this, Melissa, regardless of who wins? I mean, a huge rift in this country. This is one of the most partisan, divisive elections that I've ever witnessed. Whomever wins, do they have to really go out there and be proactive in trying to unify this country, bring the nation back together?
I got to disagree with you on this being one of the most partisan and divisive elections.
Let me show you some of the email I've received over the last 5 months.
I have to say, I think part of what we have seen here is an emerging consensus around the need to change. Now, unquestionably, the left and the right has different opinions about how we need to change. But the recognition that we are in an economic crisis, that our situation in the international context is unsustainable. Americans want to move forward to a new era. And I actually don't think we're going to be looking at a period of great anxiety and pain. I think we're looking at a period...
Leslie, you want to ring in on that?
I've got to say, I completely disagree, because the turn of the last century had a series of too close to call elections. This has historically been the same. 2000, 2004, 2008. You have a 50-50 polarized environment. But Republicans, let's look at it this way historically. Republicans won 7 of the last 10. In the 30 years before that, Democrats won 7 of the last 9. I do believe the pendulum is swinging, which is what the disadvantage is for
Well, what do you
Republicans.
think, Lisa? I mean, has this been like a nasty campaign? Not just, the candidates themselves, but partisans on both sides?
I don't think it's been gratuitously nasty, but I will say this. If Obama wins tonight, I think you'll see him move very quickly to have a rapid transition. Everybody knows that the transition teams have already been meeting, and I think he's going to move very swiftly on his economic plan, and he will start to name his economic team quite quickly, because he doesn't have the luxury of time. People are going to hold his feet to the fire and want to see him start to put people in places. I also think you'll see him reach out to Republicans and maybe put a couple of Republicans in his cabinet.
We'll see if it does that. We got to run, folks, but thanks very much. We'll see you again tomorrow, right? Melissa, Lisa, Leslie, and Ed, it's always good to see you. Thanks. 40 minutes after the hour now.
The balance of power. Will the Democrats end up controlling both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, or will a McCain administration be forced to deal with a divided Congress? You're watching the Most News in the Morning.
Now it's all about who wants it more, who believes in it more.
They may not know it, but the Mac is back.
Welcome back to the Most Politics in the Morning on this election day, a historic day to say the least. Some are asking whether Barack Obama can energize African-American voters without risking alienating some white voters. It's been a key question for political experts throughout this campaign. Joining us now from San Francisco, the city's former mayor, Willie Brown, now a columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle. Mr. Mayor, great to see you this morning. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Do you think people are making too much of that watching this overwhelming support, interest, and excitement from the African-American community will in some way make white voters, or at least a segment of white voters, leery of Obama?
This is one of those very rare times when it is not the candidate or his conduct that's created the problem, if any, within the minds of the white voters. I think African-American voters throughout this nation, as evidenced by what occurred in the primary, and as evidenced by what will occur today, it is clear that African Americans are showing race pride similar to Jackie Robinson and Tiger Woods' mutual successes. And it is not turning white people off at all.
What about this notion some are talking about of the reverse Bradley effect, if you will, the Bradley effect being that white people say they're going to vote for a black candidate, and then in the polling booth they don't. The reverse Bradley effect being that people will be voting for the black candidate, Barack Obama, as a bonus or in some way a way of proving they're not racist. Do you see that happening?
Well, no, I don't see that happening. I don't see the reverse Bradley effect. I do know, however, there is a Bradley effect. There will be a certain number of people who will go into the voting booths and they just can't bring themselves to vote for an African-American or person of color. On this occasion, however, because of the huge volume of new people and young people, there will be an offset, and that offset will simply eliminate the Bradley factor.
And I want to ask you about this. If we wake up tomorrow and we have Barack Obama as our president-elect, what happens to race relations? How does the whole dynamic of race in America change?
I don't think that there will be an overnight change in race relations in America. I do think Mr. Obama will stand as a symbol of what is possible if you are well qualified, Harvard trained, you have the right kind of participation in community activities. You've shown an incredible commitment to ethical standards. You've shown a high energy level with reference to relationships with family and friends. I think he will establish a standard for people to pursue and achieve, particularly African Americans.
And personally to you, what does this election mean today?
I frankly would not have thought in my lifetime I would be casting a vote for a person of color who actually has a chance of becoming president. There is no way that I could have had an occasion to dream and think at this level. And I got to tell you, there's nothing I am going to be more pleased to do than when I leave here, go straight and cast my vote for the next president.
And I want to ask you before we leave, you've seen some of these long lines that people knew to expect at least some wait because of the historic turnout. They say when all is said and done, some 130 million plus people around our country could cast their vote. What's the message to people that are waiting and maybe getting a little anxious?
Well, I think that the people are going to wait. No one will need to tell them that once you're in line, stay there, no matter how much time it takes, because they watched Nelson Mandela's first election in South Africa. People waited 10, 12 hours for the purpose of casting that vote, and they did so with great pride. The early voting activities in places like Florida and Atlanta have shown the stick-to-itiveness for 3 or 4 hours of students who stood in line for that purpose. I don't think there'll be a problem on this day. The pride is there, and let me tell you, it's going to be expressed by everybody saying, I voted for Barack Obama.
Well, Willie Brown, great to talk to you as always. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Breaking news and breaking voting machines right now. As CNN's Dan Lothian reported just a short time ago, there are problems at a polling place in Richmond, Virginia. At the Science Center, 5 of the 7 voting machines have broken down. That's not the Science Center location there. Paper ballots are being used and replacement machines are on the way. Virginia law says paper ballots can only be used in an emergency. when machines break down. That's why they're bringing them out. Troubling sight in Florida. Highway workers have found hundreds of thousands of pages full of voter information alongside Interstate 4 in Tampa. The pages containing data like party affiliation and home addresses. Election officials say the papers aren't theirs and suggest that it was probably public information requested for campaign surveys. And don't forget, CNN wants to help you on election night. If you have concerns about possible voting irregularities in your state, let us know. You can call us toll-free, 1-877-GO-CNN08. That's 1-877-462-6608. Well, John McCain and Barack Obama made some final campaign promises early this morning to those voting right now.
Making sure that we're building the new generation of fuel-efficient cars, not in Japan, not in South Korea, but right here in the United States of America.
I guarantee you we will bring change to Washington, and we will get this country back on track again, and we will restore our economy. We will keep people in their houses, and we will clean up the corruption and excess and greed in Washington and Wall Street. You have my word on it.
Breaking news, and we're coming up on 8:30 in the East Coast, and there is one more state opening its polls in the next few seconds. Take a look here. Arkansas voters getting ready to cast their ballots. That makes 37 states and the District of Columbia open to voters at 9 a.m. Eastern. Polls open in 7 more states, including Colorado and New Mexico. And by 10 a.m. Eastern, all lower 48 states will be voting. Alaska, where Sarah Palin will be voting, opens at 11 a.m. Eastern. And Hawaii, where Barack Obama was born, starts voting at noon Eastern. And new video of voters here in New York City heading to the polls in Upper Manhattan, some of them taking their pets along with them. Mayor Mike Bloomberg also cast his ballot. New York expected to be an easy win for Barack Obama. Despite that, though, you can see that there are long lines, and there's Mayor Bloomberg standing in one of those long lines, an indication of the potential record turnout that we have been talking about all morning here. In the final days of the race, the McCain campaign warned supporters that Democrats could win the White House and both chambers of Congress. That is a thought that gives some Republicans the willies. Our Jim Acosta has been looking into that possibility for us this morning. What's the likelihood?
The willies, is that a technical term?
That's a technical term.
Yeah. Well, the Republicans have every reason to be scared, and all they have to do is look at the map. This could be a map-changing election, and we're going to find out tonight whether or not Barack Obama has coattails. Let's take a look at the board over here. We want to show you the balance of power right now. In the House, it's 235 for the Democrats, 199 for the Republicans. In the Senate, a slimmer majority, 51 seats on the Democratic side, 49 for the Republicans. And so what do the Democrats want to pick up tonight? It's simple. They want to pick up more seats, and they're in a strong position to do so tonight. 6 to 9 seats in the Senate. That is possible tonight. 9 seats would give them that magic number of 60 seats that we've talked about. In the House, 25 to 30 seats. That's why we're talking about this being a map-changing election. And let's look at 3 of the states right now that we're keenly interested in at this point. Alaska. Well, this is where Republicans normally win, and Ted Stevens in any other year would be a shoo-in. But he has a little thing called a felony conviction on his record now. He is a convicted felon, so it is not altogether clear Ted Stevens will win this election tonight. He's also running against the mayor of Anchorage, Mark Begich, who is very popular up in Alaska. So that race may be colored blue by the time the polls close, actually overnight tonight. We won't find out until the wee hours of tomorrow morning just how Mark Begich is doing there. Let's move on down the line to Georgia. Now, this is an example of how this could be a map-changing election. If down south, in the deep south, Saxby Chambliss could be knocked off by Democrat Jim Martin, a veteran of the State House there in Georgia, that is an example right there of just how much trouble the Republicans are in. Big-time African-American turnout could be the difference there for Jim Martin as he goes off to take down Saxby Chambliss in Georgia. And then finally, my favorite race, probably everybody's favorite race, Norm Coleman, the incumbent Republican there, facing Al Franken, the Democrat, and John and Kieran. This is the race I've been following because if a comedian can win a seat in the Senate, there is hope for all of us. But long story short, this is going to be a long night. We're going to be watching these races closely, and it's going to determine just how much of a stamp on Washington, D.C. the Democrats are going to have. If Barack Obama wins this election, as he's expected to do at this point, of course, we could all be wrong about that, and he goes in with bigger majorities in the House and Senate, this is going to be a very different Washington than what we've seen over the last 8 years.
I hear you. Well, it's a state where the governor was a former pro wrestler, a very successful one.
That's right.
There you have it. Thanks, Jim.
You bet.
CNN getting the help of a new generation of reporters covering the country and reporting on your town. Our Jim Spellman caught up with a dedicated group of McCain supporters in the key swing state of Colorado.
Hello, my name's Tom, and I'm a volunteer calling on behalf of McCain-Palin 2008.
Their candidate may be behind in the polls here in Colorado, but the true believers manning the phones at this McCain Volunteer Center in Denver remain confident.
I believe that every one of these phone calls makes a difference. It's the last voice they're going to hear before they go to the poll.
They work from lists of Republican voters, urging anyone who hasn't already voted to get to the polls. They're even offering rides. They know that in this crucial swing state, every vote counts.
This election could come down to 200 or 300 votes. So please, don't stop. Keep driving. We'll be with you here all the way through, all the way tonight and early tomorrow. So let's go and get it for McCain. Thank you.
Today, what we want to do is walk through these areas and make sure that we're getting out the vote.
Out in the neighborhoods, volunteers go door to door for McCain. They say their only goal is to get supporters to the polls. The time to convince undecideds is over.
At this late stage in the campaign, events like this Sarah Palin rally in Colorado Springs Monday night aren't designed to sway independent voters, but rather to get out the vote.
We count on you tomorrow.
Supporters leave pumped up for Election Day.
This race is not over. To get people out there, I've walked door to door to my neighbors. I've called people, I volunteered at the office, and it's just super important that people get out there and vote for McCain.
A race against the clock for true believers hoping for an upset. Jim Spellman, CNN, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
They're still fired up there in Colorado. Well, there's been a lot of talk about the youth vote as a large and powerful voting bloc, but just how big could the numbers be? Our expert panel is standing by with their take on turnout on the youth vote and how technology has changed the way candidates reach out to voters. It's 34 minutes after the hour.
37 minutes after the hour, live pictures just into CNN, and there is Barack Obama at the Shoesmith Elementary School in Hyde Park. He's there with Michelle and with the kids, Malia and Sasha, and he's just registering so he can cast his vote. The school has been preparing for this for some time. A group of second graders put together a welcoming sign. They put that in the front window so that the senator could see that when he came in to cast his ballot. And they've also been sort of sprucing up the school a little bit. They replaced all of the light bulbs in the gymnasium, which is where the polling place is. They also painted the gym. And as well, they sanded and polished the floor. And according to school officials, they have not done that since the 1950s. So it's nice to see that when the candidate comes in to cast the ballot there, the school gets a little bit of a bump from it as well. The school's principal said, quote, I don't want the floor in shabby conditions on national television. So, you know, Kieran, as we said, it's nice when the school gets a little bit of some goodwill from all of this process as well.
That's right. Probably one of the first and only times there's 100 reporters camped out of the elementary school, camped outside of it to make sure they get a shot at Barack Obama. All right. Well, CNN has also learned that Democratic vice presidential nominee Joe Biden is just minutes away from voting. He's going to be casting his ballot in Wilmington, Delaware. And after this, he heads to Richmond, Virginia, still doing some last-minute campaigning on Election Day in that state. He's then going to join Barack Obama tonight in Chicago. Well, after 21 long months on the trail, could we be in for another long night? The best political team on television joins us now. We have John Avlon, Patricia Murphy, Frank Sesno, as well as Jason Matera and Alexandra Acker. We talk to both of you a lot because you're very, very involved in getting out the youth vote. And the youth vote, which we talk about a lot, could be quite pivotal in this election when it comes to turnout especially. And Alexandra, you're working with the Young Democrats of America. You're a Barack Obama supporter. Explain how they pulled this off in terms of rallying so many young people and actually making sure they either voted early, absentee, or they're planning to head to the polls today.
Well, I think the first and most important thing the Barack Obama campaign did was take young voters seriously. For far too long, politicians kind of ignored this segment of the demographic and said, they don't vote, I'm not going to pay any attention to them. In 2004, we really saw the start of this trend where young people turned out in the highest numbers since 1972. So Barack Obama really got a perfect storm year and is such an inspirational candidate to young people.
And And we're looking right now, if you can see your screen right now, Barack Obama casting his vote right now at an elementary school right near his Hyde Park home in Chicago. And Jason, I want to ask you about this. Did the Republicans drop the ball when it comes to harnessing technology the way that Barack Obama's campaign was able to do?
Well, I'm not going to cast aspersions on the GOP just yet because the polls haven't closed and we don't know we don't know what the turnout with the young people will be in their youth voter outreach. I will say that McCain does have challenges, but they're not insurmountable. If a young person would just stop and think and not get wrapped up in the gauzy rhetoric, they will see that we have a president, someone who's aspiring to be president, who wants to penalize productivity, increase the welfare state, and is a radical Chicago leftist who has a paper-thin resume. So young people should pull the lever from McCain.
In this 11th hour, he's not giving up. And good for you.
I agree, though. Young people can't get complacent. This election isn't over. They've got to go stand in those lines, even if they're long.
Right.
In places like Pittsburgh and Columbus, make sure you stay in line.
You're right. And Frank, I do want to ask you about this because obviously in many of these local precincts are doing everything they can to move these lines along, but they are long, and it will require a several-hour commitment today if you weren't able to vote early. Is there a danger that people will say, he's got this wrapped up, I can leave?
There's always a danger of that, and young people aren't great at getting up real early in the morning. I spent a lot of time with my university students. I polled my class yesterday.
I thought you were going to say you spent a lot of time being young and you didn't like it.
Well, I'd like to do that too, but you know, hope springs eternal more than reality. But you know, the kids I talked to in class last night, I polled them. They'd all voted or intended to vote. They knew they were going to stand in lines, and they split pretty much down the middle as to whether this was going to be close or a runaway. But they're very, very, very engaged
all
this
right,
year.
and I want to ask you too about this as well, and I'll start with you, Patricia. Are we going to see a change in 2008 of the way that campaigns reach out to not only young people, but to people in general using the internet and using technology?
Yeah, well, this is the first campaign that we've seen where voters are actually able to pull technology toward them. They can go out and look for information, and the Barack Obama campaign has been so smart because they make that information so available, especially to these young kids. And this is a huge part of their strategy. Young voters are kind of the two of the three groups that they're going after. And David Plouffe did a conference call with reporters over the weekend and said that we know where these young voters are. We know if they have or haven't voted. We are staying on them. They are a huge part of the strategy.
Apparently, they're even getting text messages as they're standing in line. And this is the other thing I want to ask you about, John, because when usually the first party that somebody comes into politics with, they tend to stay with, right? I mean, if you've been brought into the fold by the Democrats, that's where you're going to stay. Where does that leave independents, and where does that leave the challenges of being able to harness the youth vote if you are looking to be an independent candidate?
Well, more than 40% of young voters are independents, but they've been also trending away from the Republican Party towards the Democrats, and I think Barack Obama's tapped into that very significantly. You know, we're so focused on the fact that he's a candidate of racial change, sometimes we underestimate the fact that he's also a candidate of generational change. And this is why this election is so significant, because he's mobilized youth in a way that and excited folks in a way that I think goes back to Bobby Kennedy to find another parallel.
And Kieran, if I may, one of the things you said is very, very important. Study after study show that people form their party affiliations in their young adulthood. So what these first-time voters are doing this time has huge implications for the Democratic Party, also for the Republican Party going forward. How are they going to win them back if they cut in substantial numbers toward the Democrats? What are the Democrats going to do with them if they've got them?
And it's really important to note, too, that John Kerry won the youth vote by 10 points in 2004. Barack Obama is now winning them 2-1. And it's hard to believe that just back in 2000, Al Gore and George Bush split the youth vote. Who would have thought Al Gore would be even there?
Because I know it's not over for McCain, so you don't have to worry about that. But I want to ask you, looking ahead to 2012, what will be, or what will you be giving advice to the Republicans when it comes to finding a way to bring more young people into the fold?
Certainly, you have to have established base on college campuses. Barack Obama has spoken at more than 200 college campuses. John McCain not even coming close to that. It's interesting that Ronald Reagan captured the youth poll by winning 59% in 1984, and that was because he did reach out to young people and he brought out their innate conservatism. If you think about it, young people have a rebellious nature to them. They don't want a planned economy. They don't want Uncle Sam telling them what to do. And if you look at the two positions and the two philosophical, I know she's laughing right now, but it's true. They want the two philosophical differences between someone telling you what to do, how to spend your money, and on what. And just John McCain and the GOP do not stand for that, but they don't translate that to the young people on issues that matter most to them.
You've got your work cut out for you. About a week ago, I moderated a debate between campus Republicans and campus Democrats. And the room was filled with Obama supporters. There were a few McCain supporters there. Certainly those who debated on his behalf were articulate, but they didn't have a lot of people listening.
And one of the lasting lessons that come out of this election is you need to focus on areas that are growing, not preaching to an ever-shrinking base, but increasing, reaching out to independents, and trying to realign younger voters.
And I promise you're going to get the last word next time, Patricia, because we are out of time. Thanks so much, you guys. Very interesting conversation.
Well, we're continuing to watch the live pictures this morning of Barack Obama at the Shoesmith Elementary School there in his home of Hyde Park in Chicago, casting his ballot. He's been there for a long time. Obviously, I don't know if they have an optical ballot there that he has to fill out the bubbles, but he actually at one point held up the ballot trying to figure out, asking some questions like perhaps how do we vote on this particular ballot. You know, just what a historic moment this is to see an African-American candidate obviously voting for himself here in this election, but casting a ballot for himself for president. As Willie Brown, former mayor of San Francisco, was saying to us a little earlier today, he didn't think that ever in his life would he see this moment. And there is Senator Obama. Michelle Obama there in the polling booth with him, and Sasha and Malia, the two daughters, there as well. Of course, tonight at Grant Park in Chicago, the Lakeside area of Chicago, that huge party tonight, which will be a celebration regardless of the outcome of the election because of the historic nature of this candidacy. Expecting 70,000 invited people there, but in the spillover area, in the adjacent area, could be as many as 1 million people. And Karen, they're fortunate tonight to have just absolutely marvelous weather, because you think November 4th in Chicago, the weather could go so far south it could be horrible standing out there. I remember in 2000 standing out in the rain in Nashville waiting for Al Gore to appear, but it sounds like everything is going to be just beautiful for tonight's party there in Grant Park.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be nice. It's funny. It's going to be beautiful in Chicago here in November, and it's pouring on everybody in Virginia this morning, as we saw. We're also looking at pictures to the right of your screen of Wilmington, Delaware. That's where any moment we're going to see Joe Biden. He's in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware as well. I'm going to be casting his vote when he comes out there. He's also doing some blitzing through some of the battleground states as well before he made his way back. And then a bit later, he's going to be joining Barack Obama in Chicago for tonight.
You know, one of the things to watch tonight, of course, CNN's coverage of the election returns begins tonight at 6 o'clock. The state of Virginia will be one of the first polls to close at 7 o'clock, and there are many people, including Republican analysts, who believe that we'll get an early indication from the way the voting goes in Virginia of how things may go across the nation. Now, some people say, well, each state is its own individual microcosm and not necessarily representative of some sort of democratic tide that could sweep across the nation if Barack Obama were to win Virginia. But take a look at what happens in Virginia, because as we gamed out in the magic wall at the beginning of this hour, there is a real possibility here that if Barack Obama hangs on to all of the states that he has either solidly in his column or leaning in his column, hangs on to Virginia, that's pretty much it. John McCain can win everything else and still fall short. Barack Obama would have 272 electoral votes. John McCain would need to put Virginia in his win column, or he would need to turn Pennsylvania and put it in his win column in order to get across the line. It would obviously be a very close finish, not the landslide for Senator Obama that many people are predicting, but if he puts Virginia in the win column early on tonight, that is going to make it a very difficult road for John McCain, Karen, to win the White House.
That's right, and as many pundits like to point out, Virginia, a key state for many other reasons, but one of them is the fact that it has not gone toward a Democrat, not voted for a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson had a landslide victory back in 1964. So a tough environment for John McCain to lose in that state that for so long could be counted on to go red. And again, if you're just joining us this morning, what we're looking at right now is Barack Obama. He is casting his ballot with his family this morning near his home in Hyde Park at Shoesmith Elementary School. Part of his day is just what the average person is doing, despite the fact that he must be facing enormous pressure and excitement about what's coming tonight. But after he casts his vote, he's also playing a pickup game of basketball with some buddies. The tradition that he says he likes to do when there's a lot of stress riding on his shoulders.
Yeah, keep the blood moving as well, because he's going to have to stay up late tonight to address that party at Grant Park. You know, there's the possibility things could end early tonight. There's a possibility that things might not end tonight at all. It all depends on how we start to see the vote breaking across the nation. On the right-hand side of your screen there, by the way, Wilmington, Delaware, where we're expecting the vice presidential running mate Joe Biden to come and cast his vote in the next few minutes or so. He's actually running a little bit late. Another state to watch tonight is Pennsylvania. Now, this is one where Barack Obama has been leading by as much as 13 points. The margin there And our latest CNN poll of polls is now at 8. But John McCain's pollster, Bill McInturff, thinks that Senator McCain really has a shot at pulling back Pennsylvania. And the area to watch tonight will be around the in the counties around the Allentown area, Lehigh County. That's a county that went for John Kerry in 2004, but went for him narrowly. It was 3 points. And if you look at what happened in the primaries, Senator Obama lost Lehigh County to Senator Clinton by 20 points. So he potentially has some weakness there. So they're going to be looking in that area. They're going to be looking in the northeastern corner of the state and also in the southwestern corner of the state to see if they can pick up some votes there. But what will really make the difference in Pennsylvania is the margin by which Barack Obama wins in the Philadelphia area. And there's no question he's going to win Philadelphia. It will be the margins by which he wins that could determine how that state turns out. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. We continue to watch this. We'll be right back on The Most Politics in the Morning. In America, CNN is the place to be as the night unfolds.
That's right, and thanks so much for joining us on American Morning. We're going to see you back here tomorrow for a special 9-hour edition of American Morning. Starts at 3 a.m. Eastern Time. We have our coffee and certainly enough excitement to keep us awake.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Right now, here's CNN Newsroom with Heidi Collins.
It is over. 44 states are voting right now. From polling places to the key battlegrounds, CNN has you covered. It is Election Day in America. Tuesday, November 4th. I'm Heidi Collins. You are in the CNN Newsroom. The first votes cast and counted. All who could vote did right after midnight in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. And it was a landslide.
15 votes.
As you see there, Senator John McCain grabbed the other 6 votes in this tiny New Hampshire village. The last time Dixville Notch backed a Democrat was 1968, Hubert Humphrey. Polls in 44 states and the District of Columbia are now open and voters are lining up. Hopefully, they're wearing comfortable shoes. So many new voters have registered. Many states are bracing for record turnouts. We've been talking about it for a while now. Extra pollsters, machines, and in some cases, police have been sent to polling stations across the country to cut down on Election Day problems. CNN also watching out for your vote throughout this election day. Our correspondents are at polls from coast to coast. We'll be going to them as often as we can to see how things are going and what you need to know if you are headed that way. It is shaping up to be another long day for the presidential candidates and the people covering them. Suzanne Malveaux with the Obama campaign in Chicago. Ed Henry watching McCain's every move from Phoenix, Arizona. John McCain isn't slowing down just because it's Election Day. In fact, after a couple of whirlwind days of campaigning, he is back in his home state of Arizona right now, but he's not staying put. CNN's Ed Henry, as we said, is joining us live now from Phoenix this morning. So, Ed, does the McCain campaign think they have enough momentum to win some key states here?
Well, good morning, Heidi. The McCain camp is feeling good. They feel like they've been closing the gap in some of these battleground states over the last few days. States like Florida, where it's closed to about a 2-point spread. Barack Obama's still up, but it's better than where John McCain was just a few days ago. And their basic strategy is to try and hold as many of the red Republican states that George W. Bush had in 2004, like Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, the ones you've heard over and over. They think if they can hold those, they get to about 260 electoral votes, 10 short of the magic number of 270. Then they have one of 2 paths to victory, they think. Win Pennsylvania, 21 electoral votes. That would put them over the top, but again, an uphill climb there. Or they cobble together sort of a basket of smaller states, New Hampshire, Iowa, where he's been campaigning hard in recent days, but also Colorado and New Mexico out here in the West. And in fact, John McCain is breaking with his normal Election Day tradition of staying here at the Arizona Biltmore, resting and waiting for the numbers to come in. He's going back on the campaign trail to those 2 states, Colorado and New Mexico. Try and get the vote out today. It gives you a sign of how he's trying to sprint right up until the finish here. And also his usual Election Day ritual was to go to the movies on Election Day, try to release some of that nervous energy. No movies for him today. He's out on the trail, and also, as you know, his Secret Service detail, a little too large for the movies these days.
Yeah, absolutely. They take up the whole place. So, Ed, talk a little bit more about the mood behind the scenes now, if you will.
Well, two things. First, I just ran into Douglas Holtz-Aiken, who, as you know, is the chief economic advisor for John McCain. You normally see him in a button-down suit like this, but he was in his jogging clothes. He was going for a jog. I said, what are you doing? And he said, there's a lot of nervous energy in the campaign. I'm sure that's going on in the Obama camp as well. And he said he wanted to literally run it off.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going on, is behind the scenes. They feel good that they think they're closing the gap, but they also realize and they're realistic about the fact that they've been behind for some time, and it's going to be an uphill climb. And I think it's also worth noting that in the wee hours of this morning, John and Cindy McCain were here in Arizona, had a big crowd for their final rally in Arizona, and they both got pretty emotional. Cindy McCain sort of broke up as she introduced her husband. It was a very emotional time for them. They realize that they're coming to a turning point in his career, in his life, frankly. He's either going to win the White House in a dramatic comeback fashion, or he's going to lose and probably go back to the United States Senate. He's got 2 more years on his term there, and so it's a very emotional time sort of sitting and waiting for these results, Heidi.
All right, CNN's Ed Henry watching Senator McCain's every move in Phoenix, Arizona. Ed, nice to see you. Thanks so much. We, of course, are going to be checking in with our Suzanne Malveaux as well following the Obama campaign. We will get to her very shortly. Meanwhile, we've seen where the candidates are. Now let's check in with the voters. Many states expect record turnout today, even after record numbers of voters voted early. Pennsylvania, a key battleground state, and there's no in-person early voting there. So everybody goes today. In fact, CNN's Brian Todd is live in Philadelphia this morning to give us a little bit more of an idea of how things look. Hi there, Brian.
Hi, Heidi. You know what's amazing about the election process here and the voting process all over the place? Number one, how quickly a long line can form, but also how quickly it can disappear. The plan that we had for this hour was to show you the long line that was snaking down here and around the corner. Less than an hour ago, there was a line down here and around this corner on Woodbine Avenue, all the way down this street. Obviously, it's gone. The process here has gone very smoothly. You've got people coming in and out of this voting station, and it has worked very smoothly so far. An official here said one voting machine broke down, but that it was quickly fixed. But this is something that the Pennsylvania State Board of Elections is watching very closely, because in the primaries, 35 of this city's 3,400 machines did break down, so they are watching this very closely. There's also no paper trail. Voters cannot get a receipt for their vote, and the paper stays in the machines for auditing purposes, so they're watching that as well. And there, as you mentioned, there's no early voting in Pennsylvania, so the officials here are trying to mitigate some of these circumstances by advising people don't come during the peak hours, before 9 o'clock a.m. or after 3 o'clock p.m. A lot of people still showed up here before 9 o'clock. There was a huge line here. We talked to people that said it didn't tamper their enthusiasm for voting here today, but people are seemingly adhering to that. We are in a down period right now, but we are expecting a long line here later and other places in Philadelphia, Heidi.
All right, CNN's Brian Todd with the picture in Philadelphia this morning. Thank you, Brian. I want to take a moment now to check out West Palm Beach, where we have John Zarrella standing by to give us a little bit more of an idea of how things are looking there. John, if you can hear me, what's it like?
Well, Heidi, you know, I think what happened here in Florida is that the early voting took a lot of the pressure off here. You can see behind me there are a few people here at this polling place at fire station number 33. When it first opened this morning, about 25 people or so in line. They moved through relatively quickly, got in and out in about 15 minutes. And that's pretty much what you're likely to see around most of the state of Florida today, because 4.2 million Floridians either voted early or by absentee ballot, and that's 37% of the electorate. Now, everyone that I talked to who coming out today said they really viewed this as an historic day. But one person in particular, a young man named Rick Garcia I spoke with, who said what motivated him the most to vote today was the death of his brother, Jair de Jesus Garcia, who died in Afghanistan.
August 1st of this year, he passed away. Roadside bomb. And that's the main reason why I came to vote for me.
In his honor?
In his honor.
He would have wanted you to do this?
Yes. He would want everybody as an American citizen to do it.
Now, Rick told me also that before this election, many members of his family and many of his friends had never voted. And within the last 2 months, they all registered to vote, and they are exercising that right that we all have here in this country. Heidi?
All right, what a story. All right, John Zarrella, appreciate that from West Palm Beach, Florida this morning. We are going to be checking out polling places throughout the morning. Ahead, we're going to be taking you to Colorado, Virginia, Florida, and Ohio. A busy, busy day. A whole lot going on, obviously. And a lot of people just plain working off of pure adrenaline after late campaign stops and early wake-up calls. There's more in store as candidates cast their ballots themselves and meet a few more voters before waiting for the numbers to come in. Suzanne Malveaux is standing by now with more on this from the Obama campaign. Tell us a little bit more, Suzanne, about what Senator Barack Obama will be doing today. We know he already voted.
We saw him vote. It took about 15 minutes or so. Everybody was paying close attention. It's a neighborhood elementary school where we saw Barack Obama, Michelle, their two daughters, Sasha and Malia, him casting his vote there. Obviously, the lines are very long, snaking around the block, around that school. Really demonstrates the kind of enthusiasm, the excitement, a lot of people involved in this process. Barack Obama is not yet finished campaigning, as a matter of fact. He's going to be heading to neighboring Indiana, and it really kind of demonstrates, Heidi, the sense of confidence that the campaign has right now because it is a Republican-leaning state, very, very close. The CNN poll showing that McCain is up by 1 percentage point, so he feels that he is very competitive there, and that's what they've been trying to do, not only get those states that Kerry captured, but also try to get some of those battleground states, win by small margins, but get them nevertheless so that they can get that key 270 votes that he needs to win. So that is something that he'll be doing later in the afternoon, and then he's going to relax a little bit. He's going to play a pickup game of basketball with some friends, as he normally does on these kind of big days, big occasions. Then he'll be watching the results come in at a local hotel before heading here to Grant Park. And I have to tell you, Heidi, the setup here is really tremendous. They expect about 70,000 people to show up here, perhaps as many as 500,000 to 1 million on the lakeside alone. There are media tents. There's at least a dozen flags that are behind the podium. The security very, very tight. It's expected to be a major celebration. There is a sense of confidence, also a little bit of fear, a little anxiety among Obama supporters that this may not happen, but a lot of people feeling somewhat optimistic, Heidi.
All right, so the people are feeling optimistic. What about the campaign? What are they talking about privately now this morning, the day of?
Well, the one thing that's happened is they feel like they've done their job when it comes to Barack Obama sending out his message, that he has basically been very consistent about change, that he has really been able to capitalize off of the anxiety that people have about their own financial situations and provide some solutions, if you will, that seems to be resonating with folks. The only thing that they're worried about now is, are people going to get out there and vote in the kinds of numbers they need? They were very confident when it looked at the early polling numbers, those early voting numbers, rather, absentee and the ballots that were done ahead of today, but they are still trying to get people out there. They've got emails and texts that they send to all the people that they've gotten their information saying, here's where you need to register. Here's a list of people near your home. If they haven't voted, here are the addresses. Go get them out of the house and to the polling stations. Very well organized, still very much in play, Heidi.
All right, CNN Suzanne Malveaux coming to us from Chicago this morning. Thank you, Suzanne. For many voters, the choice is more than just two people. We are talking with a candidate on many ballots about how he would define victory today. But first, here's a quick look at the map. All of the shaded states are voting right now. The polls in 7 more states opened at 9 a.m. Eastern. That leaves just 6 states where voters have to wait just a little bit longer.
I don't trust the polls. You know, when people are asked who they voted for, that's a personal issue. And I don't think a lot of people are telling the truth to pollsters. But if you look at the real numbers, like number of people that are attending rallies, number of people who are volunteering, the number of people who are donating for the first time, the record number of people getting out to early vote, that all points in one direction, a generational change. And the person who brings that change is Barack Obama. I'm not saying that I'm voting for Barack Obama because I don't know yet. But I really think that shows a generational change.
Kids on the campaign trail getting a first-hand look at the political process from the beginning to today's end. Jacob Schroeder and Elizabeth Conway are 2 of the kid correspondents telling the story for Scholastic.com. They are joining us live this morning from New York. Good morning, guys. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Thank you.
Well, this is the big day, huh? What are your initial thoughts? I'll start with you, Elizabeth.
Well, it's very exciting because today is a historic election because no matter who wins, history will be made with either our country's first African-American president or our first woman vice president. So I'm very excited for this tonight to find out who wins, and it's really just waiting now.
Yeah. Jacob, did you get any sleep last night?
Yes.
You did? You think you'll get any tonight?
Probably, I hope.
Let me just ask you, when you look back over this very long electoral season, we've pretty much been covering it for about 2 years, if you will. I know you guys have been out there. You've talked to a lot of the candidates. You've really played a role. Jacob, what have you learned about the system in general that maybe surprised you?
Well, I was surprised to learn that the Electoral College officially elects the president. And that New Mexico's a battleground state, and how important a battleground state can be to this election.
Yeah, it can really upset the whole apple cart, can it?
Yeah.
And Elizabeth, what about you? What are the events that you have covered? And feel free to run through a couple of them, because as I said, you have really been out there, really talked to a lot of candidates. What stands out to you? What was the moment you look back on this and you say, wow, I can't believe I did that?
Well, actually, most recently, I had a sit-down interview with Senator Obama, and I'd been following him the whole year, and not once I hadn't had the opportunity to speak with him. And finally, at a rally in Manchester, I actually begged numerous staff people, about every staff person in sight. And finally, I said to him, you know, Scholastic has had a lot of access to the Republican candidate, Senator McCain, and I would hate to be lopsided. So I ended up getting a sit-down interview with Senator Obama, and it was so exciting because I kind of got to learn more about Obama's personal side. I created a format for questions called the 5 Fun Fast, which sort of was A or B, which you prefer. I asked him ice cream or pie. He chose pie. Dick or Lovey. He chose Lovey. Red Sox or the Cubs, and he said neither, which I thought was really funny. And all his staff people started cracking up. It was so funny. And I asked him deep dish pizza or pineapple on pizza, and he goes, oh, deep dish for sure. And then the last thing I asked him was, I said, red states or blue states? And he goes, well, we're gonna make them all purple. And all the staff people started cracking up. It was so funny.
You guys have been real fun to watch. We've been keeping up with the Scholastic Kid reporters throughout this process, and we sure do appreciate your time today. It's election day, guys, so I'm gonna let you go so you can watch everything that's going on today right here on CNN. Elizabeth Conway and Jake Schroeder, thanks so much, guys.
Thank you for having us.
In fact, we are at the polling places covering all race election day 2008, the best political team on television. How cool is that? CNN up on the Jumbotron this morning on this election day 2008, and a whole lot to talk about today. Corporate earnings and economic reports are actually going to take a back seat today on Wall Street to the monumental event on Main Street today, the election of the next chief executive of the United States. So how will Wall Street react? Well, there's your opening bell for you right there. Susan Lisovich is at the New York Stock Exchange now with a preview. Hi there, Susan.
Excellent timing, Heidi.
Yep.
Well, there is the call to action for the New York Stock Exchange, open for business, but polls on the East Coast have been open for hours, and Wall Street doesn't like uncertainty, so investors want the results no matter what they are. Yesterday on election eve, the Dow did something that's been very rare of late. It made just a single-digit point decline. Same thing for the NASDAQ. It was up single digits. Early indications, though, we're pointing to, yes, a triple-digit election day rally. You can see on the big board, the Dow is up 125 points right now. First 30 seconds of trading. Dow futures are pointing to a strong rally at the open, but, well, we could have trouble maintaining that rally since we're expecting another tough economic report shortly. The street anticipating factory orders to drop in September, but in a bullish sign over the past week, the market has advanced in the face of bad economic news. MasterCard shares are climbing. Right now, they're up 9.5% because as the economy slows, Americans increasingly turn to plastic. The number of transactions MasterCard processed jumped 13% last quarter to nearly $5.5 billion. Shares are up sharply. As for the major averages, yeah, we got some nice gains in the first minute of trading, Heidi. The Dow is up 174 points, or nearly 2%. The NASDAQ's up 1 3/4%. Nice election day rally. Let's see if it holds.
Yeah, that's always
pretty quiet yesterday.
Yeah, it sounds a little quiet behind you right now, too, but we will check back later on. Susan Lisovich, thank you.
You're welcome.
After 21 months, the presidential campaign trails arrive at their final destination, the voting polls. Just last hour, Barack Obama cast his vote at his Chicago precinct. Also last hour, his running mate, Joe Biden, cast his vote, Wilmington, Delaware. Biden then travels on to Chicago, where he and Obama will await the election results with their families. Republican John McCain also voting this morning. Photographers are camped out at his Phoenix, Arizona precinct. McCain's running mate, Sarah Palin, is logging some miles today. She cast her vote this morning in Alaska, then travels back to Arizona. There, she and McCain will attend an election night party. Expected record turnout today could lead to potential problems for voters. CNN is the only network to set up a hotline so you can call in with problems and concerns. We've gotten an awful lot of calls already this morning. CNN's Carol Costello is monitoring those calls to the CNN voter hotline in New York. Good morning to you, Carol. What are you hearing?
Oh, good morning, Heidi. You're right. The phones are ringing off the hook. The top 3 problems we're hearing about this morning: mechanical problems, registration issues, and of course poll access issues, and by that I mean long lines, and that's going to be a problem across the country. Top 3 states: New York, New Jersey, and Virginia, with Florida quickly catching up. Now, the bulk of the calls we're getting about machine problems are coming in from Chesapeake, Virginia. That's in the southern part of the state. I want to read to you a call that we got a few hours ago. I live in a predominantly African-American community. We have about 500 people out here ready to vote, and they're telling us at the polling place that the machines are not working. They were not working in some precincts in Chesapeake, Virginia. Those voters were given eventually emergency ballots, and presumably there was someone on the way to fix those machines. Now, in New York, the bulk of the problems have been not enough machines. Oddly enough, Heidi, in New York State, they still use those old-fashioned lever machines.
Yeah, I know.
Only state in the union, go figure. But the problem with that is there just aren't enough of them. And also in New Jersey, most of the problems are related to mechanical issues, and especially in Essex, Hudson, and Burlington counties. I want to give you some perspective, though. We're just getting the problems into our voter hotline. That doesn't mean there's a massive number of problems across the country. I want you to keep that in mind. I don't want to scare anyone away from the polls. Go out there and vote, because there are many places in many different parts of the country experiencing no problems at all, except for long lines.
Yeah, if anything, we'd love to see this record turnout actually happen. No question about it.
I think we will.
Real quickly, just want to give that number. You see it all over your screen then, but if you are experiencing any trouble, call that CNN voter hotline, 1-877-GO-CNN08. Carol Costello, we know you'll be monitoring those calls for us. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Across the country, long lines are being reported at polling places. In fact, most states are predicting record turnouts today. As we've been saying, many expect 70 to 80% of their registered voters. Voting officials in Connecticut expecting a turnout of about 90%. The presidential race is the headliner, of course, but voters will also decide key Senate and congressional races. Many states also have thorny and decisive ballot questions. We've included some of those here in CNN Newsroom. I'll let you see them. One of them, California's proposed ban on same-sex marriage, and South Dakota's proposed ban on abortion. Let's focus now on some of those battleground states. None is more important than Ohio. Voting officials there are bracing for a record 80% turnout. CNN's Mary Snow is at one polling place in the capital city of Columbus. Good morning to you, Mary.
Good morning, Heidi. And, you know, we're not very far from where we were yesterday at Veterans Memorial, where we saw those long lines lasting for hours. So the surprise here today among voters is that there aren't any lines here. There are about 30 people waited when polls open at 6:30. Checks around the county is saying, you know, things so far are going smoothly. There are scattered lines around the county and also throughout the state, but so far here in Columbus, there have been no major glitches reported. As you said, record turnout is expected. Some think that it could be even higher than 80%. It's estimated about a quarter of Ohio's voters took advantage of early voting. And certainly, Heidi, Ohio's voting system is being put to the test after so many problems in 2004 when the nation waited on Ohio. The pressure is on. There have been a lot of improvements since then. The Board of Elections, Secretary of State saying they are confident in what will happen here today because poll workers have been trained better. There have been differences in machines. People here are being told they have an option of a touchscreen or paper ballot, but certainly being put to the test. Heidi?
Yeah, everybody's been doing their homework for this one, that's for sure. CNN's Mary Snow, sure to appreciate that, from Columbus, Ohio. Now, we want to get over to CNN's Susan Candiati. She is standing by in Cleveland with a look at how things are going there. Hi, Susan.
Good morning, Heidi. We're in the East Cleveland Library, historic in nature because it was built back in 1916 by philanthropist and industrialist Andrew Carnegie. Now, we can tell you that right now at this hour, the turnout, as you can see, is steady but light. But about 2.5 hours ago, when the polls first opened, the lines were out the door. But at this hour, it's not unusual to have this kind of steady flow until things pick up again, usually in late afternoon. Now, perhaps it is steady but light at this hour because about a third of Cuyahoga County's voters, registered voters, took advantage of early voting. They either went down in person to vote at the Board of Elections or took advantage of absentee ballots. And about 80% of those who requested mail-in ballots have already returned them. So when the polls close tonight, they might already have a third of the ballots tabulated. They've already been scanned, but they haven't tabulated them just yet. Of course, this is a big Democratic stronghold. Just under 400,000 Democrats are registered here compared to 91,000 Republicans and about 600,000 independents. And back in 2004, you might recall that Senator John Kerry took 66% of the vote here in the Cleveland area. Now, here, we can tell you in the Cleveland area, we have only had one report of a problem so far, and it had to do with one polling station in Shaker Heights, and it involved the two-page ballot that is used here in Cuyahoga County. One page of the ballot contains the presidential candidates along with other issues. The second page involves state issues. And the problem was that only the second page was given out to the first 4 voters. The problem was discovered, the ballots were voided, and they were given brand new ballots. Now, we will tell you finally that this information came to us through our CNN voter hotline. So we do check those things out, got to the Board of Elections, they confirmed it, and that's how we got this information to you.
Terrific.
That's a story from here, and now let's turn it over to my colleague Dan Lothian in Richmond, Virginia.
That's right. We're at the Bonnie Brae Church of Christ, about 8 miles or so north from downtown Richmond. The situation here is where the line is still long, but not as long as it was early this morning. You can see behind me we have cars lining up here, and then the line that's going into the front door, it spins around, snakes down to the end of the parking lot. But it ends at the end of the parking lot. Earlier this morning, it was winding well into the neighborhood. In fact, at one point, I decided to time how long it would take to go from the back of the line to the front of the line. Walking at a pretty good pace, it took me a little bit more than 2 minutes. But everyone seems to be in pretty good spirits. Poll workers here were walking around and handing out plastic bags because it is raining here. So those who didn't have rain gear, they could put on the plastic bags. They also have bottled water for those who got thirsty while waiting in line. Some had to wait in line for about an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes from the time that they got in to the time that they got into the line, the time that they got inside the door. Some people, though, came very early this morning, 2 hours before the polls opened at 6 a.m. That's the very latest from here in Virginia. Now I go to my colleague Dan Simon, who's near Denver. Dan?
Hi, Dan. So far, so good here in the Denver suburb of Aurora. You can see just a little bit of a line at this point. Polls opened here at 7 a.m. local time, and you can see, I don't know, about 7, 8 people in this line. You can see the voting machines inside here. This is one of the counties that uses electronic voting machines. Aurora, let me tell you a little bit about this county. It is really considered very much a melting pot. People of all stripes live here. There's an even number of Republicans, Democrats, and independent voters. And as some political observers have noted, people are going to be watching this county closely to see which way it goes because it often determines who is going to carry the state of Colorado. It is a swing county, and this is the first time in history that more Democrats are registered here than Republicans. We have Megan here, who is in line, voting in her first presidential election. You're running a little late for work. Excited?
Very excited, nervous, and excited, thankful that the line is so short, and ready to go, Obama.
You're supporting Obama. Tell me, what's the biggest issue on your mind?
Tax cuts, of course, because I'm middle class, or what's left of the middle class, I would say. Also, healthcare is very important nowadays, and I think companies should still enforce that very much.
All right, Megan, thanks for it. I see that Megan has her ID with her. This is one of the states that requires you to have an ID in order to vote. About half of Colorado voters have already cast ballots, so perhaps that's why you're seeing not much of a line at this point, but we're going to be keeping an eye on things here in Colorado, and Heidi, we're going to send it back to you in Atlanta.
Yeah, I assume that those lines will change, definitely, in such a hotly contested state there. Should appreciate that from Aurora, Colorado. Dan Simon, thank you. So what are you saying about Election Day 2008? iReporters check in with their spin in a moment. Very quickly, we want to let you see here Senator Hillary Clinton. She is in Chappaqua, New York. She has just come out of the voting booth. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is now in the voting booth. Guys, do we want to listen in? Let's listen for just a second.
And it's really, for me, a tremendous opportunity and honor to be part of what I hope will be a great next couple of years for America. I mean, it's going to be really hard, but I think everybody's up to the task, and we're going to roll up our sleeves, and we're going to get to work. Not at all. No. You know, I have, I think, done more than 75 events for Senator Obama in the last couple of months, ever since I guess August, and
okay, there you have. We just want to give you a little bit of flavor. We're going to be doing this all day long, just kind of showing you some of the political figures across the country who will be going to the polling booth. A lot of them have already done so, but again, you are seeing Senator Hillary Clinton, Chappaqua, New York. She has just come out of the voting booth. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is in there right now casting his ballot. So the presidential race, it's not just John McCain and Barack Obama. In fact, in many states, voters will be able to consider third-party candidates. Probably the best known among them, longtime activist and independent candidate Ralph Nader. He is joining us now from Washington this morning. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Happy Election Day to you.
Well, we hope to do well with voters who vote their conscience or who are staying home because they don't like the two parties. We want them to come out. And the protest vote. There's always that great tradition of protest vote, which we hope Nader Gonzalez will receive.
Well, let's go ahead and put up our latest poll, if we could, please. This is the CNN Opinion Research Corporation poll, and this is how the numbers look for likely voters, of course, their choice for president. You see the dates, October 30th, through November 1st. Barack Obama, 51%, McCain, 43%, you, 3%, and Bob Barr, 1%. Now, we spoke with Bob Barr yesterday, so now we are talking with you. What exactly would define victory for you this time around when we are checking in tomorrow?
Well, first of all, we are fighting for the civil liberties of more choices for the voters, with more candidates overcoming these terrible ballot access obstacles, which we're litigating against state by state. If people don't have a voice, they are not going to be able to put pressure on what looks like to be a Democratic victory big time. We're entering a period of no more excuses government. No more excuses, the American people are saying. You now have to move on what our majoritarian agenda on votenader.org reflects to the American people. Full Medicare, living wage, out of Iraq, public works program, cracking down on corporate crime and the crooks in Wall Street, changing the tax system. All of this, we have given choices to millions of voters, and now they can register it from Washington State to Florida and from California to Maine.
Now, this is your fourth time around, if you will. I wonder how you react to the term or sort of the nickname, and people say, they call you a spoiler.
Well, I think I'm the great commoner. I think I represent the majority position of the American people on all these issues of labor and environment and solar energy and clean elections and a humanitarian policy and making our taxes come back to rebuild the public works in America and consumer protection, of course. And all of these things are on our website, votenader.org. But what's important is watch for November5.org tomorrow, and you'll see the next stage of the Nader Gonzalez campaign.
All right, we will be watching, absolutely. Mr. Ralph Nader, sure do appreciate your time. We know, Leah, you have an interesting press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where you're going to give just one-word answers. So we appreciate you elaborating a little bit right here with us on CNN. Thanks again.
Thank you.
A problem at the polls? If it happens to you today, we want to hear about it. Our Voter Hotline Center is on the case, and it's only here on CNN. As you go to the polls today, CNN has your chance to tell the world how you voted and why. We're hearing from iReporters all across the country, and CNN's Josh Levs is joining me now with more on that. So what are people saying?
It's really interesting, Heidi. Good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. For 2 years, you've heard all this talk about this election. Today is all about you. It's about you at the polls, and it's about you right here. iReport.com. You can send us your videos, photos, stories. We've got a team of people piecing through them all day long as they come in. We're going to be sharing them on air all day. Check out this map behind me. These are just some of the ones we've been receiving this morning from people who are voting. These are their locations. And I want to focus in on something else. Check this out. At CNN.com, we've focused on the stories of 15 iReporters from across the political spectrum. Here's what I've done. I've pulled out 3 clips for you we're going to watch right now. First from an undecided voter, then an Obama supporter, then a McCain supporter.
Within the past year, I kind of realized that the politics do affect me personally in small ways. I may not feel it right away, but eventually it does hit me. So because of that, I've been more opinionated about what I feel, which has kind of sparked a more interest in politics.
He has the ability to unify this country and to improve our image worldwide. He's open to suggestions from experts in their respective fields in terms of learning what the best option is for moving forward in this country. And I think that's the kind of person we need leading our country right now.
I've never voted Republican, and this year I'll be voting Republican for the first time. I can't believe I'm voting Republican. I do believe in McCain and Palin. I also believe in the American dream, and I believe in rewarding hard work and being fiscally responsible.
We're going to be following their stories and those of so many others today. Here are just a few of the iReports we've been getting this morning. I'll scroll down a little bit. You can see every few minutes we're getting new ones from people sometimes in lines, bringing their cameras with them. But there's something important I'm going to point out here. Let me zoom up a little bit. You can see these words right here. This is important. Please be careful not to violate your state's voting laws. Some states don't allow photos and videos inside the voting areas themselves. But Heidi, for those who can, they're certainly welcome to do it. And next hour, I'm going to talk live with some iReporters, Heidi.
Yeah, good. Yeah. You really do got to be careful with all of the rules, obviously.
Don't break any on our account, please.
Yes.
Just don't do it.
The folks at the polling places get very, very angry. Josh Levs, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Heidi.
Any problems at the polls to talk about? Well, our correspondents are at polling stations in battleground states. We will be taking you there live. But first, let's go to the map now. Polls are open in all of the shaded states that you see there. Polls in California, Idaho, Nevada, and Washington State open in about 10 minutes, leaving just Alaska and Hawaii. We've seen long lines in early voting, so what's going on at the polls on this election day? We're checking out 3 battleground states, Florida, Missouri, and Virginia. We begin in Florida's capital, Tallahassee. CNN's Sean Calebs is there this morning to give us the picture. Good morning to you, Sean.
Good morning, Heidi. We've seen a pretty steady stream of voters come in. We're in front of the Leon County Courthouse right here in the capital of Tallahassee. I want to step out of the way and show you. They go into those doors down there. You see them making in. Now, if you look in the foreground, there's a little placard there. That marks the 100-foot area from the front door. And we, as journalists, are not allowed to go within that area and ask people what their concerns are, how they're voting, things of that nature. But we haven't seen overwhelming turnout here this morning. But if you think about the early voter turnout, boy, 4.4 million out of 11.2 million registered voters. So a lot of people got it done early. Now, here inside this courthouse, if there are any troubles in this county, they're going to be resolved here. But also want to tell you, because when you talk about Florida, you have to talk about voting concerns. Everybody remembers 2000. Now, right there, the State House, the Secretary of State, Kurt Browning, is holding a news conference right now, actually, and he's going to brief people on how things have gone this morning. But right now, we know of no problems. Things going very well. A high school was out here a while ago. Heidi, they were documenting this historical election. Just one sign of the tremendous interest here in this battleground state. Now we're going to turn it over to our good friend and colleague, Ed Lavandera, who is in the St. Louis area. Ed?
Hey, Sean, well, here, if you're in the town of Webster Groves, Missouri, which is a suburb of St. Louis, this is a great time to vote where I'm at. Let me just show you, this is the First Congregational United Church of Christ, and for much of the morning, the line had been down the sidewalk here and down to the street, but the line is just inside this door. When the line was out to the street, was taking people about an hour and a half to vote. Now it's taking people anywhere between 30 and 40 minutes. So this is probably as short as the lines are going to get all that morning. That early morning rush has ended, and now a lot of people off to work. So these are some of the downtimes that people are talking about. But Missouri, and in particular the area that we're in, the suburbs of St. Louis and Kansas City, will be an intense focal point today, because this is an area that has generally gone Republican in recent elections, and many people are saying that Barack Obama is enjoying a great deal of support around here. So it'll be interesting to see how the suburbs of this state play out. In fact, some political observers are saying how the suburbs go will determine how the state of Missouri goes statewide. Traditionally, Democrats focus on turning out the vote in St. Louis and in Kansas City. Republicans focus on those rural and suburban areas. So the dichotomy of these races here changing a little bit, also considering 76% voter turnout expected here in the state of Missouri throughout the day, and some 340,000 new first-time voters have registered in this state. So if they turn out, how they turn out, many of those people, younger voters, suspect that they would be voting for Obama, but we don't know. So we'll see how all that plays out. Heidi?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know anything yet. Ed Lavender, I sure do appreciate that. It is going to be a long day indeed. Coming to us from Webster Groves. Thank you, Ed. School holds its own presidential race. McCain versus Obama, not in a run for the White House, but the other side of the gym. And this contest includes change. Quickly want to go ahead and show you one of the shots that we have seen this morning of people going out and voting. It is 10 o'clock Eastern Time, and you are looking at Laurel, Maryland there. They're our affiliate WJLA. Kind of a long line you can sort of see underneath that protective cover there of this building. People have been waiting, getting ready to vote. And another thing is we toss over to Rob Marciano now for some more Election Day weather. See those trees? Did you see those, Rob? Gorgeous, yeah. Right?
Looking
but
good.
The leaves are just turning now, and it's, what is it, November, yeah?
Well, you know,
November 4th, in fact.
Exactly, November. Big day.
Big day, yeah, something's going on.
All this red, white, and blue on the screen, you know, it's very distracting to me. But what is distracting is some folks who live in the D.C. area, as far north as Baltimore and Philadelphia and southern parts of Delaware, Maryland. A little bit of rain heading that way. Actually, the rain creeping farther north than we originally thought and getting into the Virginia proper. No problem with that. But pretty much north of Philly is not an issue. Temps in the 40s and 50s, real dry, real nice, and should be no problems heading to the polls there. But we go in through parts of Virginia, the Hampton Roads area, back through Raleigh, and through Charlotte, even south to Wilmington, Myrtle Beach. A little bit of rain. Most of the heavy stuff is staying offshore, but as you saw in some of their live shots in Virginia, it is still an issue. In the mountainous areas, we've got ourselves a big-time winter storm plowing through the Wasatch of Utah with 12 to 24 inches potentially. Winter storm warnings posted east of Salt Lake City. You're going through the Yampa Valley of northwestern Colorado through Steamboat back through Telluride, 10 to 18 inches potentially with this storm. It not only dumps some snow in the high Sierras and the Cascades, but also a fair amount of wind. There you see it on the radar scope, some of that moisture heading into Utah and Colorado. So most of it right now is west of the Denver area, west of the Continental Divide. So if you do live in the Mile High City, you might want to get out earlier rather than later. I-5 corridor, boy, this is a mess, but you're used to it. And Oregon, of course, has that mail-in ballot. So it's probably one of the reasons they do it, so you can stay dry and still get your voting done. But you see that all of this is turning to snow at the higher elevations. Near Squaw Valley with this storm, give you an idea how strong it was yesterday. About 6 miles west of Tahoe City, near Squaw, the crest of the Sierras, winds gusted to 117 miles an hour. Whoa. I mean, it's pretty high up there, but that was definitely some wind. And there's our storm. This is going to help pump up wind and warmth today. Obviously not too much of an issue as far as voting goes, but tomorrow I think this will pop as far as a severe weather threat. 80 today in Dallas, 74 degrees in Kansas City. Can't ask for better than that. 59 in D.C., 71 in Atlanta. That's good. And 78 degrees in Phoenix and 66 degrees in Los Angeles.
All right.
Everybody get out there and make it happen.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Rob, thank you.
You got it.
The campaigns could learn a thing or two from kids. Brevity, for example. Besides voting for their candidate, students had a referendum that really counted, changing the time of the school dance. It's important stuff. Your voice, your vote. We are watching the races and the polling places and taking your complaints at our voter hotline center as well. Plus, candidates not done on the campaign trail. We'll follow them to the final stop. It is Election Day, Tuesday, November 4th. I'm Heidi Collins. You are in the CNN Newsroom. Election day in the USA, and the candidates are still on the move. Senator Barack Obama heading for a rally in Indianapolis. Senator John McCain waiting to vote in Phoenix, Arizona. And at this hour, polls are open everywhere except for Alaska and Hawaii. And as you can see, the lines are getting longer and longer. The CNN voter hotline is also lighting up, with voters reporting everything from late poll openings to malfunctioning machines. We're on top of it all from coast to coast. In fact, Dixville Notch, a tiny village in northeast New Hampshire, got things rolling right after midnight. Every registered voter there, that's 100%, cast a ballot. Can you believe it? And it was a landslide for Barack Obama. 15 votes to John McCain's 6 votes. Dixville Notch has not backed a Democrat since Hubert Humphrey way back in 1968. Senator Obama and his running mate, Senator Joe Biden, also casting their votes in their respective hometowns. They'll be doing a bit more campaigning before meeting back up in Chicago to wait out the results. Senator John McCain set to vote next hour in Phoenix, Arizona. Then it's back to 2 battleground states for some last-minute campaigning. He'll watch the returns in Phoenix tonight with his running mate, Governor Sarah Palin. She has just returned to Alaska to cast her own vote. The best political team on television is keeping an eye on the polls and the candidates. CNN's Ed Henry monitoring McCain's every move. We begin with Ed Henry at the McCain headquarters, in fact, in Phoenix. So, Ed, where does the McCain camp hope to gain some ground today?
Well, good morning, Heidi. There are several pieces to the McCain strategy here on the final day. The first thing, most importantly, they have to do is to try and hold as many of those red Republican states that George W. Bush carried in 2004. We're talking about Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, where John McCain started his marathon day yesterday in Florida and Tampa, then carried his way throughout the country and ended right here in Arizona in the wee hours of the morning. A very large rally in Prescott, Arizona. That's very significant. He's been there before for his other Senate campaigns, also where Barry Goldwater launched his presidential campaign. And in fact, John McCain tonight will be in the Barry Goldwater suite here at the Arizona Biltmore, a hotel where John McCain got married to Cindy McCain many years ago. So some emotional significance here. But in terms of the strategy, holding on to the Republican states first, if they can do that, McCain advisors believe they can come up with about 260 electoral votes, about 10 short of the magic number of 270. And then they need to do one of two things. They either need to win Pennsylvania, a state that Republicans have not carried since 1988, so it'll be a very difficult battle there. But that's got 21 electoral votes and would put him over the top if he held those red states. And then secondly, if they fail in Pennsylvania, they want to try to sort of cobble together some smaller electoral votes states out here in the Mountain West. And that's why he's going to Colorado and New Mexico today, a break from tradition for John McCain, usually staying here at the Biltmore, resting, watching returns for his Senate races. Today, he's going right back out on the stump in Colorado and Grand Junction, trying to turn out the vote, and then he's going to Albuquerque, New Mexico to try to go to a sort of one of these call centers where he's got his volunteers trying to get people to the polls, Heidi.
Yeah, I was just wondering, though, John McCain, we know, is going to deliver his speech from the Biltmore Hotel there in Phoenix. Other than being a really lovely place with some great golf, what is the significance for the senator there?
Well, it's interesting. As I mentioned, he got married here to Cindy, and also he spent previous election nights here. And they've been working all night, I could tell you, because they woke me up a few times with the hammering, the nails and whatnot, putting together the platforms for him. He's going to be in a square here in the back of the hotel, kind of a very pretty setting with the mountains in the background, and that's where he'll give either a victory or concession speech. And it's a very emotional time for him. We saw at that early morning rally here in Arizona, both John and Cindy McCain got emotional, sort of caught themselves. And it's kind of choked with emotion because this is sort of, you know, obviously end of a chapter in his political career. He's either going to win in very dramatic fashion and go on to the White House, or he's going to have to figure out his next move going back to the Senate. He's got 2 more years on his current Senate term. And if he lost, he would suffer the fate of Barry Goldwater, you know, and John McCain has joked about that before, that Arizona may be one of the only states where young boys and girls are told they can't grow up to be president. He sort of joked about that in the past, but obviously would be very bittersweet if for the second time he failed to grab the White House. Of course, he ran in 2000, Heidi.
All right, CNN's Ed Henry, sure to appreciate that from Phoenix this morning. Thank you, Ed. Well, as we said, Barack Obama is back on the trail after voting. He's got a couple of events today, but he'll close it out in his home city, Chicago. A live picture there. A massive rally planned for Grant Park tonight. Chicago's mayor says they could have 1 million people there. Keeping an eye on the process, CNN is the only network to set up a voter hotline in order to take your calls. That means you can tell us where you're seeing voting problems. And CNN's Carol Costello is live in New York for us this morning, one of the people who is tracking the voter hotline. So I know you've been getting an awful lot of calls.
5,000 so far, Heidi.
Wow.
5,000 calls this morning. You want to hear a really strange problem they're having in parts of Virginia and North Carolina? Here it is. It has to do with Mother Nature. In parts of Virginia and North Carolina, it was really raining hard this morning, and voters were standing in line for up to 2 hours, and they got completely soaked. When they got into the polling station, they got a hold of those paper ballots, and they became soggy. That means the optical scan machines could not take the paper ballots. So poll workers were asking voters to put their ballots in this big bin until they could dry out, and they put them in the optical scan machines and their votes would count, presumably. But what a strange problem there.
Yeah, no kidding.
I know. Here's another problem people in North Carolina are having. Listen.
The polling center at Barwell Community Center doesn't even have ballots, and they opened up at 6:30 this morning. So there are no ballots at Barwell Community Center in Raleigh, North Carolina.
And you know, Heidi, we heard a lot of this kind of problem, and we figure it was because the polling stations were just opening up this morning, and that's when the bulk of the problems would occur, not only with not having enough ballots, but with machines breaking down and people on the way to fix them. Hopefully, poll workers are now ironing out those problems, and they'll start to settle down now.
Yeah, boy, we hope so. All right, and we know that you will stay on top of all of those phone calls. Now, are you answering that phone yourself, Carol?
I am. I've been so busy. I mean, I'm tired, just like...
All right, you got to watch that tennis elbow. Carol Costello, sure do appreciate it. And we do also want to hear from you. If you run into problems at the polls, call that CNN voter hotline. Help us track the problems, and we will report the trouble in real time for you. Once again, that number, 1-877-462-6608. We are keeping them honest all the way through the election and beyond. CNN meteorologist Rob Marciano standing by with the election day forecast. All right, so there's a couple of trouble spots, but kind of, wouldn't you say, overall, it seems to be a relatively nice day?
Yeah, not too bad. We do have some spots that we want to highlight where the folks who are already at the polls or heading that way know it's pretty miserable. With Boston, New York, a lot of the major metropolitan areas on the East Coast, back all the way down to Philly. Not going to be a problem today. Temps are fairly comfortable as well, 40s and 50s, actually climbing into the 60s in parts of upstate New York. So there you go there, not an issue. But you go south of the Mason-Dixon, and we start to see some problems. Richmond back through Hampton Roads and through Raleigh, down through extreme parts of northeast South Carolina, some rain. But most of the heavier rain is out here. This is a coastal low that is taking its sweet time going over Pamlico Sound and heading towards Delmarva, and obviously throwing some moisture in here. So this is just a kind of a gloomy day with the umbrella necessary, especially in the eastern parts of Virginia. Meanwhile, the snow shovels and the parkas necessary out west. Oh, yeah. You go west of the I-10 or the Continental Divide, and we've got winter storm warnings that are posted anywhere from 6 inches to 24 inches and through the Wasatch of Utah, potentially with this storm system. Places like Chicago, let's take a look there. Not a problem at all. Temperatures right now in the upper 50s. There it is, the Magnificent Mile. And the bridge over the river, and the bus is flowing nicely, and the sun's shining.
Wow, are you going to sing?
Kind of did sound kind of sing-songy, didn't it? No. Maybe God Bless America. Should we have a little kumbaya?
Yeah, well, probably not. We would like to keep the viewers right where they are.
70-ish for a high in Chicago should be all right.
Gorgeous.
Meanwhile, pretty nasty from Seattle back to San Francisco is where we're seeing rain and the higher elevation snow. But this time of year, out west, north of San Fran especially, this is kind of what they get. So I think those folks can handle it no problem.
All right, Rob, we'll check back later on.
Sounds
good. Thank you.
All right.
We're watching more than the presidential race, though, today. The entire House of Representatives up for re-election, of course, and maybe more importantly, 1/3 of the Senate. CNN's Jim Acosta joining us now live from New York this morning with more on the balance of power. And yeah, I mean, we really do seem to focus so much on the presidential election when this whole other issue is potentially even more important, as important for sure.
That's right. You're talking about singing a song with Rob Marciano. The Republicans are probably singing Under Pressure right now.
Under pressure.
That is it, because they are seriously under pressure on this election day, and that is because this could be a map-changing election, not just for Barack Obama, but for Democrats down ballot. And let's show you the balance of power right now as it stands now in the Congress. In the House, it is right now 236 for the Democrats, 199 for the Republicans. Those are the seats held by either party. And then in the Senate, a slimmer majority of 51 for the Democrats and 49 for the Republicans. That is a slimmer majority there. But check this out. These are the seats that the Democrats think that they can pick up. 6 to 9 seats in the Senate. If they get 9, they get that magic number of 60. That is a filibuster-proof majority. In the House, they're looking at this. 25 to 30 seats. That would be a huge gain of seats for the Democratic Party in the Congress. Now, why is all of this happening? Well, you have to look at the individual races. And let's start in Virginia. It's a good place to start because Mark Warner, the former governor of Virginia, running against the former governor Jim Gilmore, he showed Democrats several years ago when he won the governor's race in Virginia how Democrats can win in the South. And Barack Obama's picked up that blueprint and run with it. Mark Warner heavily favored to win in the state of Virginia. Alaska, Ted Stevens has a small problem on his hands. He has a felony conviction on his record. That is favoring his opponent, Mark Begich, the mayor of Anchorage, who is popular in that state. The polls show he is now leading in that race against Ted Stevens. Let's move on to Georgia, Saxby-Chambliss. If this is a bad night for the Republicans, key in on this race. Saxby-Chambliss could be knocked out by a veteran of the State House there, Jim Martin, if there is a high African-American turnout. But right now, Saxby-Chambliss leading in the polls. Moving on to North Carolina, this is a race a lot of people are watching. Elizabeth Dole, the wife of the former presidential candidate and a former cabinet member herself, she ran an ad that was very controversial in the final days of this campaign, accusing Kay Hagan of essentially being an atheist. That ad may have backfired, according to political analysts in North Carolina. And Kay Hagan, a state senator there, may knock Elizabeth Dole out of the United States Senate, which would be a huge upset. And, of course, my favorite race in Minnesota, I'm going to wrap it up here because they're asking me to. Norm Coleman, the incumbent Republican, versus Al Franken. Heidi, if a comedian can win a seat in the United States Senate, there is hope for all of us. And with that, I'll give it back to you.
That's my home state, my friend.
There you go.
We are watching closely.
We shall see.
All right. Thanks so much, Jim Acosta.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
You bet.
Pictures from the polls. We have live reports from 3 battleground states coming your way next. The presidential race, 21 months of campaigning, countless cities and towns. Today, all of it could hinge on voters in the battleground states. We have reporters in those swing states. CNN's Joe Johns is in Virginia. In Tallahassee, Florida, we have Sean Calebs, and Mary Snow is in Columbus, Ohio. Let's begin in Ohio. CNN's Mary Snow at one of the polling places in the capital city of Columbus. Hello again, Mary.
Hey there, Heidi. We're in West Columbus, and there is no long line here right now, and that is because many people think of the early voting here in Ohio. People were able to take advantage of early voting beginning September 30th up until yesterday, and as you may have remembered, there were very long lines. There are some today scattered throughout Ohio. One of the things that is making headlines, though, is Ohio's voting system. It is being put to the test. Here in Columbus, people are using touch screens to cast their ballots. Other places will be using paper ballots. People are being given a choice. This is Ohio has taken many measures to correct what happened in 2004 when there were so many problems and the nation waited on Ohio for its late results. Officials are hoping that that will not be repeated. They're also hoping that the early votes will alleviate some of the lines. It's estimated more than 1.5 million people turned out to cast their ballots early. Heidi?
All right, we are watching all of it. Going to be a very interesting day and a long one, too. Mary Snow, glad you're there. Thank you. Now let's check in on Virginia, where a Democrat has not won the presidential vote there since 1964. This year, Republicans find that streak in jeopardy. Our Joe Johns is in Newport News this morning. Hey there, Joe.
Hi, Heidi. Actually, I moved. Right now, I'm in Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Gotcha.
They're all close, in fact. Yeah. I want you to take a look, first of all, here at the line. What you can't see is it sort of goes all the way around this church, the Mount Olive Baptist Church in Virginia Beach. And there have been, throughout this day, probably about 400 people in that line extending right up inside the building. I talked to somebody right at the front of it a little while ago, said it had taken her about an hour to get in. and that is par for the course. Now, what's interesting here and why we're here is because Mount Olive had some problems this morning. Polls were supposed to open 6 o'clock Eastern time, and this poll didn't. And that's because the poll chief wasn't here. He had all the equipment and ballots and so on that you need to actually get up and rolling for voting day. They had to bring somebody in. They actually brought in one of the officials of the Virginia Beach Election Board, who sort of walked them through the process, got them up and running over a period of time. But it was very slow. And these are the kinds of things we're looking for. We got calls into the CNN hotline from people saying there were problems, and we came to check it out, and this is what we found. We're talking about human error here, as one person put it, no hijinks. The big story, of course, right now is turnout, and the official I talked to with the Virginia Beach Board of Elections said turnout is off the chart, Heidi.
Wow, all right, we'll stay on top of this one, too, alongside you. Thanks so much, Joe Johns. I want to move on to Florida now, a crown jewel among the battleground states, of course. Our Sean Caleb's our own crown jewel is in Tallahassee for us this morning. Hey there, Sean.
Hey there, the Emerald Eyes of Heidi. Thanks very much. 27 electoral votes up for grabs here in Florida. We're in the capital, Tallahassee. You know, we're not seeing long lines here, kind of like what Mary's seeing in Ohio. And the reason, boy, so many people turned out and voted early. 4.4 million out of 11.2 million registered voters. Going to step out of the way and show you people just kind of trickling in, trickling out. People come right up, they make their way in, they vote. You see in the foreground that little white placard, that marks 100 feet. We are not allowed to go within that as journalists. We have to stand back and speak with voters as they come out. A lot of students here in this area, and kind of interesting, there was an article in the Orlando Sentinel last week. They did an exhaustive study, Heidi, of people who are voting, of the early voters. African Americans make up 13% of the population here in the state, but the Sentinel had a great article that pointed out that so far blacks have made up about 22% of the early vote. So tremendous amount of interest. I want to point over this way just a second, too. We're right across the street from the state capitol. The significance here, everybody remembers the voting irregularities back in 2000. Well, the Secretary of State's office is up and running, and they told us that out of 6,000 some odd polling precincts that are out there, they've had a problem in exactly 2. One, and the locks were actually changed on a building, so when people got up there, they couldn't open the door. Secondly, in Palm Beach, a poll worker was inside doing paperwork when the door should have been open, so there were some people out there waiting. And if you look at some lines we have down in Palm Beach County, you can see not huge lines, not the kind of things we have seen in the 2 weeks leading up to today, November 4th, but people still waiting patiently. They expect a huge turnout here today, and one more reason to watch this exciting battleground state throughout the day, Heidi.
Yeah, definitely. Sean Caleb, sure do appreciate it. We'll check back with you a little bit later on. Meanwhile, voters going to the polls and sending us eye reports. They're pretty good, too. What they're seeing and what they're saying. In Manhattan, you can keep up with every Election Day moment. Just look up. CNN is coming to you on the Jumbotron right there in Times Square. Now to Obama headquarters in Chicago. CNN's Don Lemon is there following all of the events. You have a beautiful day where you are.
Oh my gosh, Heidi, it's amazing. And you know, moving to Atlanta from Chicago, it's really unbelievable to see the city like this. I have been documenting it all on my own little camera. You wouldn't believe the excitement in this city, Heidi. Last night, we got in yesterday, and last night people were out and about and excited and walking around Grant Park. I just want to show you a little bit of the setup here so people at home can get an idea. Right through this plastic, this is part of our setup here for CNN. All the media's lined up. That's a stage with all of those flags that Obama's going to walk out on and address the crowd, and they have been setting that up, setting up the teleprompter and what have you. And as we come around here, you can see the beautiful skyline. This is part of the skyline of Chicago in the background here. Beautiful buildings, working on them, lots of high-rises here, and all of these porta potties that the city has set up around this area, Grant Park. This Grant Park, they call it Chicago's front yard because it is so beautiful. And just outside of all of this, you got the Shedd Aquarium, you've got the museum, you've got every single beautiful attraction that you want in the city right in this way. And I'm going to walk this way and then show you the media is set up over on this side. This is part of the whole setup here in Chicago. But again, it's a beautiful setup, and people here are excited. As I said, we came in last night, and people were walking around Grant Park and walking around the city awaiting this event. 70,000 tickets, at least, were given out to come here, but the mayor says he's not going to stop anyone from coming down. They're expecting about 1 million people to show up here at Grant Park sometime this evening and starting earlier today. It's tough to get in. It was even tough for me to get in. Earlier, Heidi, you guys showed pictures of Barack Obama voting in Hyde Park at the Beulah Shoe Smith Elementary School, an historic elementary school in Hyde Park. He voted there this morning with his wife, Michelle, and his daughters, Sasha and Malia, both by his side this morning. So it's very interesting. And coming off the campaign trail last night, as you have been reporting, and we've been reporting as well, we saw Barack Obama shedding a tear and at least wiping his face with a handkerchief there because his grandmother, Madeline Dunham, 86 years old, died of cancer. So it's a very interesting day for him. Bittersweet in a way, one more day that she didn't hang on to see him possibly elected president.
Well, that is a very, very sad note to all of this. Our condolences certainly go out to him. I know that she was very, very important to him in his life. Let me just ask you, though, what he is going to be doing this afternoon. As you mentioned, we did see him vote already early this morning. So what's next? Okay, interesting. He has a tradition every single election day, every time he's been elected, that he plays basketball with his buddies, right? So part of the reason I came here to Chicago was to do stories on people, the people who are proud of him, part of his inner circle. I didn't know that it was going to turn out to be a big deal, so they told me where he's going to be playing basketball. I called one of his friends. I said, you know, I'm going to interview you tomorrow. What are you guys doing? They didn't expect him to show up, right? So they said, it's going to be one of two places, Don. And now I'm trying to get his buddy back on the phone, and I can't get him, so he's, you know, doesn't want to tell me. But he plays basketball with... I'm sure he's watching. Alexi Janulius, who is a treasurer of Illinois Treasurer, he's going to be playing basketball with him, and also the head of the Chicago Public Schools as well, Arnie Duncan, and then some other of his buddies that he has a tradition, an election day tradition. But he plays with them all the time. Well, so I don't know, Don. That's what he's going to be doing today. Maybe they're a little intimidated by you. Maybe they don't understand that you don't want to play. You just want to watch them play. Maybe they're afraid. I can't play. I'm not a good basketball player, so Obama wouldn't want me on his team. So there you go. All right, Don Lemon, thanks so much coming to us live from Chicago. Appreciate that. All right, Heidi. If you are standing in line to vote today, you might be right next to somebody speaking live to CNN. Our Josh Levs is checking in with CNN reporters as they go to the polls. He is joining us now to speak with supporters of both John McCain and Barack Obama. Hey there, Josh. That's right. We got it all, Heidi. Hey there. We're hearing from supporters of both men. Take a look at this page behind me. Let's zoom in for a second. From iReport.com, they were just rushing into us every couple minutes. Forget couple minutes. We're getting a few every minute. I'm going to show you a couple new ones really quickly. Take a look at this. Burroughs Elementary School. This comes to us from Karen Jagielski, showing us the long lines there. And look at this one. This is interesting. From Sahara Byrne in Tompkins County, New York. Look how she voted with the older system. Interesting stuff from our iReporters. We've been following a lot of iReporters throughout all this, including Chuck Burkhart, who's a McCain supporter in Windber, Pennsylvania.
I'd like to encourage those that are going to vote this year to vote based on the candidate's policies, agenda, and even their voting records in the Senate, not by the propaganda that you're getting in your emails.
And Chuck's on the line with us right now. Chuck, are you with us? Chuck, you here?
Yes, I am.
Hey, listen, so you told me that you went and voted today. Tell us a little bit about how you made this decision that you wanted to vote for John McCain.
Well, I made the decision based on issues, not, you know, like I said in the iReport, propaganda or negativity or anything like that. And the issues I support are the tax breaks across the board for everybody, not just one class. Energy independence, he's more aggressive in that end. And also, he's pro-life.
This is interesting. And really quickly, you told me that your wife, you're not sure how she's going to vote today.
No, it's kind of odd. She's undecided, and I find that odd, you know, that she's undecided this late in the game. But, you know, she's a smart woman. I love her. She's going to make her decision based on her feelings, and she'll do the right thing for herself.
All right, well, Chuck, thanks for...
What I do.
I understand. Thanks for joining us. We're going to follow you, find out how that works out for both of you. And, folks, we've also been following this Obama supporter in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Hey, I'm Mommy Styles. One of the things that are most important to me right now is health care. My dad just retired, and all of his benefits seem to be gone down the drain. I don't know what he did in all the years building up to it, but I need something to ensure that my dad's going to be taken care of.
And Chris Stiles joins us now. Chris, you with us?
I am.
Well, I understand you're actually at the polling site right now waiting to go cast your ballot.
Yes, I actually just finished.
Oh, you did? Okay, congratulations. And we know how you voted. You voted for Barack Obama, right?
But of course.
Okay, now we were just hearing from a McCain supporter. Tell me, why did you choose Barack Obama?
I chose Barack Obama because he is the first candidate that I've ever actually been able to listen to and understand what he was saying. I got from him compassion, and he was genuinely, in my opinion, genuinely concerned about our country and what happened. I don't feel like he's all show, and he was just a real American to me.
Interesting.
So that's why he's getting my vote.
And Chris, really quickly, you told me that as you were walking into the polling site today, it's such a heavily Democratic area that there were people outside, far enough away from the site, encouraging everyone to vote Democratic. You didn't see anyone even bothering to say, please vote Republican. Right?
No.
You didn't see any of that. All right.
No.
Yeah. Heavily Democratic precinct, you're saying. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. Folks, we encourage you, send us your videos, photos, stories today, iReport.com. Keep in mind that in some states it's illegal to bring cameras inside polling places. Can't always do that. Heidi, later this morning, we'll be speaking with some more iReporters.
I know we will. They are all over the place, aren't they?
Literally everywhere. Every state in the entire country. We've got iReporters right now.
All right, very good, Josh. We'll check back a little bit later on.
Excited.
We do want to hear what you're saying and see what you are doing this Election Day 2008. As you go to the polls, share your voting experiences with CNN. Send us your iReports. Go to iReport.com. We just might take you on air. To this story now, a bull ready for slaughter, an African village ready to celebrate. We're talking about Kogelo, Kenya. It's the hometown of Barack Obama's father, and CNN's David McKenzie is there. Good morning to you, David.
Good morning, Heidi. That's right. You know, I'm right in Kogelo. Though the sun has pretty much set here in the remote part of western Kenya, right behind me is Barack Obama's grandmother's house, Sarah Obama. Right next to me over here is his half-brother's house. Over there's an extended family. They're watching a TV with it that is hooked up to a car battery, trying to see the results come in. This is really Obama country, and as you say, they've prepared a bull. I guess that bull, Heidi, is the only real supporter of McCain, because should Obama win, they will slaughter it and have a big feast here in Kogelo, Heidi.
All right, very interesting perspective there. We will keep an eye on that side of the story as well. David McKenzie, nice to see you. Thanks. Did you happen to have any problems at the polls? Well, our voter hotline center is taking your calls, and we've got an update coming shortly. Pretty cool shot there of Times Square, New York City. We are on the Jumbotron today, so you can track everything that's happening on this very important election day 2008. In fact, we're looking at what could be a record election day turnout. People are standing in line in the rain in some places for the chance to vote. Polls are open across the continental United States now. Alaska gets going in about half an hour. Hawaii voters have until noon Eastern. The candidates are voting and then hitting the campaign trail one last time. Senator Barack Obama getting ready for a rally in Indianapolis after casting his ballot in Chicago earlier today. And Senator John McCain is about to vote in Phoenix. Then he is off to two battleground states. Obama's running mate, Joe Biden, voted in Wilmington, Delaware. The two meet up in Chicago to wait for the returns. McCain's running mate, Sarah Palin, she votes next hour, and that'll be in Alaska. And then she will join McCain in Phoenix as the votes are counted. Expected record turnout, we keep talking about it. It could lead to potential problems, though, for voters. CNN is, in fact, the only network to set up a hotline so you could call in with problems and concerns. And as you might imagine, we've gotten a lot of calls so far this morning. CNN's Carol Costello is handling every single one of them by herself and is going to keep this thing on track. Carol, what have you had? 5,000 calls, right?
Yes, 5,000 calls, and I'm an amazing multitasker because I am female, so I can
Well,
handle
duh.
it. Yeah, that's right. We have an interactive map, too, that tells viewers where the most problem calls are coming from. Right now, it's New York State, New Jersey, and Virginia is having a lot of problems. Florida is actually third now. I take it back. New Jersey is after Florida now. But I told you the problem with the rain in parts of Virginia, Chesapeake, Virginia. You know, voters are standing in the rain. They're getting wet. They're going into the polling place. They're getting their ballots wet, and the optical scan machine won't take the ballots. Well, poll workers now say voters are required to dry themselves off.
There's an idea.
Right.
This is brilliant.
Exactly. Brilliant, brilliant. I want to read you a problem we're just getting in from Palm Beach, Florida, West Palm Beach, Florida. Let's see. Florida's Palm Beach County is reporting problems at a couple of polling stations with so-called undervotes, where machines reject ballots because voters are not filling out the second page of the ballot. And that page contains proposed amendments to the Florida Constitution. Apparently, if you don't fill that page out, your vote is rejected. So they send you back in. You got to fill out that second page. So be sure to do that so your vote counts in Florida.
Yep, we've heard a little bit about that this morning, definitely. All right, CNN's Carol Costello trying to keep the entire thing on track for us single-handedly.
Dry yourself off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking paper towel. Ay, ay, ay. All right, Carol, thank you. As we said, we are the only network with a voter hotline center today, so go ahead and call us if you have any trouble at the polls, and then we will tell the story. That number, 1-877-462-6608. It's a little bit easier if you remember Go CNN 08. 877 though being the key there. We are keeping them honest all the way through the election and beyond. Speaking of keeping them honest, Rob Marciano joining me now with a little bit more on the election day forecast. Hey there.
Hey, have you voted yet?
No, I have not.
Yeah, you know, you get in there and you get all these other things you need to vote for, and it just takes a long time. So it's really important.
It does take a while.
It's important to do your homework before.
Mm-hmm.
I tried doing that. I have it, and
you haven't done homework a day in your life.
yeah, maybe that's the problem. I just don't know how to do it.
Exactly.
But Fulton County in Georgia, their website has little to be desired. I can tell you that as far as education goes. All right, we go to Virginia and through parts of the Carolinas. That's where the mess is, and Carol Costello was just talking about that, how they are getting wet, especially in eastern parts of Virginia. That's going to continue for a good chunk of today. And the big blue H in control to about the Continental Divide. Nastiness as far as the storm goes, and a big-time winter storm out there across much of the western third of the country. Temperatures at ahead of that storm are going to pump up into the 70s. Saw Don Lemon out there in shirt sleeves. 72 degrees in Chicago for high today. It'll be 74 degrees in Kansas City. 63 nice in New York. 71 decent in Atlanta. And the West Coast, south of San Francisco to San Diego, should be okay. But north of Philadelphia is where we'll be mostly dry. But this rain shield continues to creep farther north. At this time yesterday, probably we didn't think much of it would get into Virginia. It's already getting up into the Delmarva. So a lot of heavy rain still offshore that will rotate around what is a decent low pressure area on the coast that will continue to scoot to the north. Check out this winter storm. Winter storm warnings posted for the Colorado Rockies into the Wasatch of Utah. Could see anywhere from 6 inches to, in some cases, at the higher elevations, 24 inches of snow. That's potential as well. This storm brought winds of over 115 miles an hour across parts of the Sierras. My goodness. All right, if you just can't deal with the election anymore and you're flying out of Newark, there's a problem there. Also a problem, November 4th, Heidi, still hurricane season.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe the tropics want to get into the election process here with a write-in candidate. I don't know who. I think it's our end storm, but I can't remember what the name is. Anyway, this has got a medium chance of developing into something, according to the National Hurricane Center, just south of Cuba. Probably won't come towards the U.S., but I thought I'd point it out because it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and it's swirling behind you. All right, very good, Rob. We know you'll keep an eye on it for us. Let us know if we need to come back to you.
All right, see you.
Too young to vote, but old enough to cover the candidates. 2 reporters from Scholastic Kid talk about their time on the campaign trail. As Americans across the country head to the polls, investors want to know what the outcome will mean for Wall Street. Some hard numbers show the stock market is pretty good at forecasting election winners. But can the winners tell us what will happen to the market? That's a big question. Susan Lisovich on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange this morning. And boy, those numbers right there with the Dow up 240. We like the looks of that.
Yeah, a lot of red, white, blue, and green arrows today on this election day. Very nice. You know, the S&P 500, though, has been a remarkable indicator of who or which party will actually win the presidency. Going back to 1928, it's been 80% accurate in that if the S&P 500 is up in the 3 months leading up to Election Day, the incumbent or the incumbent party will win. If it's down, it's just the reverse, and I think you know what the case is this year. The broadest of the 3 major averages, the S&P 500 is down about 24% going into voting day. No matter which party, Wall Street just wants a winner. wants to end the uncertainty, and hopefully we'll get it by the end of this long day. We got a lot of winners in Wall Street, though. You know, 1 hour and 15 minutes into trading, the Dow right now up 245 points. The NASDAQ is up 41, Heidi.
All right, CNN's Susan Lisovich. We sure do appreciate that. We'll keep our eye on those triple digits. Like the looks of it so far. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We are also keeping our eye on something else. This is pretty good, too. I want to take you back to New York City now, right there in Times Square. And if you've ever been there, you're probably going to recognize this guy. Not only Richard Roth, who is standing by, but Richard, I know you have a very, very special guest today on this election day.
Well, accent around the word special. I'm here with Robert Burke, someone who's voted. He's the naked cowboy around in Times Square, major tourist attraction here. Who'd you vote for?
John McCain.
How come?
Well, just a very obvious fact that he would have more experience, being that he's older and wiser.
What, can we hear that you're truly the naked cowboy? Can you?
Well, I'm the naked cowboy. You gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm a long way from the United Nations. What is McCain's position on nudity in Times Square?
He's all for it. He's all for capitalistic, entrepreneurial spirit, all that type of stuff.
What is your sense, though? You get a lot of international tourists here, and the feeling is around the world it's Obama who they want. Have you engaged with people about the elections who come here and stick dollars in your underwear?
In the last couple of days, I have, just because, you know, it's obviously a high point in communication, period. But I would say, no.
So what do you got McCain Palin here? Where is it, on your clothing at all?
Nah, just there. I got a button. My father's wearing 7 of them right now in Cincinnati. He's at the campaign. That's another thing. The kind of people they're going to... The people that will vote for McCain are people like my father, who are literally at the election booths from 6 to 10 at night. The people that would vote for Obama might show up, but they're not doing that kind of intensity. And with the numbers so even, the psychological tendency to go for a sense of security, people will go for McCain. It'll be a landslide, McCain.
I don't know about that, cowboy. I would say you can bet the shirt off your back, but it's already off your back. Thank you. It's Robert Burke, the naked cowboy. I'm Richard Roth, fully clothed here in Times Square. Heidi, back to you.
It's not often I'm speechless, Richard, but sure do appreciate that. We wanted to hear some more music from him. We only just heard that little itty-bitty ditty there. You gonna hear any more? No more.
No, I didn't. I really, yeah.
He can't play us out, huh?
Say again?
No, there's no special campaign song he has. How about you?
All right.
America.
All right, guys, we sure do appreciate it. Once again, Richard Roth, very far from the UN, that's for sure. Richard, thanks so much, live from New York City's Times Square. We're back in a moment. The presidential race in the battleground states that could decide the outcome. We have reporters in those swing states. CNN's Ted Rowlands is in Henderson, Nevada. In Philadelphia, Brian Todd and Dan Simon is in Aurora, Colorado. In fact, we have CNN crews all over the country and specifically focusing on those battleground states. Let's begin in Colorado. Dan Simon is standing by now in Aurora. Good morning to you once again there, Dan.
Good morning, Heidi. We are inside a high school library, Ridgeview High School. And what do you think of when you think of libraries? They're usually quiet, right?
Yeah.
Well, that is the case today. In this polling place, we are not seeing any lines at the moment. And the reason why we think this is because early voting was such a success in the state of Colorado. About half of Colorado voters have already cast their ballots. And we have some poll watchers here. Juanita, you guys are making sure that everything is okay. What do you make of the fact that there aren't any lines?
Yes, I think it's because of the early voting, and people are working right now, but during lunch and when they get off, I think we'll have more people out turning out.
Okay, so, well, it's 9 o'clock local time here, just before 9, so maybe in a couple hours, lunchtime, we'll be seeing some more lines. But again, Heidi, you had half of the people in Colorado already vote, so not a bad problem to have. And this is really what they wanted. They wanted to see short lines here in the state of Colorado. So we'll be keeping an eye on things here and get back to you if things change.
Yeah, very important state this time around, certainly. Dan Simon, thank you. Pennsylvania, also one of those key battleground states. Voters there saw a lot of the candidates over the last few frantic days, and now it's time to see if all that stumping paid off. CNN's Brian Todd joining us live from a polling place in Philadelphia this morning. Hi, Brian.
Good morning, Heidi. This place is a real study in contrast. Now, as you mentioned, the state of Pennsylvania has no early voting, so they were worried about long lines here. But again, check this out. no line right at the moment at this polling station in the Overbrook Library. You can see right back there, people are getting processed right through, going straight to the voting booth. We just talked to one voter who said it took a total of about 2 minutes for him to vote. Now, the contrast to that was not too long ago this morning. About 2 hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago, just after the polling station opened, the line snaked out this door, down one street, and then way down another street. Hundreds of people in line here really were just, waiting very patiently. The Pennsylvania state authorities here telling people to try to avoid those peak hours between 7 and 9 a.m. and also after 3 p.m. Clearly a lull right now, but they're going to be monitoring the 3 p.m. and onward period to see if people are going to be coming in droves again.
Oh, sure. Understood. All right. Brian Todd, thanks for that. Republican John McCain predicting an upset win in the swing state of Nevada. CNN's Ted Rowlands is joining us now from Henderson. Hi there, Ted.
Hey, Heidi, more of the same here in Nevada. Polls have been open for just about an hour. As you can see behind me, we're in a high school in Henderson, Nevada. It has been steady throughout the morning, but not a lot of folks here right now. 46% of the folks here in Nevada have voted during the 2-week period of early voting, but they are expecting an astounding 80% plus turnout for the state of Nevada, so they are bracing for problems later today if they come up. Clark County officials say that they have enough people, though, for the after-work rush. Bottom line here, you mentioned it, Nevada is a battleground state. In all of those scenarios, there's one that it could come down to Nevada as polls close across the country. People well aware of it here and excited. We talked to a lot of people who voted with smiles on their faces today. So right now, no problems. Just excitement in Nevada.
Hey, very good. We like the no problems thing. Maybe we'll come back to you more often then. Ted Rowlands, thanks so much. Election Day 2008. Stay with us all day for the voting and all night for the results. The best political team on television plays here. On the trail with Kid correspondent, Scholastic.com had its own army of reporters covering the campaigns. And earlier we talked with a couple of them about their experiences and excitement on the election. Check it out.
Today is a historic election because no matter who wins, history will be made with either our country's first African-American president or our first woman vice president. So I'm very excited for this tonight to find out who wins, and it's really just waiting now.
Yeah, Jacob, did you get any sleep last night?
Yes.
You did? You think you'll get any tonight?
Probably, I hope.
Let me just ask you, when you look back over this very long electoral season, we've pretty much been covering it for about 2 years, if you will. I know you guys have been out there, you've talked to a lot of the candidates, you've really played a role. Jacob, what have you learned about the system in general that maybe surprised you?
Well, I was surprised to learn that the Electoral College officially elects the president.
Okay.
And that New Mexico's a battleground state, and how important a battleground state can be to this election.
November 4th, Election Day 2008. Americans pumped up and ready to vote in record numbers today. The scene live now in St. Louis, Tallahassee, and Philly. Will it be John McCain or Barack Obama? No matter which man wins, this election is a history-making moment for our nation. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tony Harris, and you are in the CNN Newsroom. Let's put up the live shots here. Live pictures coming in now from Phoenix, Arizona, and Wasilla, Alaska. We are waiting for Republican presidential candidate John McCain and running mate Sarah Palin to cast their ballots. Both are expected to vote this hour, and we will have that for you live when it happens. Democratic presidential candidate Barack Obama and running mate Joe Biden went to the polls just about 2 hours ago. Obama and wife Michelle voted at an elementary school near their Chicago home, with daughters Malia and Sasha looking on. Right now, Obama is heading to a last-minute campaign stop in Indiana. Biden and his wife Jill cast their ballots at a school in Wilmington, Delaware. The best political team on television is all over the map this election day. We have correspondents coast to coast in the make-or-break battleground states, and we will be hearing from them live throughout the hour. Voters started lining up before the sun came up this morning. You're looking at live pictures from polling places. Let's see, in New York's Harlem neighborhood. From Columbus, Ohio in a moment, and West Palm Beach, Florida, a record-breaking turnout is expected. Lines are already long and likely to get a bit longer as the day goes on, as the nation chooses its next president. We have reports coming in already from voters across the country having some problems, some trouble at the ballot box. Let's go to Carol Costello, who is monitoring the calls coming in to our CNN voter hotline. And Carol, good to see you. It's been a while, my friend. I heard you talking with Heidi last hour. What is going on in Virginia, where it is raining? Are poll workers there being less than understanding about the conditions?
No, they're very serious about this, but Mother Nature has taken quite a toll on voters there. They're waiting in these long lines, and earlier today it was pouring rain, and voters were completely soaked. They went into the polling station, and they picked up those paper ballots, and the ballots became soaked, and the optical scan machines would not scan them. So poll workers had to put them in this big box to dry out, and then they, put them in the optical scan machine, and they worked. But in Chesapeake, Virginia especially, poll workers saying, please, please dry off before you come into the polling stations. Don't drip on our ballots.
Okay, all right.
Right. Another problem to tell you about, this one in Florida's Palm Beach County. It's reporting problems with so-called undervotes, where machines reject ballots because voters are not filling out the second page of the ballot. That page contains proposed amendments to Florida's Constitution. The machine will spit that ballot back to you if you don't fill it out. You can put it back, and you don't have to fill it out. It will legally count, but you have to tell the machine you are not going to fill that ballot out.
Gotcha.
Gotcha? Okay, in Philadelphia has experienced problems with voting machines not working in at least 8 polling stations, but elections officials there say voters have been given provisional ballots to fill out, and they're marked with EB, which means emergency ballots. They will be counted just as if you use that machine, so don't worry about that.
Very good, very good. I believe, is this Wasilla, Alaska right now? Is Sarah, stay with me, Carol. Is this Sarah Palin in the booth behind the curtain?
It looks like her arm.
We're not sure, but we are certainly, I'm sorry, I was actually asking the control room. Sorry about that, Carol. But we are expecting Sarah Palin at any moment now, the Republican vice presidential candidate, to step into Wasilla City Hall and cast her ballot. When that happens, we certainly hope to bring that to you. Any other issues around the country to report at this time, Carol?
Well, mostly we're getting a lot of calls from Virginia, especially southern Virginia, where they're having some problems with the machines, but the problems have not been widespread. I don't want to keep anyone away from the polls.
Gotcha.
The biggest problem, Tony, are those long lines, and as people leave work later this afternoon, it's like going to be hell.
Yeah. All right. Carol, we'll check back with you in maybe about 25 minutes or so.
Okay.
Appreciate it. We want to hear from you, of course. If you run into problems at the polls, call the CNN voter hotline, help us track the problems, and we will report the trouble in real time with Carol Costello. Ali Velshi joining us in just a couple of minutes as well. Call 1-877-462-6608, and we are keeping them honest all the way through the election and beyond. And once again, a live picture here, Wasilla, Alaska, Wasilla City Hall, the polling place for Republican vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin. We have the shot up because we're expecting to see Sarah Palin at any moment as she casts her ballot. John McCain breaks with tradition and makes an Election Day stop in Colorado later today. The battleground state has voted Republican in 9 of the last 10 presidential elections, but polls put McCain behind Barack Obama. Dan Simon live now from Aurora, Colorado. And Dan, if you would, take a moment and describe the scene at your polling place.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second first, Tony. But, this is a battleground within a battleground. We are in Arapahoe County. This is a hotly contested place. You have an even number of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. And as one political observer noted, that as Arapahoe votes, so goes the rest of the state. We are in a high school library. This is Ridgeview High School in Aurora, Colorado. And Rangeview High School, excuse me. And you can see, Tony, look, we're not seeing any lines. And the reason why it's so quiet is because early voting in the state has been such a success. About half of the state's voters have already voted. And this is what they call a super polling station. You have 3 different precincts. Each desk represents a precinct. You got 1, 2, and 3. How many people could potentially vote here? Your name is Dorothy, correct?
Yes.
How many people could vote here?
I guess about 600 or more.
About 600, but how many have you seen?
We've seen, let's see, about 18.
You've seen 18 people. So that really tells the story here, Tony. And to be perfectly honest, this is what they wanted to see. They didn't want to see long lines here in Colorado. That's why they instituted the early voting, which they've had here for a number of years. But because there's such great interest in the race this year, they've seen a spike in the numbers. So we're going to keep an eye on things here in Colorado. And as you mentioned, John McCain going to be in the state later today. He's going to be in Grand Junction, which is a very conservative part of the state.
All right, Dan, good to see you. Dan Simon for us in Aurora, Colorado. Once again, I want to show you these live pictures. Wasilla City Hall, we're expecting to see a Republican vice presidential candidate, Sarah Palin, casting her ballot for the McCain-Palin ticket at any moment now. Maybe we'll squeeze that picture so we can keep it up for you. Is that Sarah Palin in the background there? No, it's not. All right. I knew my eyes weren't deceiving me. Sarah Palin, as you can see in the coat, there she is, moving into the foreground now, hugging folks along the way, about to cast her ballot. Why don't we stay with this for a moment? Anchorage, she arrived into Anchorage at about 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time and has made her way, as you can see here, to Wasilla City Hall, where she once served as mayor. It's going to be a busy day for Sarah Palin, as you would imagine. From here, she will join John McCain in Arizona for the rest of the day, and in Arizona, she will wait there alongside John McCain for the results to roll in on this night in Phoenix, Arizona. Exactly. That's at the Biltmore. One of the clear highlights for Sarah Palin on the campaign certainly was her night at the Republican National Convention, and a wonderful speech there, well received by just about everyone. The road has been rocky since that time, of course, but there is no doubt in anyone's mind, it must be reported, that she has certainly done one of her main jobs and done it very well, which was to galvanize the base of the Republican Party. You hear that over and over again, that is exactly what she was able to do, to bring tremendous excitement to that ticket that for many was a ticket that was sort of sagging in excitement and emotion. Sarah Palin was tapped by John McCain, and by all accounts really brought a burst of energy and excitement and real momentum to the John McCain campaign. And you'll recall there was a period in time right after the Republican National Convention that in many of the polls, John McCain and Sarah Palin were actually leading Barack Obama and Joe Biden in many national polls. The tide has certainly changed, and you could probably point to the middle of September and Lehman Brothers. Maybe it was that first, maybe September 15th. Lehman Brothers, that Monday, you'll all recall, filing for bankruptcy, and that seemed to just usher in all of the bad news and one constant wave on the economy. And at that time, we certainly saw the fortunes of this ticket take a turn, so that as we come to this election day, many of the national polls have the McCain-Palin ticket trailing Barack Obama and Joe Biden nationally. But of course, we always remind people that you must pay close attention to the polling coming out of the battleground states. And of course, we're talking about Virginia and Florida, that battleground that is Ohio. Some say that Pennsylvania has developed into a bit of a battleground. That is arguable. But there she is, having cast her ballot, the vice presidential candidate, Sarah Palin, casting her ballot at Wasilla City Hall. And I believe, is that correct, Kelly? She's scheduled to leave 1:45 Eastern Time for the trip to Phoenix. Okay, great. Departing Anchorage, 1:45 Eastern Time to join John McCain in Phoenix, Arizona, to watch the results come in at the Biltmore tonight in Phoenix. Sarah Palin casting her ballot for the McCain-Palin ticket in Wasilla, Alaska. Now to Missouri. It went for President Bush in the last two elections. Today, it is an absolute toss-up. Let's check in with our Ed Lavandera at a polling station just outside of St. Louis. And Ed, if you would, describe the scene at your polling station.
Well, Tony, about an hour or so ago, a little more than an hour or so ago, the line wrapped out of the door here and down the sidewalk all the way to the street. About an hour-and-a-half wait for those voters, but that line has diminished quite a bit here recently. A little bit of a lull here this morning. The line's just inside the door now, taking people about 30 minutes to vote. So considering this is probably a good time for all of these voters around here to come back out to the polls. We are at the First Congregational Church, the United Church of Christ in Webster Groves, Missouri, a suburb of St. Louis, which is interesting because a lot of focus being paid attention to the suburbs of St. Louis and Kansas City today, as many people believe that Barack Obama has gained quite a bit of traction here and that these suburbs could really determine how the election plays out in the state of Missouri. As you mentioned, according to the polls, both of these candidates, McCain and Obama, tied it up in a dead heat here in this state. So traditionally, Democrats have focused on turning out voters in the cities of St. Louis and Kansas City. Republicans focused in the middle and the rural parts of the country. So those suburbs could turn the tide here either way for either of these candidates. We also want to pass along some voter issues that we were hearing about this morning from the Kansas City area in the city's 5th ward, where some 3 polling locations, the wrong registration rolls were delivered to these polling locations, and that has delayed and created quite a bit of long lines for those voters in these 3 precincts. So as far as we can tell right now, they are investigating the issue as what exactly has gone wrong. I think they're trying to get the correct voter registration rolls to their proper places and these books to their proper places. So at this point, it appears to be isolated, but in those particular areas, some rather long lines to report there this morning. Tony?
Hey, Ed, I suppose we placed you at that location because we expected, oh, John McCain. Okay, let's go to John McCain. Sorry, Ed, we'll get back to you in just a couple of minutes. John McCain, I understand, is pulling up at his polling place. It is the Albright United Methodist Church. Did we miss the moment when he jumped out of his vehicle? And okay, we just missed him hopping out of his vehicle and moving into the polling place there at Albright United Methodist Church. And I suppose we just don't have a camera inside that polling place right now. But I promise you we will get a shot of John McCain coming out of that polling station after he casts his vote. Virginia, the mother of presidents and a dependable red state since the Nixon era. That may change today. CNN's Joe Johns in Virginia Beach this morning. And Joe, if you would, I'm asking the same question of all of our correspondents. Describe the scene at your polling place, if you would, please.
Well, you've heard so much about get out the vote with both of the candidates, both of the campaigns. Well, this is what happened. They got out the vote. There's a lot of folks out there. You can see this is a line in Virginia Beach, Virginia at the Mount Olive Baptist Church. About 120 people, I'm told, or so, standing in line. This is one of the places, one of the very few places in Virginia that actually had problems this morning. They had about 300-400 people in line, and they didn't open on time, around 6 o'clock Eastern time. The guy who was supposed to be here to open the doors, to put all the equipment in place, just didn't make it, so they had to sort of jump through some hoops. There's a fellow over here. I'm asking him to come over just a minute. He's been talking to me a little bit about the problems you see. They're kind of typical problems, we're told. Human error, that kind of thing. What's your name?
Mr. Durant.
And what's your first name?
Hugh.
All right, so what are you seeing out here? You've been out here for a while.
Well, I've been seeing a lot of people and also seeing a lot of confusion with all the polls, you know, here. And one person that came from Holland Road precinct was told to come to Mount Olive. They was given a letter to give.
Right. So it was confusion.
Confusion, right.
Right, and this is a person who didn't know where she was going to vote?
Right, that's the person who didn't know where she was going to vote. And then on top of that, there was a matter of the polls didn't open up until about 6:30 here this morning.
Right.
And they had a lot of confusion. They didn't have no ballots.
We didn't have anybody here, exactly. Yeah, in fact, what we were told from the Board of Elections in the state is that there are really only 3 places that didn't open in the state of Virginia. 2 of those human error, apparently. This was one of those human error locations.
This was a major human error here.
You got it. All right, well, thanks very much, Mr. Duran. Good to see you. And that's the story really here in this area, at least. We have relative problems, but people are calm, they're patient, and that's the whole idea. You really don't want to dampen the spirit out here because it was raining, and I saw at another polling station just frankly huge numbers standing out in the rain a half an hour before the polls even opened.
Yeah, Joe.
People are excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, I hate to cut you off, but we've got some shots of John McCain having just cast his ballot. You can tell we've got John McCain because the cameras are losing their minds and running all over the place here. John McCain I'd love to see John McCain having just cast his ballot. at Albright United Methodist Church. Boy, what must be going through his mind today? What a long trip this has been for John McCain when you think about it. Dating all the way back to 2000. And look, it's not over. He certainly has cast his ballot for the McCain-Palin ticket. From here, we understand he has several interviews. And someone in the control room, if you see John McCain, just shout in my ear here because I haven't seen him yet. A series of media interviews to come. John McCain will make 2 quick visits. I don't know if we've mentioned it yet. 2 quick visits, campaign stops really, to neighboring states that voted for President Bush 4 years ago, but now are leaning toward Barack Obama. He will hold a 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time event at an airplane hangar. That's at Grand Junction, Colorado, the airport there at Grand Junction. I still haven't seen him. John McCain then goes to Albuquerque, New Mexico for an event with voters. And that's later this afternoon before returning to Phoenix, where he will be joined by his running mate, Sarah Palin, at a party at the Biltmore Hotel to watch the results come in. Okay, more live pictures from across the country as you and your friends vote. We're also asking you to keep in touch with us by sending us your iReports. Just send them to ireport.com. We're back in a moment. Hey, let's send you quickly back to Wasilla, Alaska now, and Sarah Palin.
And that is today. Now tomorrow, I hope, I pray, I believe that I'll be able to wake up as Vice President-elect and be able to get to work in a transition mode with the President-elect, John McCain. So anxious to get to work for the American people. So we have a very optimistic, very confident view of what's going to happen today. And again, just so glad to get to be home in Wasilla to cast this vote, because forever I'm going to be Sarah from Alaska, and it's an honor to get to be here with my friends and my family. Got anything to say?
It's just great to be home for a couple hours here, and then we'll be back tomorrow, so it's been a great experience.
Yeah. Did you vote for Senator Stevens? I am also exercising my right to privacy, and I don't have to tell anybody who I vote for. Nobody does, and that's really cool about America also. And I think some significance here also that you can appreciate, you who have traveled a long way to be here to even cover this vote, is now you can recognize how far removed Alaska is from Washington politics, which is good. That is healthy. It's a great perspective that I bring to this whole Washington, Wall Street arena here in Alaska, where we've cleaned up corruption and we've taken on some self-dealing and self-interests. We've been able to really put government back on the side of the people. I hope, pray, believe that I'll be able to do that as Vice President for everybody in America, helping to transform our national government too. So I'm glad you guys made the trip all the way up here to Alaska. Hopefully you're enjoying the beautiful weather, the crispness, the cleanliness of this most beautiful state.
Governor, history-making day today, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
What does this moment mean to you, perhaps the threshold of history, with you perhaps becoming the first female vice president?
And I do recognize that this is an historical event, no matter which ticket, of course, prevails. And there, too, it bodes so well for the progress that our great country is making, and barriers, of course, being removed and glass ceilings being shattered, again, as that representation on both tickets will show.
6 years ago, you served in there as mayor.
Right.
6 years ago, you served in there as mayor.
Yeah.
Today, you returned voting for yourself to be vice president. Did that hit you at any point over the course of the flight home last night?
You know, what hits home to me again is that this is the land of possibilities and opportunities in America. If you work hard and if you are prepared for opportunities and open doors in front of you, you're going to be able to progress. You're going to be able to succeed. And I think that that is what this day for me represents. Well, you know, being in those chambers, city council chambers, and yeah, back in '92, that's where I began as a city council member. I think local government is the most responsible. So it's also, in a way, the toughest because you're there on the front lines every single day, especially as mayor. The buck is stopping at your desk. And you have to work in a bipartisan, nonpartisan manner in order to get things done for your community. Local government is a tough job, sometimes kind of thankless. So it's been great training grounds to move from city council to mayor and manager of the city to governor, and now again, hopefully, to vice president.
Okay, guys, we're gonna get to Arizona.
The report that came out yesterday, I am so thankful for. Now, I tell you, you didn't believe us. We told you that we had done nothing wrong, that I had done nothing wrong in replacing a cabinet member and exercise my right, my responsibility to make sure that as governor I had the right people in the right places at the right time to serve Alaskans. Now, the report cleared us of any wrongdoing, and I'm very thankful for that. Do I have a message for the Japanese people? Yes, look forward to working with your great country also, our trade partner there. And we do already here in Alaska have a great relationship with you, especially with our Wild Alaska Seafood and the trade partner there. And we'll strengthen that. Hopefully I'll be able to do that as vice president.
Great, thank you very much.
Senator McCain and I, we always have very positive and productive conversations, a lot of encouragement that's passed back and forth. You know, we both understand what each other is going through in all of this, and again, with great confidence and optimism, we look forward to the end of this state.
Okay, thanks, guys. We gotta get going here.
Thanks, guys.
Pardon? Policy towards Japan,
Thank you very
strengthening our relationship so that we have a good trade relationship and strong alliances between the two. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, wow. What a scene. Republican Vice Presidential candidate Sarah Palin and her husband Todd taking a moment to speak to reporters after casting their ballots at Wasilla City Hall there in Alaska. Is it my imagination, or did we hear one of the stranger comments there? Sarah Palin answering a question about who she voted for, answering that she was exercising her right to privacy and not telling you who I voted for. All right, let's take a break. We're back in a moment. And keeping with Election Day tradition, Dixville Notch, New Hampshire is once again the first in the nation to tally all of its votes. The town's 21 registered voters have selected Barack Obama by a count of 15 to John McCain's 6. You know, millions of you are following every twist and turn in today's historic election, and CNN.com has some great gadgets to help you do just that. Our Josh Lebs joins me now to talk us through a couple of them. Josh?
Hey, Tony, it's pretty incredible. Have you been seeing this stuff?
I have not.
It is pretty incredible what you can find here. I'm going to start with the election calculator. People are liking this. This lets you predict the electoral results, what might happen tonight. Let's just focus in on it so you can see what's going on. So we have all these different colors here of the different states. Now, blue are the ones that we believe are going to Obama, red toward McCain. If you want to know what all the colors mean, just click on one. For example, if you click on yellow, it'll tell you yellow means toss-up. So this is how you can predict what might happen tonight. Let's look at the yellow states. You decide, okay, I'm thinking maybe Missouri will go to Obama. Boom, you give that to him. All of a sudden, his number goes up here, creeps toward 270. Let's say you decide McCain might end up getting Indiana tonight. You give that to him. All of a sudden, he's getting closer. So you can see where the numbers are at any given time, especially as the results come in. Now, Tony, I also want to show you this because I'm me. The fact check page, especially for people who have not voted yet. At the top of .com, you see the fact checks. What we did is pretty cool. We took each of their closing arguments, the speeches they've been giving in recent days, printed them online, and every time they say anything that we have fact checked, we turned it blue. So all you have to do is click on pretty much any paragraph. You can see what they're talking about. This is whether it's McCain or Obama. And you immediately get the fact check. And, of course, as you know, busiest interactive we've got going today is iReport.com, of course. People have been all over this. Man, are they sending in iReports? And, you know, we're hearing from a lot of thoughtful voters. I've been bringing you some throughout the day. But check out this top one right now. A coin toss decided my vote, Tony. That's the top one right now, one of the most recent videos. A coin toss decided my vote. Let's take a look at that.
Here we go. Heads Obama, tails McCain. And who will it be? It's going to be heads Obama, so I just hope and pray, and I'm going to stick by it.
Obviously, a lot of people following a different thought process. We encourage you to send us your stories, your photos, your videos. iReport.com will bring you more next hour, Tony.
All right, Josh, appreciate it. Thank you. The election getting all the attention certainly here in the United States, but you may be surprised at the high interest around the world. Okay, you are looking live now at Democracy at Work across the country. American voters are at the polls today with a history-making choice at hand. Either the first African-American president or the oldest president and first female vice president. Right now, Democratic candidate Barack Obama is heading to one last campaign stop in Indiana. Republican John McCain is in Phoenix with a campaign rally set for this afternoon in Colorado. This election could be decided by any number of battleground states. Our CNN correspondents dispatched to critical locations all across the nation. We also have Carol Costello covering problems at the polls, and there have been a few, just a few, to tell you about today. Let's look at the landscape in the Nevada battleground. CNN's Ted Rollins joins me now from the Las Vegas burb Henderson. And Ted, this is a state where early voting was huge. It was also easy in malls, grocery stores, and gymnasiums in some cases. How busy is your polling place?
Well, it's been very steady, and that early voting really paid off, Tony. 46% of eligible voters have already cast their votes. They are expecting an extraordinary 80% voter turnout, which would shatter the old record here, but so far so good. We've only had one minor problem at an elementary school in Las Vegas where a polling machine didn't work. It just delayed the opening of that poll by a half hour, but otherwise nobody's calling Carol Costello from Nevada yet. We'll see what happens throughout the day, but they have high hopes that they're going to be able to handle the voting turnout. You see, we're at a high school in Henderson, and it has been steady. People have been getting in and out, though, in about 10 to 15 minutes. 1.2 million voters total in this state of Nevada, and as you mentioned, it is a battleground state. There's one of those scenarios that as we move along through the evening and the returns come in, there is a scenario that it could come down to Nevada, and Nevada voters know it. They have been inundated with ads and visits from both candidates, and they seem very excited. Everybody we've talked to has really had smiles literally on their faces when they finished the process of voting, and I think that a lot of people are excited to know that their vote could really matter in this state. But so far, no problems, just excitement.
It's good to hear the excitement. All right, Ted Rollins for us in Henderson, Nevada. Pennsylvania now, 21 electoral votes. The state hasn't gone Republican since the first President Bush in 1988. CNN's Brian Todd is in Philadelphia. And Brian, if you would, describe the scene at your polling place. First of all, where are you exactly?
Tony, we're at a polling station in Philadelphia. It's the Overbrook Park polling station here. This has been a real study in contrast. As you can see here in the entrance, just a couple of voters coming out. No lines right now. That's a real contrast to earlier this morning when this thing opened at 7, and an hour before that, there were lines out the door and down the street. Really a lot of people here. Very patient. They waited and they got in. It's gone fairly smoothly, but we expect it to pick up later as well. I want to talk to a first-time voter now. Her name is Simone Ford. She is here for the first time, 20 years old, voting. I want to first ask you, how did it go in there? They were worried about long lines and about machines breaking down. How was the process for you?
It was easy. It was really easy. It was either 1 or 2, so it wasn't really much to look around for.
1 or 2 meaning just 1 or 2 choices on the ballot, or what?
1 or 2 choices on the ballot. Okay. Or 3 choices actually, but the 2 main candidates.
Gotcha. Now you're voting for the first time. You're 20 years old. Talk about your emotions. This is a historic election, historic voter turnout. Maybe the first time an African American can be elected president. How do you feel taking part in this as your first time voting?
This election is very crucial because so many things are going on right now. There's so many problems that need to be fixed, and we can have a chance to get the country back the way that it used to be.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your first time voting, and enjoy the election returns, Simone. Thanks very much. So, Tony, there you have it. One thing they're watching here in Philadelphia and around the country are problems with voting machines. Now, we're told that in 8 of the nearly 1,600 voting stations in the Philadelphia area, precincts like this one, voting machines have malfunctioned. It did happen in this one as well, but here and in those other voting stations, the machines were down only for a short period of time. They got them fixed quickly, and in the meantime, they had paper ballots on hand to get people moved through, and everything has gone smoothly so far. So, Tony, so far so good here in Philadelphia.
Sounds good. All right, Brian, appreciate it. Brian Todd in Philadelphia for us. Now, if you're superstitious, get to know the Redskins rule. The outcome of Washington's last home game before Election Day predicts the presidential winner. Now, if the Redskins lose, the party that lost the popular vote in the most recent election wins. So last night's score, Redskins 6, the Steelers 23. Steelers 23, Redskins 6. That translates to an Obama victory. The rule has stood since 1937 when the team played its first game in Washington. Let's check in now with Rob Marciano. You know, Rob, judging by the live shots from around the country, this election with these lines looks pretty weatherproof, but there are some tricky spots out there.
There are, and you got to believe that there's folks, you know, driving up to the polling booths and seeing those lines, and certainly if it's raining and you can't find a parking spot, you're like, right, forget it, right?
Yeah.
So, well, don't do that. Certainly we don't encourage that, but be prepared. So, if you live in the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic, this red L has gotten a little more feisty than we first originally thought, so that's kind of nasty there. But everywhere else east of the Rockies is all right. You go west of the Rockies, and we got double trouble as far as the L's go, and a pretty nasty storm is rolling through the Intermountain West. So talk about that in just a second. It is popping up some daytime highs that are quite lovely, actually. Minneapolis, 69, 72, Chicago, 74, in Kansas City, and 80 degrees in Dallas. Some of this will be pretty windy, so be aware of the dust, but in places like Ohio shouldn't be a problem. One of the battleground states there. North Carolina, yeah, you got some issues for rain, so just bear through it. If you're flying, if you're flying home to vote, if it's that important to you, Newark and Vegas are two spots that are seeing some delays right now. All right, rain shield from this low is creeping north into southern Jersey. Philly just about to get a little bit of moisture. This is slowly going to work its way north. I think for the most part, New York State will be dry today, but southward towards, say, Hampton Roads, across Pamlico Sound, the Outer Banks, and just to the north of parts of South Carolina, definitely into some trouble. And west, the battleground state of Colorado, Tony, the west of the Continental Divide, pretty strong storm here. Winter warnings posted, anywhere from 6 inches to 1.5 feet of snow potentially here, maybe upwards of 2 feet in the Wasatch of Utah. So
that's good advice. Just be prepared. Understand these are the elements and just get ready, right?
Gore-Tex and a waterproof book in some spots.
That'll take care of it, right?
Exactly.
All right, Rob, appreciate it. Thanks. Thousands of you all across the country are keeping us informed about your polling place. The Voter Hotline Center phones are ringing off the hook.
Okay, listen.
You know, an important part of this election, our forces who have been deployed to Iraq. CNN's Phil Black is with a group of U.S. troops watching the election unfold from Baghdad. And Phil, good to see you. Talk about a group with a vested interest in today's election. We have talked so much about the economy in this election cycle, but the nation is also voting for the next commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tony. There's a lot of interest among the men and women behind me. I'm at Forward Operating Base Falcon in southern Baghdad, where there is, as I say, a great deal of interest in the outcome of this election, but the excitement isn't overt. They're not showing it off, at least not for our cameras, partly because there are very strict rules in the military about not being partisan while being part of active service. You're not allowed to actively back one party or one presidential candidate. And also, a lot of the voting in Baghdad and across Iraq has been taking place over many months now. It's all absentee voting. These guys have been following this campaign, casting their votes over the months and weeks leading up to today. Having said that, a lot of interest. The soldiers we've been talking to today say they haven't been able to escape the hype surrounding this campaign. They've been watching the coverage, and there have been some very passionate debates here on this base. But let's talk to one of the soldiers now. Private First Class Andre Janelle, PFC Janelle, welcome. You voted about a month ago, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the interest among your colleagues, your comrades here in this election over the past few months?
I just think it's important for every soldier, every young person, coming from my perspective. I mean, we're soldiers, but we're Americans just like anybody else. We have the right to vote, and that's what I did. I took advantage of that. So,
how have you and your friends and your colleagues here been following the campaign?
Fairly well. Like as you can see back here, we've got the Armed Forces Network, which we can watch CNN, other channels, and keep up to date, and they have the Stars and Stripes. So they keep us pretty informed out here. So whenever we have downtime, we can check it out and see what's going on.
I'm not going to ask you which side you swing for in this case, but I'm curious to know, how would you describe the mood among your fellow soldiers? Have there been discussions, debates about this leading up to today's election?
Well, that's the thing that's behind closed doors. It's personally, I say that where I work at, yes, there's been that, and I'm sure it goes on in other shops, other units. So Definitely a thing that I can say from personal experience that, you know, there still is debate, you know, even though we're out here deployed, you know, we're still just like anybody else, you know, we still have an opinion, and although we're supposed to keep to ourselves.
But regardless of who wins, the next president will. A lot of interest here. The mess room behind me is getting ready for to follow this coverage all through the night. It's going to be open from 3 a.m. just when the results are going to start to look interesting around the evening your time.
All right, Phil Black for us in Baghdad. Phil, appreciate it. Thank you. Election day excitement sweeping the nation. All polls now open. Many voters waiting in line to cast their ballots. And as the nation votes, so do the candidates. Republican John McCain and his wife Cindy voting just last hour in Phoenix, Arizona. They leave later this hour for a rally in Colorado. Earlier, we saw Barack Obama and his wife Michelle, along with daughters Malia and Sasha, making it a family affair at a polling station near their Chicago home. Obama's got a rally in Indiana minutes from now, and we will, of course, bring that to you live. And don't forget, if you have trouble voting, let us know so we can report the problems immediately. Call the CNN Voter Hotline. Here's the number, 1-877-462-6608. The best political team on television is all over the map this election day. We have correspondents coast to coast in the make or break battleground states. Coming to you live this hour are Dan Lothian in Virginia, Sean Caleb's in Florida, and CNN's Susan Candiotti in Ohio. Lyndon Johnson, 1964, the last time Virginia voted a Democrat president. CNN's Dan Lothian in the capital, Richmond. And Dan, I understand there have been just a few hiccups in Virginia so far.
That's right. Really, you can call them hiccups. We had one report, and it was confirmed by the State Board of Elections that 5 of 7 voting machines at a polling place about 8 miles or so away from here broke, and so they had to shift over to the paper ballots. But we're told that they were able to get in some additional machines, and so that situation seems to be alleviated there. Also, the Board of Elections telling us that of the 2,300, more than 2,300 precincts that they have across the state, there were 3 that did not open on time. They said 2 of those were because of human error. Now, we are at this polling place about 8 miles or so north of downtown Richmond. You see a few voters coming out here. It's amazing how a few hours difference, what can happen over a few hours. Earlier this morning when we were out here, the line was snaking out of this door, went all the way down the parking lot, and went around the corner. More than 100 people lined up here to vote this morning, but they all were in good spirits. And in addition to the long lines, Tony, we had rain, and it was pretty hard at times. These folks weren't going anywhere. In fact, they were handing out these plastic garbage bags for folks who didn't have umbrellas so they could stay dry, and also handing out bottled water for those who were waiting in lines. Now, the State Board of Elections telling us that they're encouraged by the number of people who voted absentee. 10% of the more than 5 million registered voters voted absentee. That's about 500,000 or so absentee ballots processed. And what they said is that they were hoping that because so many people did vote early, it would alleviate some of the tension, some of the problems that they might have on election day. It certainly seems like that's helping a bit. We've had the long lines, but right now everything is running smoothly, Tony.
Boy, it really is. All right, Dan, we'll talk to you in just a couple of minutes. Florida, the swing state with the most electoral votes, 27 up for grabs, are Sean Caleb's in the state capital, Tallahassee. Sean.
Hey, Tony, we've been in the state about 3 weeks following things. We've all seen those long lines of early voters. Well, I want to step out of the way. Look at the Leon County Courthouse. No line here, just some people kind of documenting things. You know what? There was so much interest in this race. I want to give you some numbers on early voting. They're staggering, really. 4.4 million people, according to the Secretary of State's office, have already voted early. Considering there are 11.2 million registered voters in the state, it gives you an idea on just how many people want to have their voices heard. They want to have it done early. They want to avoid any kind of problems. Look, if there are problems, I want to take you right across the street, state capitol here. The Secretary of State's office is there. They are on hand. They're monitoring everything. We heard Dan talk about some problems with a handful of precincts where he is. We had 2 out of more than 6,200 precincts here open late. One, they actually changed the lock. So when they went to open up the door, keys wouldn't work. So they had to get somebody else to come in and get those doors open. Then in Palm Beach, One poll worker was inside doing some paperwork. That worker was supposed to open the poll, so there were some lines of people out front who had to wait just a little bit. One also the Orlando Sentinel. They did a really thoughtful, thought-provoking article on exactly who voted early. Now, this is the I-4 corridor, which really could be a very, very key area in how this state votes, how it swings later on today. The Sentinel did an article that pointed out that, look, 13% of the state is African-American, but blacks made up about 22% of the early vote. So really a staggering number, tremendous amount of interest. Just one more reason to watch this key swing state. Right, Tony?
Absolutely. Sure will. Sean Caleb's for us in Tallahassee, Florida. Sean, appreciate it. Thank you. You know, a whopping 80% voter turnout is possible in Ohio. Let's see how things are shaping up there in the Buckeye State. Our Susan Candiotti is in Northeast Ohio in Cleveland. Susan, good to see you. If you would describe the scene at your polling place.
Well, it's been steady but light here. First thing this morning when the polls opened at 6:30 Eastern time, the line was out the door and down the sidewalk, but that quickly vanished. Ever since then, even though it looks like there's barely anyone voting behind me, about 130 people so far at this hour. Nevertheless, the man in charge of this polling station, who has worked here for 15 years, says it is the busiest he has seen in 15 years for presidential elections. Now, I can tell you that about 30% of Ohioans in Cuyahoga County here in the Cleveland area took advantage of early voting, where you either came in person to vote at the Board of Elections or you used that absentee ballot. Now, they took a sampling at 10 o'clock this morning, just a small sampling, and they show that they only had a 15% turnout so far this day. We're not getting any reports of any long lines, nothing like that. We're hearing about a few minor glitches, including one tiny one here at this polling station. 25 scan machines had a problem, not here but throughout the county. 5 of the machines had to be swapped out, and they were able to repair the other 20. We also heard of a problem involving the sample ballot. I'm going to show this to you. It's 2 pages here in Cuyahoga County, and only 4 voters at one precinct in Shaker Heights received only the second page, which had only, this one's upside down, which had only the state races listed on it, not the presidential races, can you imagine? So they had to void out those 4 ballots, got rid of them, and the 4 voters were able to vote a complete ballot, so they took care of that issue as well. So we did talk to some voters to kind of poll their opinions. We saw and were introduced to a 20-year-old mom who brought along her 3-year-old baby, toddler, and she said it was the first time she ever voted. So excited, she said she couldn't sleep all night. Then you had a 57-year-old man that I spoke with who said that he also voted and has voted every presidential election. He said, I'm just glad it's over because I'm tired of all the TV commercials. Tony, back to you.
Nice. Okay. Hey, Susan, stand right where you are there. Let's bring our correspondents back for a quick little round table here. Dan Lothian again in Virginia, Sean Caleb's in Florida. And let's here's my first question. And let me start with you, Dan. There seems to be something of a good news scenario developing here all across the country. Long lines early and then a steady thinning. I'm wondering where you are in the Commonwealth there, Dan. Is that the story across Virginia at this point?
Well, it really is. I mean, we heard a lot about those long lines all across the state early in the morning, and really now, which, you know, typically I've covered so many elections over the past years, and usually around lunchtime is when you see the crowds materializing again. We have not seen that yet. A lot of people came early. Part of that perhaps is because people were really eager to get out here to the polls, and some of the people we were talking to in line, they had been standing there for more than an hour, and you know, it's raining. And they really didn't want to go anywhere because they were very excited. They were energized by this election, and they wanted to vote early. That was one of the things that elections officials were asking people not to do, really, is to kind of pace yourself. You know, not all go during the rush hours, but it really did seem that people wanted to get out early and vote. And it really has calmed down, not just at this location, but across the state.
And Sean Caleb's in Tallahassee, Florida. We're always a little nervous about Florida, but it sounds that even in Florida, at least early in the voting day, no real major problems to report.
Right. But let's look back a bit, because you have to look at 2000 for the reason things are working so smoothly now. It was such a fiasco, the state decided, look, let's not put all our eggs in one basket. If we can get early voting, let's let voters have a chance to do that. So really, early voting came out of that. In 2004, there weren't nearly as many polling precincts open as there are this year. But there are still some little snafus, some OptiScan machines are having some jams, and then the signatures on the screens, some of those are jamming as well. So, I mean, there are little glitches here and there, but you know what? Secretary of State's office says things are going great, and compared to 2000, they're dancing in the streets.
And, Shauna, is it the same situation there in Florida where there were early lines and then there's been some thinning throughout the day?
Yeah. Yeah, without question. We got here today, there were probably 40, 50 people lined up, wanted to vote early, and we're seeing a lot of interest down south in what is a strong Democratic area. So let's follow that. Broward County, Miami-Dade, there are lines, people still waiting 2+ hours, but our photographer, Jerry Simonson, just spoke with his wife down in that area, and she waited a whopping 5 minutes to cast her ballot.
I mean, that is a great story that's developing, and Susan Candiotti in Cleveland, Ohio, I'm wondering if it's the same story where you are, where there were long lines early, folks trying to get their ballot cast and maybe get to work, and now we're seeing some thinning throughout the day. Maybe it'll pick up again later today, but at least right now, there's an opportunity to go vote.
Tony, it's the typical lull of the day during the noontime hour, although some people might tend to come out a little bit more at the lunch hour, but they expect things to pick up again sometime after 3, of course, when people start getting out of work to come here. But here, too, in Ohio, they also made some changes since 2004. You remember there were all kinds of problems. They have the new optical scanning system here now. They have many more backup paper ballots here. They have better training for poll workers, that's what they say, and so that could also be playing a role here. So far, so good.
That's terrific. All right, it's great to see you all. We'll talk to you again a little later in the hour. I believe we have some pictures, finally, of John McCain and Cindy McCain. And we've been waiting for these pictures to come in, and now we have them arriving this morning, last hour, in fact, at Albright United Methodist Church there in Phoenix, Arizona, to cast their ballot. And, boy, as we were saying last hour, what a day it must be for the McCains. What a long and adventurous tour this has been for John McCain. Can you think about it? This is a man who has wanted to be president since 2000, obviously. It is not over. The McCains casting their ballot now. And then some interviews. John McCain will make 2 quick visits to neighboring states that actually voted for President Bush 4 years ago, but now appear to be leaning for Barack Obama. There is a rally scheduled at 2:15 p.m. at an airplane hangar at Grand Junction, Colorado. And then there's a quick trip to Albuquerque, New Mexico. So there are the pictures we had been waiting for. John McCain and his wife, Cindy, casting their ballots this morning in Phoenix, Arizona. All right, the polls are now open in all 50 states. They opened in Hawaii this hour. The first polls begin closing in about 6 hours. At 6 p.m. Eastern, polls close in most of Indiana. And in eastern Kentucky, at 7 Eastern, polls close in most of Florida. And in Georgia, western Indiana, western Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. As the polls close, stay with CNN and the best political team on television for election results throughout the evening. A young television star took up the mission to register 100,000 new voters. He is going to tell us how he did. That is next. Boy, how about those pictures of Mitchellville, Maryland, as Marylanders cast their ballots in... Hi, good to see you. You know, the first votes are actually in and counted. Dixville Notch in New Hampshire, the tiny town with a long history of being the first to tally all of its votes, has picked Barack Obama. All 21 registered voters hit the polls around midnight, and here's the breakdown. 15 for Obama, 6 for John McCain. And one young man who is making sure his audience gets out to vote is the host of BET's 106 in Park. VJ Terrence J. went on a cross-country tour with his brother to register 100,000 new voters. You may not know him just yet, but his show is wildly popular among young people worldwide.
All right, right, y'all, welcome back to the show. It is BET's 106 in Park, y'all. Queen Latifah is in the house as well. She's in the brand new movie. It's called The Secret Life of Bees, which is in theaters this Friday, and we'll be talking with her real soon.
Okay, there he is. And joining me now, the man himself, Terrence J. Young man, good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me on the show, Tony. How are you today?
Well, I am terrific, and all the young people in the room are just swooning here because you're such a good-looking young man. I just want to know who's your co-host, but anyway, we'll talk about that later. Hey, good to see you. You've got to tell me what inspired you to get out here and crank the vote.
Well, like you said, I host BET's 106 in Park. It comes on at 6 o'clock every day. And we have hundreds of thousands of young people that vote for the music videos that air on our show.
Yeah.
So I wanted to take some of that same enthusiasm and same passion that they have for music and try to see if it would translate into this year's election. So my brother Fred and I and OTF Productions, we went on a road trip across the country to try to get 100,000 young people registered to vote. And we had a really great time, and we really learned a lot during our journey.
Oh, you didn't really need to do this. Come on, young people were always going to vote. You know what? This was just an opportunity for you to get your face out and do a little self-promoting. Come on, you didn't need to do this, Terrence.
Never, never. And actually, it was really a humbling experience when you look at this. Yeah, when you look at this country and where we're at and how we're at war and the things that we're talking about, there are parts of this nation that look like third world countries. And I met so many people. I shared so many stories that I'm really just humbled about the entire experience. And I'm just really happy I got to go out on the trip.
Hey, Terrence, I got to tell you, I'm giving you a hard time here because I actually tuned into the show, and I really, I gotta give you kudos and props. It was great to see you out there doing that and traveling across the country. That's why I wanted to have you on the show. I got to ask you, was it easier or more difficult than you thought to crank the vote?
It was extremely difficult.
Why is that?
Because you met so many people with so many different stories. I met people that had been affected by a lack of health care. I met a lady that had her arms amputated. I met some young people that had to drop out of college because they couldn't afford their tuition bills. So when you meet these people and you share their stories, it really inspires you to want to make a difference. So like I said, this was not about me. It wasn't a self-promoting thing. It's really about the young people. The young people are the face of this election.
Hey, Terrence, I want to show you and your brother Fred in action here. We've got a clip.
Me and my brother, we set out on a road trip. So we left from New York, and we've been driving across the country, and our goal is to get 100,000 people registered to vote. It's about the people.
No job.
So what do I tell my landlord? What do I tell my kids when they're home?
It's about the issues.
If you're mad about something, vote. Because then otherwise, you know, your voice doesn't count.
Oh, hang on a second. Was that the actress Gabrielle Union there?
Yeah, that was my good friend Gabrielle Union. I had so many different celebrities that helped me crank the... No, my good friend, good friend. You're going to have me on a blog site, Tony. I got to watch out for you.
Hey, I got to ask you, Terrence, what did you learn from the experience?
I just learned that it's really about the people. It's not about getting record numbers of voters. It's about the individual stories of the people. And I just want to thank everybody at BET. They really supported me on this project. Gas prices are high, so they really helped with getting this on the road and helping produce it. And the network's been doing so much. I'm just happy that I got to step in and try to make a change.
Hey, 100,000 was the goal. How did you do?
I think we probably registered about 25,000 people ourselves, but it was really about the people that we touched. When we stopped at a barbershop, that barbershop now became an ambassador for the movement. So, you know, just so many young people were inspired. We're just really excited about today's election.
Hey, look, you got a megaphone. Use it. BET is a great vehicle for you, so use it and stay in touch with us with what you take on down the road. Will you, please?
Yeah, I certainly will.
All right, Terrence. The best of luck to you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Let's go, Obama.
Jeez, I was that close. And still to come in the newsroom, how are John McCain and Barack Obama spending this election day? We have got the answers. That's next. Okay, Webster Groves, Virginia. The live picture there is folks that cast their ballots. What did I say, Virginia? It's Missouri. I didn't say Virginia, I said Missouri. I always said Missouri. I do this for a living. Call it a sign of how intense this election is. Both presidential candidates breaking with tradition and campaigning on Election Day. Our correspondents are covering the last-minute push for votes Ed Henry is following the McCain campaign in Phoenix, and Don Lemon, there he is in Chicago with the latest from the Obama camp. Barack Obama's final campaign stop is this hour in Indiana, the Republican-leaning state next door to his home turf. Don Lemon has the tales live from Chicago. Pretty nice assignment, Don. It's got to be good. Even great to be back in Chicago on this day.
It is, and it's amazing, Tony, the weather. I mean, usually it's freezing here in Chicago, and by the way, all those details, whatever you said. It's,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
It's hard to keep hold of them, right, with so much going on. Hey, you know, I have to tell you, though, it's been a very interesting week here. A couple days. We've been here since yesterday, and today is shaping up to be interesting as well. As you know, we saw Senator Barack Obama and his wife, Michelle, and his two daughters voting this morning in Hyde Park, Illinois, at the Beulah Shoe Smith Elementary School, which is an historic school there, a multicultural school that's been there for quite some time. And we saw the senator taking a peek over at his wife's booth to, you know, make sure that she was getting everything correctly. He is headed to that, or was headed to that stop that you talked about in Indianapolis, Indiana. And a reporter asked him why he was, you know, sort of cheating off the person sitting next to him in the voting booth. Here's what he had to say.
You know, I'm sure I will tonight. That's when the polls close, the journey ends. But voting with my daughters, that was a big deal. I noticed Michelle took a long time, though. I had to check to see who she was voting for.
So he had to make sure, you know, who she was voting for. He wasn't quite sure, but, you know, Tony, come on, just a joke. But, boy, look at this. It's November in Chicago. I'm in shirt sleeves. It's in Grant Park, and here's what we call it. We call Grant Park Chicago's front porch because it is so beautiful here. You've got everything you need in one place here. You've got parks, you've got museums. This is a place where Chicagoans gather when they want to come out and celebrate Chicago. Also happens here, summer, they have the movies in the park here. I want to bring this gentleman in, Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr., because I want to tell you about sort of being tuned into what's happening here in Illinois, being from Chicago. What's making news is if the senator actually does win, who's going to be his successor? That's the outlook of what's to come next. Your name is being tossed about as well. The senator is on record saying that he believes it should be an African-American because the lack of diversity in the Senate. How do you feel about that?
Well, Barack Obama has some extraordinary shoes that have to be filled in the United States Senate should he be elected president tonight. I'm confident that the governor of the state of Illinois is going to make a decision that's in the best interest of the state.
He appoints in 2 years, he'll serve, right?
He appoints for 2 years, and then that senator would have to stand for re-election amongst Illinois voters. And so it's a decision of the governor. And I'm confident that after tonight's program, the governor will start reflecting upon what's necessary to move the state forward.
Reading the news and talking to sources, I hear that the governor is interested in Tammy Duckworth, who is not an African-American, but an Iraq War veteran and head of Veterans Affairs here in the state, correct? And I'm also hearing the president of the Illinois Senate, Emil Jones, who is also an African-American. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens.
All very capable and very able public servants. Chicago and the state of Illinois has an extraordinary litany of people from which the governor can choose. And we're all excited. I mean, this is Barack's night, and that's our focus.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us here. And again, Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. Tony, I'm going to throw it back to you, but also I'm going to talk to some sources and talk to the governor's office to see if we can make some news to see who he has in mind if Barack Obama is actually elected president.
What a great day in Chicago. What a scene behind you. Good to see you, Don.
Beautiful.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man. John McCain now making a final appeal in 2 western battleground states today. Ed Henry live from Phoenix with details. And wow, Ed, a pretty busy day still for John McCain.
That's right. Good morning again, Tony. You know, what's interesting is that John McCain voted himself, obviously, just like Barack Obama did, but now he's going out and focusing on bringing more people to the polls in battleground states beyond Arizona. Usually on election night, he'd stay for his Senate races here in Phoenix, but he's deciding to go out on the road. In fact, McCain campaign officials say that over the course of this year, they've reached out to 36 million voters, either by telephone or by knocking on their doors, and they're still going to do more of it today. John McCain going to Colorado and New Mexico himself. He wants to sort of implement a strategy that the Republicans think could still lead to victory for him, even though they acknowledge he's down in many of the polls. They believe that if he holds many of the Republican states that George W. Bush carried in 2004, that's going to be a struggle. But if he can do it, they'll get about 260 electoral votes. Then the 10 more they would need to reach 270, either two different paths, either win Pennsylvania with 21 electoral votes or cobble together a combination of western, midwestern states like Colorado, New Mexico. But it's been difficult. He's been down in those polls, and it's interesting because he's trying to turn out the vote, and normally, as I said, he stays here in Phoenix on election night. In fact, aides say he usually goes to the movies, but not this time. He's working right out down to the wire, and obviously a Secret Service detail is a little too large to be going to the movies on a night like this, Tony.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, Ed, appreciate it. Thank you. You know, not everything is going smoothly this election day. We'll get the latest on what's being reported to our voter hotline. That's next.
Election night in America, CNN Tonight. Sponsored by Cisco.
Okay, let's figure out the order here. What do you want to do? Henderson for all? We'll split the screen. Great, great. That's just like I thought about myself. Why am I taking credit for stuff I have nothing to do with? All right, on the left, Henderson, Nevada right now. Voting going on there, and on the right, take a look at the rally on the Dow. The Dow, as you can see, 3 hours or so into the trading day, up 259 points, 260 now. What a nice election day rally. Election day has not been without its problems. We have reports coming in from voters across the country having some problems at the ballot box. Let's go to Ali Velshi now, who is monitoring the calls coming into our CNN voter hotline. Ali, good to see you. I got to tell you, I thought we would be seeing more problems than we have at this point in the day, but what's the latest you're hearing?
Well, let me tell you what we got. We have 56,000 calls that have come into our voter hotline so far. The number is 87. It's on the bottom of your screen. 877-GO-CNN-08 or 462-6608. Now, I'll tell you, of those 56,000 calls, 22,000 of them are complaints. And by the way, fully half of those have come in since voting started today. I want to tell you one thing, Tony. It is voting day in America. Now, you may think that's a silly thing to say, but we're getting a lot of complaints from people who are saying they're getting emails, phone calls, text messages, or other information telling them that their particular voting has been postponed, possibly until tomorrow. Doesn't matter what you get. Today is the day you vote. Nobody can call you and tell you something's wrong with the polling or your precinct has changed. Today's the day you vote. If you have a problem, call the hotline. We can tell you where to go. If you go to CNN.com, you can punch in your zip code. It can identify where your precinct is, where you vote. Now, Tony, let me tell you how it breaks down. If you look at the map of what's going on, you can go to CNN.com and you can see a map of where the trouble areas are. But let me show you how it graphs out in terms of what the biggest problems are. The single biggest complaint that we've received right now is about registration. People who have got incorrect registration information or believe that it's incorrect. That's the blue line. The second biggest number of complaints we have are about absentee ballots, people who did not receive their absentee ballots. The third biggest issue, and this is growing, this was not even the fifth biggest issue yesterday, it is growing now quickly, mechanical issues. We are hearing from people that machines are not working now. The kind of calls we get when people call in are very much like this one that we received from Barbara in Lansing, Michigan. Let's just play this for you and see what Barbara's got to say.
I'm calling from Lansing, Michigan, county of Ingham. And at my polling place, I brought up an error message, and when they finally could get the machine going again, they had to come in and zero all the votes and then re-enter them.
Okay, so we followed up on that. We have now heard from the Lansing Township clerk who said that there are three things that need to match in those type of machines. The number of ballots issued, the number of ballots that have gone through the tabulator, and the number of entries into the poll book. There was a ballot jammed in the tabulator. When that problem was fixed, they did, as Barbara, the caller, said, zero out the totals, reran all the ballots through there, and everything matched. So the right number is tallied. Everything is moving quickly now in Lansing, Michigan. We are getting on top of these problems. We've got people all across the country, getting in touch with boards of electors or secretaries of state. Our reporters are on these stories, so we want to make sure that everybody who wants to cast a ballot today, Tony, can do so.
And none of that voter suppression nonsense. Boy, you are on top of this. You're the man.
And we're going to stay on top of it.
Good to see you. Thank you, Allie.
Okay.
And don't forget, if you have trouble voting, let us know so we can report the problems immediately. Call the CNN Voter Hotline. Here's the number again, 1-877-462-6608. Let's hit more of the battleground states now. CNN's Brian Todd in Philadelphia. And Brian, Pennsylvania hasn't been red since the first President Bush, way back in 1988.
That's right, Tony, and this is one year that John McCain thinks he can turn that around for the Republicans, but he's got an uphill climb to do it. He was trailing in the polls most of the pre-election period. He's trailing in the polls going into today, but they think that they can turn some of those kind of conservative Democrats in the middle of the state toward their advantage and other pockets as well. But this is not one of the pockets that they're going to do it. This is Obama country here in Overbrook Park in Philadelphia. The mood here, I can describe it in two ways. Number one, they're very excited just to be here. Number two, they're very patient because there were long lines here at this precinct. You can see it clearly. That's not the case now. The lines have completely disappeared, but earlier today the line snaked from that entrance down to the corner here and all the way down the adjoining street. It was very, very long, and it moved slowly, but it did move. And there were some problems with voting machines in areas of Philadelphia. We're told that in 8 of the nearly 1,700 voting stations around the city, there were malfunctions of the voting machines. It did happen here, but in all 8 of those places, those problems were corrected very, very quickly, and paper ballots were issued, and there were no really extended problems, Tony.
Outstanding. All right, Brian, appreciate it. Thank you. You'll be back in just a moment with us. Now to Missouri. It went for President Bush in the last 2 elections. Today it is a toss-up. Our Ed Lavandera at a polling station just outside of St. Louis. And Ed, pretty smooth sailing at your polling station right now. What was it like this morning?
This morning, about an hour-and-a-half wait, Tony. We come inside the United Congregational United Church of Christ in the town of Webster Groves, Missouri, just a suburb on the west side of St. Louis. And this is an unbelievable moment. There's actually no line. This way we can take you inside the voting room here, and we can walk right in, and this has been exceptional. This morning there was an hour-and-a-half wait for many voters here this morning as they came in. But this morning, at this moment, it's actually wide open. So as you can see, as the voters show up here, they have 2 different ways of voting. They can either use the optical scan machines, filling in the bubbles there. That's what you see there before you is the ballots going into the machine and counting them. You can also do the touch screen system as well. And election workers here are telling us that most of the people here prefer to have the paper ballots in front of them. One issue that was this morning was in Kansas City, some voter rolls and voter books that were not delivered properly. That problem has been fixed, and it was only in a handful of precinct locations in Kansas City. Tony?
All right, and Ed, if I could ask you one more quick question. I'm just curious as to the general mood there this morning and throughout the day so far. What are the voters saying to you about this election?
Well, you know, this is a fascinating area that we're in. Webster Groves is the suburb of St. Louis. Traditionally, the way all of this has worked is Democrats will campaign like crazy in St. Louis and Kansas City. The Republicans will focus on the rural parts of the state. So really, a lot of people are saying that it will come down to these suburban voters and how people will be voting. And, you know, you drive around town, this is an area that has been predominantly Republican in recent elections. But many people here are saying, in fact, some people have told us here this morning, do not be surprised if this area goes heavily Democratic, at least in the presidential race. So we'll be watching that closely later on today. And if that does happen, many people think that that will be a very good sign that Barack Obama will win the state of Missouri. But right now, it's a dead heat.
Oh, very interesting.
To the polls.
Appreciate it, Ed. Thank you. Let's bring back in our Brian Todd. And Brian, the same question to you. I'm just curious as to what people are saying to you as they head into the polling station and to cast their ballot this morning. What are they saying to you about this election?
Well, Tony, I'm going to let you hear it from one of them, just from his own perspective.
Oh, great.
This is Ron Jones, a Philadelphia area voter. Ron has agreed to join us after voting here. You know, you said it went pretty smoothly for you in there, but I really want to get a sense from you of the mood here in Overbrook Park, this area of Philadelphia. What are people saying about the excitement of voting in this particular election?
It's time for change, man. People fed up with the time for change, time for a new face.
And were they really galvanized to try to get out here and vote? And were they talking a lot in the neighborhood about just the excitement of the day building up?
Yeah, it was a long lines out here since 7 this morning.
And you came out and saw the long line. You decided to come back.
Yeah, decided to come back and vote a couple times.
I think that's against the law, but it's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Ron, very much.
All right.
So, Tony, people here very, very excited about voting, and, you know, the lines were very long earlier. They're probably going to pick up here again after about 3 o'clock p.m. The officials inside here told us that they expected that to happen. If we get another really long line, we'll certainly show you those pictures.
We kid about it all the time, Brian, but you really can't vote early and often. Brian Todd,
no, you
can't do that. Brian Todd from Philadelphia for us. Brian, appreciate it. Thank you. You know, there is more at stake today than the presidency. Who will control Congress? Balance of power in Congress hanging in the balance in today's election. 35 Senate seats being decided. Democrats are hoping to make some significant gains. Republicans hoping for only modest losses. Joining us now to highlight some of the key Senate races, CNN Deputy Political Director Paul Steinhauser, live from New York. Paul, good to see you.
Tony, good to see you.
Yeah, no sleep for you. Let's start with the Senate here. And how many Senate seats, Paul, do you see turning from red to blue tonight?
You know, the Democrats, they want 9. That's the magic number for them, Tony, because they want to get to 60. That's the number that would allow them to stop a filibuster. A filibuster is a method of blocking votes and legislation by the minority party.
Sure.
So the Democrats really want to get to 60. They need 9 seats. They might be able to do it.
Okay, so there are 4 races, I understand, that you are watching closely. Let's start with Kentucky. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in a tight race, I understand, with Bruce Lunsford.
You got it. And this is a seat the Democrats would really love to take. They really want to knock out the minority leader, Mitch McConnell, but he's pretty powerful. Right now, he's about 5 points up in the polls. And this is a state where Barack Obama really may not help him because it looks like Kentucky's going to could go for the Republicans in the presidential race.
Boy, the North Carolina Senate race has really turned nasty. Elizabeth Dole versus Kay Hagan. What are your thoughts on this race?
This is a real tough one,
Yeah.
and as you mentioned, it got really ugly. Elizabeth Dole, freshman senator, Republican from North Carolina, but she's down in the polls to Kay Hagan, who's a state senator. Elizabeth Dole just came out with an ad in the last couple of days where she basically kind of insinuated that maybe Kay Hagan was godless, and Kay Hagan has definitely taken offense at that. This is a nasty race.
Who hangs on? Who wins this seat?
I tell you right now, the polls are too tight. Kay Hagan's up by a few points, but we'll just have to wait and see tonight, Tony.
Mitch McConnell, Bruce Lunsford. Who wins that race?
You know what? Right now, the polls indicate that McConnell's ahead by about 5-6 points. Still a close one.
All right, Minnesota, Norm Coleman, Senator Coleman versus Al Franken. How do you see this race?
Here's another freshman Republican senator who's fighting for his life. That's Norm Coleman, the Republican there. He's up against Al Franken. We all remember him from Saturday Night Live and then the liberal radio host on Air America. Al Franken was behind in the polls by double digits this summer. It's a tough, ugly race. A lot of nasty ads up there, but it's really tight now, Tony. Okay. Really tight in the polls.
You want to hazard a guess on this race? Who wins here?
No,
okay.
I'm not in the prediction game here.
All right, we'll move on. Georgia now, Saxby Chambliss, Senator Chambliss versus Jim Martin. How do you see this race?
You know, this is a similar story to North Carolina and to Minnesota because you've got a freshman senator here, a freshman Republican in Saxby Chambliss, who's fighting for his political life. Jim Martin, Democrat from the state down where you are in Georgia, has really tightened things up in the polls. And also, the presidential contest has tightened up as well. So the enthusiasm for Obama down there in Georgia may be helping Jim Martin, another state that could swing from the Republicans to the Democrats.
Boy, you make quick work of that. Paul Steinhauser for us. Paul, good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
What are voters telling us about their experiences today? Our iReporters are weighing in.
CNN Tonight beginning at 6. Election Day. The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer and the best political team. Check the pulse as America votes and gets reaction as the first polls close. And stay with CNN through Election Night in America. Watch the results come in and history unfold with Wolf Blitzer and the best political team on television. Tonight, only on CNN.
Well, people all over the country are becoming first-time voters today, and some of them are also first-time iReporters. Josh Lebs joining me now with video from 2 iReporters celebrating their first chance to cast a ballot in the You know what? It's just a great day to be here, to be doing what we're doing. It's just a great day, isn't it?
It is. It's incredible. And you know what? It's all about the iReporters today. Check this out. This is .com right here, CNN.com. Main picture right there is, of course, iReporters voting. And here's what I love about what I'm going to show you. You know, obviously, we focus a lot on the race between the 2 major candidates, but today's also about the biggest exercise of democracy. It's that fundamental fact that we have the power. And these 2 guys here, experiencing it for the first time. This is 21-year-old Jeffrey Sorensen of Long Island.
I think it's a great thing.
we have people out in Iraq and Afghanistan and around the world fighting for us. The least I could do is vote. And people aren't just fighting for us now, they fought for us for centuries. It's a very patriotic thing, obviously. It's just too important not to do, and I thought it'd be cool to cast my vote for the first time as early as I'm allowed to.
And Tony, this one now is Ronnie Sadiq. He's a 34-year-old 6th grade math teacher in Landover, Maryland. He's from the Bahamas, recently got citizenship, and you're going to hear some people in line cheer for him.
So, I'm done. I'm finished. Voted for my candidate. Voted for my issues that I support. And so, you see, 4:30 in the morning pays off. Man, this feels great. I love voting. And I should have been a citizen a long time ago.
How good is that?
And so, see, this is the stuff I love, you know, and these are the moments that we kind of stop from all the political craziness and we think, you know what, we're all in this awesome process that it fundamentally defines what we are in terms of the structure of our government. Of course, gotta say, we encourage you, keep sending your stories, photos, videos, keep them coming, and keep in mind state laws. You can't always bring cameras inside polling places. And of course, Tony, we're going to keep bringing you these awesome stories all day long.
It's awesome. It is. Josh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And keeping an eye on the voting. Stay with CNN. We're back in a moment. Okay, so you've made your way to the polls, you've cast your vote, and now you get a reward. Veronica De La Cruz joins us now to break down some Election Day freebies. I like the sound of this, Veronica.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up. It's not a reward.
What do you mean?
It's not a reward. Let me just go ahead and start by saying that the Washington Secretary of State's office says a federal statute absolutely prohibits any, hang on, I'm quoting, any freebies, cash payments for registering, voting, or not voting. Therefore, Tony, if someone is denied any of these quote-unquote freebies, and that is absolutely against the law. So the way it works, Tony, is that they're celebrating Election Day. All these restaurants, these stores are celebrating Election Day, and they're giving out treats. They're giving out treats. So let me go and show you where you can get these treats today. We're going to go ahead and start off with our first spot, and that is Ben & Jerry's ice cream. What do you think about that?
I love it.
Ben & Jerry's ice cream. They're going to be handing out a free scoop of ice cream from 5 to 8 tonight. Go ahead and tell them that you want to celebrate Election Day. Somebody else who's celebrating Election Day, just in case ice cream is not on your list, maybe you have a sweet tooth, maybe like Krispy Kreme donuts.
Oh.
Chris, what do you think about that?
That's like some drug I need to go into rehab for. Are you kidding me? Krispy Kreme donuts?
Krispy Kreme donuts is handing out star-shaped donuts with red, white, and blue sprinkles.
Oh, man, love some Krispy
and then possibly the biggest giveaway of all, Tony, free Starbucks coffee.
Okay.
Take a look at this. This is a Starbucks ad that ran during Saturday Night Live. Surprisingly enough, I checked the Starbucks website. There's not a mention of it on the website, though I did see an ad running on Facebook this morning. There was actually a Facebook group with more than 130,000 people. They all said that they were going to go down there and grab their cup of joe. Did you do it today?
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
So did Brent Wilson. He's on our Facebook group. He sent us some pictures. He voted this morning in New Hampshire. And just in case, Tony, just in case you're into all these freebies, there's a website out there called HeyIt'sFree.com. They have even more there for places like Chick-fil-A, Daily Grill, Shane's Rib Shack. And if you have an Election Day freebie to report, go ahead and let us know. Log on to our Facebook group. All you have to do is search for Veronica De La Cruz in the CNN Newsroom with Tony Harris.
Well, I tell you what, I got to go vote now because I'm plenty hungry. There's no doubt about that. All right, Veronica, see you tomorrow. And wait a minute.
She forgot a freebie. No, she forgot a freebie.
What did she forget?
You can get your tattoo removed for free in Dallas, Texas. Yeah, you can get all those girlfriends taken off your arm. If you go vote, free tattoo removal. And apparently this tattoo guy, he said that his parlor is packed.
You better believe it. What do you have here?
Well, would you like some Obama O's or maybe some Captain McCain's?
Well, now, wait a minute. You don't have a preference.
Anybody hungry? Do you?
Yeah. Growing up as a kid, I love some Captain McCain's. If they had some Crunch Berries, it would be off the charts.
What about Obama O's? Didn't you eat Cheerios?
Look,
your mama didn't have Cheerios in a cup?
No, couldn't take Cheerios, but some Crunch Berries and some, yes, indeed. CNN Newsroom continues right now with this.
My first time voting, and hopefully it does make a difference.
And this is the way it should be every year, but it hasn't been. It's the first time I've ever seen so many people interested in an election.
This is it. The time is now. The choice is yours. And no matter how it turns out, we've never seen an election like this.
For years, black families have had to listen to what we were not. Now there's a vision of what we are and what can be.
The new president will make history, whoever he is. But for generations of African Americans, this isn't just political, it's personal. Machines can fail, mistakes can happen, it can rain, or all of the above. We're tracking your Election Day reports to the CNN Voter Hotline.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. You're live in the CNN Newsroom. Let's get right to it. We are all a part of history today as America votes. All of the speeches and rallies and ads and debates and primaries and caucuses and controversies lead up to this. We're following the balloting from sea to shining sea, and while we certainly don't have any results yet, we see huge turnout in many places. Surprisingly, sparse crowds in others. We're also keeping on top of voter registration issues, machine glitches, even the weather that's affecting the voting, and we're counting on you to keep calling in to the CNN Voter Hotline and tell us what is going on. Leading off our coverage this hour are CNN's John Zarrella in Florida, Jessica Yellen in Barack Obama's home base of Chicago, and Ed Henry in John McCain's home base of Phoenix. Now, in Florida, more than 4 million of the state's 11.2 million registered voters. That's more than 37% voted before the polls opened this morning, but early voting is history. Regular voting is happening, and John Zarrella is watching. How's it going, John? I'm glad you voted weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, I am too. But you know what? It's interesting here in Palm Beach County where we are, which of course was the scene of, as the Democrats would call the crime in 2000, very light. You can see behind me there's only one lady now coming in to vote. All of the voting booths are empty right now. We had about 25 people here early on when the polls first opened at 7 a.m. Eastern time. But now down in Miami-Dade County and in Broward County, the two of the largest counties in the state of Florida, they're reporting lines of 1 hour to 2 hours long. Right now at lunchtime, of course, you're getting that big crowd rushing in, and they expect here in Palm Beach County that we will see an increase in people after about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, a lot of the folks I talked to today were telling me, you know, this is historic for a lot of reasons. Certainly Barack Obama, certainly Sarah Palin. But more importantly, they were telling me it's important because of the fact that so many people are exercising their right to get out and vote. And I spoke with one young man who was motivated by a very personal, very private reason to come out today.
It's my brother. He was in the Army. He was in Afghanistan, and August 1st of this year, he passed away. Roadside bomb. That's the main reason why I came to vote for me.
In his honor?
In his honor.
He would have wanted you to do this?
Yes. He would want everybody as an American citizen to do it.
Now, he was telling me also, that's Rick there, that his brother Jair had only been in Afghanistan for 2 months when he died. But since then, all of their friends and all of their relatives, many people who had never even registered to vote before, Kira, signed up, went and registered, and they are today out voting in places around the country. So again, here in Florida, no lines here right now in Palm Beach County, but certainly in other parts of the state, Miami-Dade, Broward, which are heavily Democratic, that Barack Obama is counting on, are voting heavily there. And over in the West Coast, in the Tampa area, where we're hearing reports of very heavy voting. And again, Barack Obama needs Southeast Florida to offset the Republican strongholds in the Panhandle in North Florida. Kira?
Yeah, we're watching history unfold on all types of levels. John Zarrella, thanks so much.
Yes.
And if you run into problems at the polls, we do want to hear from you. Call the CNN Voter Hotline. Help us track the problems. We'll support the trouble. Just call 1-877-462-6608. We're keeping them honest through the election and beyond. Well, Barack Obama was up and at 'em early this morning, casting his ballot in Chicago. He and his wife, Michelle, were among the first to vote after polls opened. Looking on where their two young daughters, our Jessica Yellen, is in Chicago. We were joking, Jessica, on how it took so long. Then we found out he was voting for like 50 judges.
They have a very long ballot here, and it took his wife even longer to vote. They want to be exact, I guess. It's, you know, a day when everybody here in Chicago is sort of sitting and waiting. They feel like there's not a lot they can do, the campaign staff. And so they say they are cautiously optimistic, but a little bit nervous. Right now, Barack Obama has just crossed back over into Illinois after making a stop in neighboring Indiana. That's a longtime red state that he said today he feels he can win, and he hopes he will, so he made an impromptu visit there. We expect him to play basketball soon because, as you might recall from the primaries, that was his sort of good luck activity. There was one primary where he didn't play basketball that day and he lost, so he evermore played basketball every primary day. I spoke to somebody, I just got off the phone with someone at Chicago headquarters for Obama here, Kira, and they tell me it's actually pretty quiet there because so many of their aides have gone to Indiana and other places to help try to get out the vote. As I said, they feel there's not much else they can do, so they're helping with the ground game. They are cheered by the numbers of people turning out to vote. They feel a strong turnout is good for Barack Obama, but again, nervous today. And many of Obama's top aides are busy. Some are with him, and some are just sitting in chairs waiting to do interviews with folks like us all day long. That's really what campaign staff does on a day like this. We're not expecting to see Barack Obama much except for on local TV interviews until his speech tonight, Kira.
All right, Jessica Yellen in Chicago. Thanks, Jessica. And John McCain cast his ballot in Phoenix, Arizona just about 2 hours ago. The polls station was swarming with reporters, but that didn't slow McCain down. He was in and out within minutes. CNN's Ed Henry is in Phoenix. Hey, Ed.
Well, good afternoon, Kira. You're absolutely right. It's really a mix of the politics and the personal. After taking care of business himself, as you said, in voting, John McCain heading now to 2 battleground states, sort of breaking with tradition for him. Going out on Election Day, he's going to be in Colorado and New Mexico, a rally in Colorado. New Mexico, he's going to go to sort of one of these call centers where volunteers are working the phones, trying to get people to the polls because they think these Mountain West states will be really critical in trying to get to that magic number of 270 electoral votes. Now, as for the personal, John McCain, after he returns later this afternoon, will be here at the Arizona Biltmore. This is a place where he's traditionally been on election night for his Senate races. He feels very comfortable here. In fact, he had his wedding reception here with Cindy McCain back in the 80s. And clearly, this is sort of in his comfort zone. He's going to, in fact, be tonight watching returns in the Barry Goldwater presidential suite. Another Arizonan who ran for president, obviously, in 1964, John McCain, hoping he doesn't suffer the same fate as being someone from Arizona running and not actually winning. I can tell you he got pretty emotional last night when John McCain, in the wee hours of this morning, had a rally in Arizona. He and Cindy McCain both got pretty emotional as they addressed the crowd. They realize this is a big, big moment, Kira.
All right, Ed Henry, thanks so much. Well, straight ahead, she remembers those days when fear ruled the land if you were an African American. Now, renewed faith from a woman who's amazed that a black man might be elected president. We're going to hear from the woman who remembers the Ku Klux Klan coming to her family home when she was a young girl. Voting irregularities are a big stain on democracy despite everything that's been done over the last few years. We're still hearing about plenty of problems today. We're going to speak with the head of the government's Election Assistance Commission. Well, many of you have probably seen video from our morning editorial meetings. We like bringing you into the fold when our discussions get heated, passionate, even emotional. Well, today it was emotional. Why? Well, I'm very fortunate to have a diverse team, and believe me, no one holds back when it comes to speaking from the heart, which leads me to my executive producer, Tanisha. That's her right there in the control room. She was telling us how emotional her mom got when she voted for president this year. Just imagine being black and being told you were not good enough. Well, that happened to Tanisha's mom for years, working in the fields of Mississippi. But times have changed, and black voters like Tanisha's mom not only have voting rights, they now have the opportunity to vote for a black presidential candidate. And that has led many black voters, like Tanisha's mom, to tears. Velma Pate joins me on the phone now from Glenwood, Illinois. Hello, Velma.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I'm so glad that you were able to call in. I know it's a busy day for you. Tell me, I heard it from Tanisha, and we talked about it in our morning meeting, but why was this voting time so emotional for you?
First of all, I just want to say that it was excited at the opportunity to just see a black man, Barack Obama, making history. Then to see just his name on the ballot, #1 at the top for President of the United States. That then brought tears to my eyes because it took me back for a minute, back into the 60s, when my grandfather was marching to Memphis for the right to vote.
Wow. And you actually remember, as a little girl, the KKK coming to your house, right? Tell me about that.
Yes, we will be at home at nighttime, and then, well, my grandfather was out marching, so whenever they leave and go and march in the March to Memphis, the KKK will come to the house. We're not understanding what it's all about, but my grandmother would say, don't go to the window, don't go to the door, and we would look out and see that the KKK was wrapped up in white sheets over their head with the stick with fire blaze burning. And we in the windows, and our grandmothers telling us to get from the window, you know, not knowing that our father, our parents was trying to make it for us to able to vote as black people.
Well, and I think about, you know, your grandfather, Tanisha's great-grandfather, and he actually got out and marched with Martin Luther King. Do you remember that? You were too young to go, right? Do you remember wanting to go and participate in that moment?
Yes, I was young, too young to go, maybe like 5 or 6. My sister, Glenzie Hart, she was a part of that. She was knocked down with sticks, and she was actually in that march with my grandfather. And me being young, I didn't understand why I couldn't go. Well, I couldn't go because I was too young to fight and to be out being walked all over. They would walk and trample over in order to so we can have a right to do certain things, to vote and to not to become in the racial. We was in a racial town where we had to work in the fields and say yes sir, no sir, and the N-word we were being called the N-word, but we could not go back and say anything because our grandparents were saying you can't say anything because they would come after them.
Wow. So just finally, Velma, when you worked in those fields for 25 cents and you remember being called the N-word and you remember the KKK coming up to your doorstep, did you ever think that this moment would ever happen? I mean, it's taken so long, too long, actually. But 2008, a black man running for president, did it ever enter your mind that it could become a reality?
Yes, now, yes, I believe, because I believe in God. I know that God can do anything to fail, and He don't fail us. So, yes, I do believe that this time, the time that God is calling for His people to come together and for the blacks to lead the United States of America.
Velma
and I want to
Pate.
take it back to the water fountain. We also could not drink water only from the color fountain.
It's amazing. It's amazing how far we have come. And Velma Pate, we like to call you Prophet Pate around here because you're such a wise woman. Thanks for calling in and personalizing a story that's close to all of us. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd just like to leave a word with the American people today. Now we see God is at work. Last week we was in coats and hats and gloves, and today we see God's hand. He allowing the sun to shine in darkness. We know that darkness comes to the marvel light. And we're living an amazing time. It's a time for great spiritual life, for God command His love to shine out of darkness into the marvel light.
There you go, our Prophet Pate. Velma, I'll be talking to you soon. Your daughter is very proud, and I know you're proud of her. Well, we can't forget, it's great talking to you. Well, we can't forget that race isn't the only historic aspect of this election. Sarah Palin's already made history as the first woman on a Republican ticket. And if that ticket wins, of course, she'll be the first woman vice president. The first and only other female running mate from a major party was Geraldine Ferraro in 1984. Ferraro teamed with Walter Mondale to challenge Ronald Reagan and the current president's father, only to lose every state except Minnesota and the District of Columbia. Next hour, CNN's Frank Sesno will join me to dig a little deeper into history and the history being made today. Now, before we move on, I want to show you one more thing on such a monumental day. It sums up what we at CNN are all about. It's a full-page ad in the New York Times. Our incredible head of marketing and promo, Scott Saffon, had a vision, and I thought I should share it with you. I saw it as I was walking down the hallway today, and it caught my attention. This is what it says. There is a moment, a simple moment, before history gets recorded, before it goes into the books, before it appears as a question on a game show or on a midterm exam, a moment right before the headline is written. There is a moment when history lives in the present, when we can watch it unfold in real time right before our eyes, and we can all assume our place in it. Some people live for history. We live for the moment just before. Important electoral votes in states too close to call. Which way will they swing today? We're on the ground live in the battlegrounds. And CNN reporters are sending us Election Day pictures and video from across the land. We've got some of them just for you.
CNN Tonight beginning at 6. Election Day, the Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer and the best political team. Check the pulse as America votes and gets reaction as the first polls close. And stay with CNN through Election Night in America. Watch the results come in and history unfold with Wolf Blitzer and the best political team on television. Tonight, only on CNN.
Well, leading our political ticker, Election Day breakdowns in a battleground state. As the polls opened across Virginia, there were reports of voting machines not working or not enough machines, and that caused long lines at the polls. Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, and Richmond are just some of the cities where paper ballots were put to use to keep the lines moving. Tradition lives on in New Hampshire. Barack Obama, the big winner in Dixville Notch and Hart's location. Every 4 years, those two towns are the first in the nation to have their Election Day ballots tallied. Voters cast their ballots just after midnight. In Dixville Notch, Obama got 15 votes to 6 for John McCain, the first time since 1968 that a Democrat has won. In Hart's location, Obama got 17 votes to McCain's 10. And Democrats in the Senate are aiming for a magic number, 60. If the party adds 9 more seats to its current roster, its majority will be filibuster-proof. That means that Republicans could no longer use unlimited speeches to keep legislation from coming up for a vote. 35 Senate seats are on the line today. 23 of them are currently held by Republicans. And check out our political ticker for all the latest campaign news. Just log on to CNNPolitics.com, your source for all things political. Well, rain is part of the equation in Virginia, and while it may or may not be having an effect on turnout, it is affecting certain machines. CNN's Joe Johns watching the voting in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Kira, we're getting quite a look at this area. If my count is correct, we're now at the 4th precinct of the day. This is Green Run High School in the Virginia Beach area. And we were told earlier today that there were very long lines outside this high school. But I can tell you right now, there's no line to speak of outside, though there are a lot of people inside. It's been very busy. We started out the day at a heavily African-American precinct inside the city of Norfolk, Virginia, and we talked to a number of people who were standing outside the line. Some had been out there for quite a while in the rain. The African-American voters, as you know, really turned out in a lot of the different areas around Virginia. Let's listen to a little bit of what they had to say.
I wanted to see Barack Obama to be the first black president in U.S. history. And, you know, with my wife, you know, she's always telling me, you know, you need to come out and vote, you need to come out and vote. And her persistence got me out here voting first thing in the morning.
I think it's great.
I think it's great.
Yeah. Did you ever think you'd see this day?
No.
Yeah.
But
What
it's
about
here.
you?
It's here.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would, but it's here.
So problems. There have been some problems, concerns about the number of machines at a number of precincts. We were at a precinct just a little while ago that had a huge line around 6 o'clock this morning when polling was supposed to start. It didn't start because the precinct chief wasn't there with the equipment they needed to get things going. They straightened that up. We're told by the Virginia Board of Elections that there were really only 2 precincts in the state that did not open on time due to human error, and that, of course, was one of them. So we're keeping an eye open for problems. Of course, this afternoon, the drive time, the rush here, the last chance for people to vote, we do expect to see some larger crowds. Back to you, Kira.
All right, Joe, you stay in touch with us. Thanks so much. And our reporters are at polling stations across the country and sending us pictures and video. Our Josh Lev's checking in with some of them. He joins us now. Josh, what are you finding?
We are getting so much. I mean, it's a great day, and we have a big team piecing through them nonstop. Let's zoom in here. I want to show you some stuff. First of all, if you just go to the main page of iReport, you'll see a lot that are about the election. And scroll down, we're just going to see some of the latest here. They're coming in from all over the country. One of the coolest features, though, that I like is this. Look at this. This is a map that shows you where some of the most recent ones, can we zoom way in? Shows you where some of the most recent ones came to us from. And when you look at this, you can refresh it at any time. Just click on any city. So here's one that seems to be coming from Massachusetts. You see what the people are saying when they send that in. It keeps getting refreshed every time we get new ones, and it's lots and lots of stories. Now, Kira, you won't be surprised Some people are saying they have these incredibly long lines. Some people quite the opposite. We made some graphics of some photos. Let's go to these. I want to show you these so you can see how different they were in some different locations. This one, first of all, is coming to us. Where is this one coming to us from? Oh, from Washington, Illinois. And apparently, it was just not so bad there. Once she got in line, she was able to move forward. Let's go through two more here. We got one that you're going to see. This one says that Peter managed to make it through, I think, in less than an hour, which is also not too bad. But one of the most striking ones is this last one out of Washington, D.C. Look at that. Apparently, people were lining up there before 4 in the morning, Karen tells us, and apparently they were waiting there for quite a while before they could even get in. We encourage you to send your photos, videos, stories now. I've been bringing you some interesting stories from people who voted today, but I gotta tell you, we also saw this.
Here we go. Heads Obama, tails McCain. And who will it be? It's going to be heads Obama, so I just hope and pray, and I'm going to stick by it.
That is how she made her choice, folks. She's from Washington, Illinois, by the way. That is how she made her choice, through a coin toss. I guess if that's the only way that she could come up with it, why not? Look, we encourage you. Visit iReport.com. Send us your stories. How did you make your choice? Why did you make your choice? Interact with us throughout the day. And Kira, we're going to keep bringing you the words of iReporters throughout the day. Like I said, big team. We're going to keep checking on it, and we'll see you again next hour.
All right, great. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Kira.
Umbrellas, the order of the day for voters in parts of the country. Our Chad Myers keeping track of Election Day weather for us. Chad, a lot of people dealing with wet ballots, and that's caused a nightmare for poll workers, believe it or not.
I heard some of the people were so wet, by the time they got in, they actually made their ballots soggy, and the soggy ballots wouldn't go through some of the machines. I know these things are few and far between, and most of the stories are much better than that, thank goodness. But rain showers from Baltimore through the nation's capital. The middle part of the country just absolutely couldn't be any better. Even record highs yesterday. We'll probably see some record highs again today. The West and the Northwest, not the same story. There aren't too many battleground states up here, though. I think the minds are met, or made up here. From Seattle even down to Portland, there are snow showers in the mountains above 5,000 feet, and also a lot of snow into Salt Lake City and the benches north of Salt Lake City. Could be 2 feet of snow in some of the ski resorts into parts of Utah and to Colorado. And then the contrast to that, which is east of there, Mason City, Iowa was 75 yesterday. Rapid City, South Dakota, 79. And not much different today. A nice warm day out there. So if you're standing in line in the middle of the country, you might need sunscreen. Not an umbrella, Kira.
Wow.
You stand there too long.
Okay, our wacky weather. Thanks, Chad.
You're welcome.
Boxed out of the balloting, broken machines, late poll workers, and long lines. Just a few of the problems that voters have reported. In addition to those wet ballots, we'll go in depth with a guest straight ahead. Well, Ellie Velshi, it looks like you're keeping your title of hairless prophet of doom. Although we're not talking about the economy, we're talking about voting problems.
Well, I'll tell you, there definitely are problems out there today. Many of them do seem to be related to the turnout, the number of people voting. You know, we've got this voter hotline going. You can see it on the side of the screen there, 877-GO-CNN-08 or 877-462-6608. Kira, we've had more than 60,000 calls to the hotline right now. More than 13,600 of them just since polls have opened today. We've got 9 states identified as high-volume problems. That's more than 95 complaints per million people. Those are New York, New Jersey, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, and Missouri. I'll tell you how the problems are breaking down. I think we might have a chart of this. The biggest single grouping of problems, that's the green bar that you see there. Those are mechanical problems, voter machine malfunction or mechanical failure. The blue line to its left are registration problems. That's voters who are not on the registration rolls. They think they're at the right place to vote. Please, if you are not on the rolls, double, triple check that you're at the right place before you accept a provisional ballot. If you're not on the roll and you can't find where you have to vote, you may be given a provisional ballot, but depending on where you are, that may or may not count. So make sure you're in the right place. The third biggest problem, that's the orange bar that you've got toward the right of the screen, is poll access. And largely, Kira, that's got to do with lines being too long. We do have a section, a complaint code called coercion, and that is growing a little bit. We're investigating places where people are feeling intimidated or somehow unable to vote. Kara, we got one call from a voter in Kansas City, Missouri, that they got there, and none of the voting books, the voting rolls were right. And what it turned out was that they were bound the wrong way, so it had The top said that it was for this particular precinct, but the actual voting rolls were not for the right precinct. That problem has been remedied, but we thank people for calling us, because if you call us, we can investigate, we can map out if there are other people calling with a similar problem, and we will call the Board of Elections or the Secretary of State and try to get the problem worked out. So please call us. If you don't know where you have to vote, this phone call to our line can actually help you find your polling place. Call us and let's get everybody who needs to vote out there today, Kira.
All right, well, you let me know when you hear from more folks, okay?
Absolutely will.
All right, we're standing by. Thanks. Okay. The candidates blitzed the battleground states, but right up till the polls opened this morning, there were a bunch of states still too close to call and several more potentially still up for grabs. We've got all of them covered right now. Let's focus on Colorado, where Dan Simon is standing by, and in Virginia, we've got Dan Lothian. They're seeing record turnout in Virginia, but also recording problems at the polls. We hear that some of them are due to the weather, Dan. Is that right?
That's right. The problem with the weather was that people were going into these polling places. They had water dripping off of them, and these optical scanner machines, the ballots that were getting wet. And so it wouldn't record their vote. So they came up with a plan where they could take those ballots and put them in a secure box. So they took care of that problem. And also it stopped raining now, so that's no longer an issue. We also had a problem at a polling place about 8 miles or so away from here in downtown Richmond, where they had 5 of the 7 voting machines broke down, so they had to switch to paper ballots. They were able to bring in some additional machines, so that situation, we are told, has been fixed. Now, at this polling place where we are at right now, it's kind of quiet. You look behind me now, you don't see a long line here, but earlier this morning, boy, I'll tell you, the line was snaking through this parking lot and going around the block. Folks lined up here, getting ready to vote 2 hours before the polls open. Now, a while ago, we had a chance to talk to 3 generations of one family. One of them is a 19-year-old voting for the first time. There's a 75-year-old grandmother, then a 44-year-old aunt. All of them are Barack Obama supporters, and they talked about what this day meant to them.
It's marvelous. God kept me here for some reason. And I guess it's supposed to be it.
He inspired, you know what I'm saying, a lot of young African-American men. He inspired me, you know what I'm saying, make me want to do better.
It's just wonderful that we can have this opportunity to have somebody of color to represent the United States. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's representing everyone in the United States, not just the African-American community.
So a lot of pride from that family and pride from others as well, who just feel good to be taking part in this process in what they're calling a historic election. And Kira, I should also point out that in terms of the long lines, all across the state, we're being told by elections officials who just wrapped up a press briefing that the lines really are not much of a problem at this point. They said we had a lot of problems with lines earlier in the day, but things have really quieted down. And what they're doing is encouraging voters to come out now during this quiet period, because things will pick up as people start getting off their work. Kira?
All right, Dan Lothian, thanks so much. And in the last 40 years, Colorado's backed a Democrat for president just once. Bill Clinton in '92. This year, Dems hoping to score again. And Dan Simon is live in Denver. Dan, we hear things are going pretty smoothly, yes?
Yeah, so far so good here in Colorado. We're hearing that pretty much all throughout the state, we're not really seeing any lines. We are in Arapahoe County. This is a battleground within a battleground. A lot of people think that this county is a good barometer in terms of how the rest of the state is going to go. Let's just show you what it looks like in here. If you're watching and you live in the area, hey, look, it looks pretty good. You're not seeing any lines. And perhaps that has something to do with the fact that more than half of the people in this state have already voted, about 53%. So maybe that's why we're not seeing a lot of lines. We're also getting close to lunch hour, so maybe, you know, as soon as we approach noon here, local time, we'll start seeing some more lines. We're going to step outside here, Kira, because you can't talk politics within 100 feet of a polling place because you don't want to influence the people who are already voting. You don't want to distract them. So we have Monique here as we step outside. She just cast her ballot for Barack Obama. And what's going through your mind today?
Well, it's just really exciting just to, in my lifetime, 26 years old, and just being able to see what could possibly be the first African-American president of the United States, and also seeing that it's not about race, it's really about the issues for this election. Just really seeing in states like Oregon, where you have like over 80,000 people coming out supporting Barack Obama, and just knowing that it's all about the issues here. So just really excited about that, and just knowing that we have a candidate that we can believe in, and also we have people supporting him, and just knowing that the nation is behind him as well.
A little surprised to see the short line in there, basically no line.
Yes, very surprised.
Because, you know, you've been watching local news, and of course they've been expressing concern that there are going to be a lot of lines here in the state of Colorado, Kira, because of course this is a battleground state. Just in terms of the realities of what we're seeing here on the ground, and in terms of how this race is shaping up, Barack Obama up 6 points in the polls, and in terms of the early numbers that we have seen, more Democrats have voted than Republicans. So it appears by every objective measure, Barack Obama is poised to carry the state of Colorado. But we're going to be watching the state very carefully. Of course, John McCain holding a rally in Grand Junction, Colorado. That is a very conservative part of the state. The feeling is among the campaign is if they can get the rural vote, particularly the Colorado Springs area as well, which is very conservative, that perhaps they might be able to pull off an upset here in the state of Colorado. We'll send it back to you now in Atlanta.
Dan Simon, thank you so much. Well, it's a good luck strategy that Barack Obama has always done on voting day, shooting hoops. And rumor has it, our own Don Lemon may be teaching the presidential candidate possibly how to J the 3. He's joining us from Grand Park, Chicago. Is that true, Don? You're taking him to the courts?
Kira, you know what? You know the whole basketball myth? I'm not part of it. I cannot play basketball. But do you remember a year ago, Kira, we were in North Carolina, producer Sonia Houston, who works with you now. Remember when Barack Obama made that basket, a three-pointer, and then we got him over live to talk about it?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that. He's got some good moves.
Here's the reason why. He's got to play against a 6'5" guy today. Hopefully you'll be on his team. Arnie Duncan is joining us now, Kira. He is the CEO. Come in here just a little bit. He's the CEO of Chicago Public Schools. 6'5". They've made this a tradition. Every primary you guys have been playing. And so how does it feel now? The pressure's on.
This is staggering. It's just absolutely amazing. And when we've played on primary days, he's always won. So we're the good luck charms. We hope that happens again today for him.
Yeah, last time you guys beat Chris Duhon, the starting guard for the New York Knicks. How did that happen?
We got some good players. Barack's a tough competitor. I think people have no idea what a great competitor is, and he can play. So this has been a lot of fun, and it's just absolutely earth-shattering to see what might happen today.
Yeah, you know, I asked you, I said, are you guys ready? You and some other people who's playing. John Rogers, who's on his finance committee, Alan King, a good friend, Eric Whitaker, Marty Nesbitt, a best friend, and they said, you know what? We're old guys. We're not ready, Don. Do you feel that way?
We're all getting old, but there's this great camaraderie, and these are friendships that are 10, 15, 20 years old. It's really been based around competing on the basketball court. So it's just phenomenal folks who have been with him for the long haul, and it's just a chance for him to relax and enjoy himself before coming out and facing the world.
We're up against a break, but I got to ask you this. Can you believe this? You're just the guy who plays basketball with him. Can you believe that he might be the president of the United States? Might.
It's staggering. I've never obviously seen anything like this in my life, and I probably won't again. It's absolutely amazing. I'm just so proud of what he's going to do.
Thank you. Arnie Duncan, who is the CEO of Chicago Public Schools. Thank you very much. Kira, I'm going to throw it back to you, but I got to tell you, that's all people are talking about here is like, what about this big basketball game, Don? Who's he going to play with? Where are they going to play? Do you think he's going to win? Are they going to bring in some help from professional teams? That's the talk of the town here besides what's going on at Grand Park.
All right, we'll follow it. Don Lemon, thanks so much. And problems at the polls or lack thereof depend on where you're voting. We had iReporters telling us incredibly long lines, broken voting machines, general chaos is what they're dealing with. Other people, well, they're just zipping right in and zipping right out. Rosemary Rodriguez chairs the government's Election Assistance Commission, which came about in large part because of the voting mess in 2000. Rosemary, you're already getting tons of calls and people telling you what they're dealing with. Hoaxes. I mean, we're getting up to just before I got on the air, 2 more hoaxes that we learned about. Are you seeing that as the main problem right now or something else?
Well, what we're seeing right now is a lull in the polls. So one of your reporters or one of your correspondents said now's probably a good time to vote if you haven't voted yet, and we agree. This downtime is an excellent time to vote because there will be that natural tendency for voters to vote after work. So if you have any flexibility in your schedule and you're a voter, now's the time to go, and you may avoid a line. We're going to probably see some lines at the end of the day. So now's a great time to exercise your right.
Okay, so obviously long lines, but get out there and vote. In some places it's getting better than others. But with regard to these hoaxes, I'm concerned about this because people are getting emails, they're getting calls. There's even been some things issued in Spanish talking about voting on November 9th. Tell us about some of the hoaxes out there that are getting you a little worried and may confuse people.
Well, what we really need for election officials to do is, as soon as they hear of misinformation or a hoax or something more sinister, to make every effort to get the correct information out as soon as possible, through email, through reverse phone calls, through elected officials that are trusted in their communities. It's very important that the voters realize today is their day. It's not any other day, but today. It ends at a certain hour, and today is the day for them to exercise their right.
Okay, and one in particular, George Mason University, apparently someone hacked into the email system, said the election had been postponed to Wednesday. So
Right.
we just want to let people know nothing has been postponed. Today's Tuesday. Get out and vote. It's your only opportunity. Virginia, you saw two problems there. One being military voters. There was a lawsuit that was filed, and then also wet ballots. Why don't we start with the wet ballots? What happened?
Well, apparently it was pouring rain and some voters got wet, and in holding their ballots, once they got into the polling place, the ballots got damp. And of course they can't be scanned, they'll disintegrate. So the option would be to to destroy that original ballot and vote again, or to somehow dry them out, and it sounds like that's what they're doing in Virginia. With the military voters, the McCain campaign filed a lawsuit yesterday, and we are all waiting to see if it's going to prevail and if those voters will have an extra 10 days to realize that their votes may be counted.
All right, Rosemary Rodriguez, you can always log on to your website too at www.eac.gov, and I know you can call the office as well. Thank you so much. We'll stay in touch with you. Also, we want to hear from you if you run into any problems at the polls. You can call the CNN voter hotline, help us track the problems, and we'll report the trouble as well. Call 1-877-462-6608. We're keeping them honest all the way through the election and beyond. Well, election's always the first Tuesday of November, so why? Well, we'll have an answer to that question of the day. Leading our political ticker, the state of Sarah Palin's health. Just hours before the election day, the McCain campaign released a letter from Palin's doctor saying the GOP vice presidential candidate is in excellent health. Palin is the last of the contenders on both tickets to release a medical history in some form. And in parts of the country, bogus robocalls are confusing voters about when and where to vote. Sometimes what seems like a dirty political trick is simply a mistake. In Virginia, robocalls were telling people the wrong precinct at which to vote, and election officials blamed a computer glitch and made new calls with the correct information. Well, it's a rarity in a presidential election, a sitting member of Congress moving to the Oval Office. It'll happen today because both John McCain and Barack Obama are senators. The last time it happened, 1960, when Senator JFK was elected president. Check out our political ticker for all the latest campaign news. Just log on to CNNPolitics.com, your source for all things political. Yeah, it's great election trivia. Why do we vote on Tuesdays? We'll take a look at some logic from long ago. Oops. That was the entire third grade at Oakhurst Elementary in Decatur, Georgia. They had a Get Out the Vote rally yesterday at the town square. There we go. Can we listen to it for a minute? V-O-T-E-S, vote. V-O-T-E-S, we vote. There you go. They gave speeches, they sang a song, they wrote about the importance of voting. Well, we've seen the antiquated voting machines, the poll workers checking you off the paper with pencil, but there's another facet of Election Day that's really old school, and that's the scheduling. Why the first Tuesday in November? Well, CNN's Ed Lavendera breaks it down for us.
Voting on a Tuesday is a tradition that started more than 150 years ago, back to the days when it was something like this that actually took people to the voting booths. In the 1840s, America was mostly a farming society, so Election Day was set up on the first Tuesday in November. The thinking was the harvest was over, people would go to church on Sundays, Monday would be a travel day to the polls, they'd vote on Tuesday and then ride home Wednesday. To New York Congressman Steve Israel, it all seems so old-fashioned.
It's crazy to me that we're only allowing people to vote over a certain period of hours on one day. Most nations that have much higher voter turnout allow their people to vote over several days.
So Israel is sponsoring legislation that would make elections a two-day weekend event in November. Of course, 31 states already have early voting, but 19 states don't. Ask your friends if they know why we vote on a Tuesday. It's the million-dollar stump question. Do you have any idea why we vote on Tuesday?
Wait a minute. Mr. Dunt says, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question, sir.
I'm Congressman Steve Israel from New York.
Even the congressman walked around Capitol Hill asking the same question. The video was posted on YouTube by a group called WhyTuesday.org.
Why do you think we have Election Day on Tuesdays in America?
Why do we have election days on Tuesdays? I guess because once upon a time all the taverns were closed on Tuesdays.
Of course, not everyone likes the idea of moving Election Day. Some say it would mess up tradition, confuse voters, and possibly make elections more costly. Now, Congressman Israel says that making the election a weekend event would increase voter turnout. And even though great turnout is expected on Tuesday, tens of millions of people still won't be voting. Maybe it's because their horse broke down. Ed Lavandera, CNN, Dallas.
Well, voting in the 2008 election sure can make you full. This year, taking part in democracy is like walking around Costco when they have all the free samples. Coming up, motivation for saving your I voted sticker. All right, everybody, that's my fantastic VJ, Colleen Covino. She is one of the best. She keeps me in line up here on set. You know what else she did? She was in line this morning, and these are her pictures voting in Atlanta. And I love this story. She said, Kira, I got up at 6, but these folks had been there since 3 in the morning. So she got the group here. Okay, but this is what I want to tell you about this family. These are the first 3 people that showed up where Colleen voted, okay? Their names are Jeremy Hawkins, Tony Jordan, and Dwayne Shelley, and they actually let the folks behind them go first because they were elderly and they were in wheelchairs, right, Colleen? Yeah, and stretchers, or in walkers, so they actually let the other folks go first and then they went and voted. But can you imagine they got there at 3:30 in the morning? Thanks, Colleen. Well, stuffing the ballot box, yeah, that's bad. Well, stuffing of freebies out there. In fact, democracy was never so filling or delicious. Wear your I voted sticker to get a free donut with sprinkles of Krispy Kreme. Got a Shane's Rib Shack near you? Well, get 3 chicken tenders, fries, and a 20-ounce drink for free. Starbucks, it'll give you a tall brewed coffee. And remember, tall means small in Starbucks speak, by the way. Ben & Jerry's will give you a scoop of ice cream. And if that scoop overtaxes your lactose intolerance, well, no worries. One Republican commissioner in Houston is handing out Joe the Plumber plungers, a campaign tool that also unclogs, well, you know, your home issues. You can't make this stuff up, folks. The next hour CNN Newsroom starts right now.
It's my first time voting, and hopefully it does make a difference.
And this is the way it should be every year, but it hasn't been. It's the first time I've ever seen so many people interested in an election.
This is it. The time is now. The choice is yours. And no matter how it turns out, we've never seen an election like this.
For years, black families have had to listen to what we were not. Now there's a vision of what we are and what can be.
The new president will make history, whoever he is. But for generations of African Americans, this isn't just political, it's personal. Machines can fail, mistakes can happen, it can rain, or all of the above. We're tracking your Election Day reports to the CNN Voter Hotline.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips, live at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta, and you're live in the CNN Newsroom. Live pictures now of voters across the country. Have you voted yet? Well, no matter where you live, the polls are open, and there's no time like the present, folks. You're seeing voters in Columbus, Ohio, Henderson, Nevada, but we're watching voting all over the country. The turnout, the glitches, the weather. on this pivotal and historic day. We're also keeping track of your reports to the CNN voter hotline. We're counting on you to be heard first at the polls, then with us if you run into problems. Well, at this point, we can't say much about with absolute certainty, but we can say this. It's an absolutely beautiful day in Chicago, and that's where Barack Obama and family voted this morning, and we're there waiting for returns, just like everybody else. CNN's Jessica Yellen is there also. Hey, Jessica.
Hey, Kira, it's so unseasonably warm. I was watching the local news today. The weather guy said that it hasn't been this warm on an election day since 1964. You just don't see a Chicago day like this in November. And folks are getting out to vote. Barack Obama was among the first, as you say. He went with his family and showed his daughters the ballot. It, in fact, took... There's so many names on the ballot here. It took Michelle, his wife, quite a while to finish filling it out, and he joked to reporters later that he had to double-check afterwards who she voted for. The Obamas then split up, and Barack Obama went across the border to Indiana, and he stopped by a local canvassing center where they're working on getting out the vote. The Obama campaign is increasingly enthusiastic about the possibility of winning over a number of red states, Indiana among them, because they share a media market with Illinois, with Chicago, and so Barack Obama very familiar to lots of people in parts of that state. And he told reporters in Indiana he wouldn't be there if he didn't think he could win. So some cautious optimism from Obama, and even more cautious nerves from campaign aides who I've been talking to throughout the day. They say, look, these huge turnout numbers, the fact that they have more than 1 million volunteers around the country getting people out to vote in battleground states are enormously encouraging to them. But they are, of course, quite worried and frustrated that there's not much else they can do on this day. In fact, lots of campaign workers have left headquarters here to go out in the field and see if they can't drive voters to work and encourage people to get to the ballot box. So like everyone else, they're sitting, watching, and waiting. Kira?
All right, so are we. Thanks, Jessica. We'll talk about a clash of emotions. Barack Obama copes with the loss of a loved one as he stands at the gates of history. Later this hour, we're going to take a closer look at how Obama's grandmother helped shape this election day and even has a say in its outcome. In and out within minutes, that was John McCain when he voted this morning in Phoenix, and with good reason. He's making 2 last stops in battleground states before calling it a day. CNN's Ed Henry is in Phoenix. Hey, Ed.
Well, good afternoon, Kira. Much like Jessica's reporting here at Camp McCain in Phoenix, a lot of advisors here huddled around waiting just like we are for results. Frankly, they say there's not too much they can do right now. They've made their case to the American people. Now they're waiting for the verdict. But John McCain himself, actually, after voting, as you noted, has gone out there and taken matters into his own hands a little bit. He's decided to break with his normal tradition in statewide Senate races here, where he just waits here at the Arizona Biltmore and waits for the returns and relaxes. He's out on the campaign trail yet again, just like Barack Obama. He was in Colorado. He's heading there now. Then he's going on to New Mexico. 2 real battlegrounds in the Mountain West, and it's a reflection of a couple of things. First of all, the fact that Barack Obama has been on offense in states that the Republicans thought they'd have in their hands and has really expanded the electoral map. And secondly, how that has put John McCain in a bind mathematically to try and get to the magic number of 270 electoral votes. Basically, McCain aides are banking their strategy on pulling together enough of the red states that went with George W. Bush in 2004. They think that can get them to about 260 electoral votes. The 10 more they would need to go over the top, they think they're going to get one of 2 ways. Either from Pennsylvania, very tough haul though. It's a state that has not gone for Republicans since 1988. Barack Obama has consistently been up in the polls there, but McCain has been making a late charge. Or they want to get the remaining electoral votes from some of those Mountain West states, like I said, Colorado, New Mexico, maybe even New Hampshire in the Northeast, where John McCain made one last appearance on Sunday night. But the bottom line is, it's out of their hands now. They're just sitting and waiting like we are, Kira.
All right, Ed, thanks. Well, don't forget the running mates. Joe Biden returned to his home state of Delaware to cast his ballot. Biden voted near his hometown of Wilmington, giving a thumbs up after leaving the polling booth. Palin voted in her small hometown of Wasilla, Alaska, and afterwards she took a flight to Phoenix to join John McCain. Well, it all boils down to the battlegrounds. Just a handful of states will determine who gets the key to the Oval Office, and we've got them covered for you. We're looking at live pictures right now of voting in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll take a look at that in just a minute. And CNN's Dan Lothian is in another one of the big battlegrounds. That is Virginia. Hey, Dan.
Hello. Well, the State Board of Elections, they just held a press conference, wrapped up, and kind of giving us an overview of what's going on this election day. And they said pretty much based on all the information that they've been able to look at, they can't find any major problems happening in any of the 23+100 precincts across the state. They did tick off a few problems that they had earlier in the day. They had 3 precincts that did not open on time, and 2 of those was because of operator error or human error. Apparently the people who were supposed to open them up didn't show up. Also, they had at one polling place about 8 miles or so away from here in downtown Richmond, they had 5 of the 7 voting machines were not working, so they had to turn to paper ballots. They were able to bring in some additional machines. And also, you know, we would love to have had the nice, beautiful weather here, but we had rain for much of the morning. And because of that, it caused some problems with the optical voting machines. People were going in with all the water dripping off of their clothes. It would get on the ballot, so that was causing some problems. So how they repaired that, they brought in a box, a secure box, and they were putting those ballots inside the box. They will dry them off and then count them later on. Now, this polling place where we're at right now, this is a bit different than what it was a few hours ago. It's very quiet now. A few people trickling in to vote, but this morning more than 100 people were snaking through this parking lot and going around the block. We had a chance to talk to 3 generations of one family. They're all Obama supporters, and they talked about what this day means to them.
It's marvelous. God kept me here for some reason. And I guess it's supposed to be it.
He inspired, you know what I'm saying, a lot of young African-American men. He inspired me, you know what I'm saying, make me want to do better.
It's just wonderful that we can have this opportunity to have somebody of color to represent the United States. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's representing everyone in the United States, not just the African-American community.
The grandmother there, she's 75 years old. The young man, 19 years old, voting for the very first time. Now, elections officials tell us that about 50% of the registered voters have already cast their ballots. They came up with that number based on the traffic that they've had this morning and also because of the number of absentee voters. About 10% of the more than 5 million registered voters cast absentee ballots. So they've been breaking all kinds of records here in Virginia, Kara.
Dan Lothian, thanks so much. Well, voting is always important, but voters in 2008 are helping make history. Frank Sesno joins me to talk about the election you'll be telling your grandkids about. And how are voters faring at the polls? Well, it's kind of a mixed bag depending on where you are. We're going to talk about it with an expert. As Barack Obama flirts with a great triumph, he also copes with a great sorrow. Sunday night, his grandmother lost her battle with cancer at the age of 86. Seems a shame that she didn't live to see how the election turned out. Without her strong and quiet hand, the history we're looking at today might not have even been possible.
Some of you heard that my grandmother, who helped raise me, passed away early this morning. And look, she has gone home.
A campaign that has stirred every possible emotion now gets a taste of true sadness. Barack Obama's beloved grandmother passed away just 2 days before Election Day. Madeline Payne Dunham was part of the greatest generation. Like many women at the time, she helped in the war effort, working on a bomber assembly line while her husband was in the service. Later, she broke a barrier herself, becoming one of the first female bank executives in Hawaii.
Thank you to my grandmother, who poured everything she had into me, and who helped to make me the man I am today.
As a child, Obama was abandoned by his father and for long periods separated from his mother as she pursued studies in Indonesia. So Dunham and her husband largely raised their teen grandson in Honolulu. Obama said they instilled in him the values he needed to embrace his identity as a biracial child.
They were fundamentally American values, and that I could feel comfortable in my own identity, in my own skin, embracing that side of my family while also embracing the fact of my race.
Toots, as he called her, was a woman who didn't seek the spotlight, didn't like giving interviews. She let the fruits of her life speak for themselves. She died Sunday in the same apartment where she helped shape the grandchild who would grow up to make history. But even in death, Toot will be part of the history she helped shape. Her absentee ballot, received on October 27th, will count. Oh, the family plans a small private ceremony for Madeline Dunham. In so many ways, the presidential race of 2008 is like none that's gone before. I could spend the rest of the hour ticking off the firsts and the most and the onlys, but first among those has to be the race. You don't have to look very far to find voters who never thought they'd live to see an African-American presidential candidate, let alone an African-American president. Special correspondent Frank Sesno joins me to talk about that and a lot more. Good to see you, Frank.
Good to see you, Kara.
I'll tell you what, a lot of emotion at the polls. We've been talking with people, we've been seeing the iReports, we've been getting emails, we've been seeing the video. I mean, older voters are looking back saying, boy, we remember there was a time we didn't even have the right to vote, and now we're voting for a black man.
You know, Kara, a couple of months ago, I had the opportunity to interview Congressman John Lewis, who was on the front lines of the civil rights movement, and he almost came to tears. He almost brought me to tears, as a matter of fact, when he sat there and he said, and this is a few months back, where he said, you must understand what this means for me, that when I, was a young man, I could not get on a bus in Washington, D.C. that was headed to the Deep South without worrying about being beaten up or maybe killed on the way. And now I'm seeing this. And you could see in him, and you hear it echoed across this country, in black and white in many cases, this intense sense of the American story playing itself out, this chapter in history that is about to turn, this place. And it's a peculiar and overpowering feeling, and I predict that if Barack wins, and even if Barack Obama wins, and even if he doesn't, this intensity of feeling and emotion is something we're really only now beginning to sense and digest, even though this campaign's been going on, it seems like, forever.
Well, historic event number 2, a member of Congress not elected as president since JFK.
Yeah, and in either case, John McCain or Barack Obama will actually be going back to the Senate in the special session that they're likely to have to take up, among other things, the stimulus package to turn this economy around. And it'll be very, very interesting to see this member of the Senate, either one of them, go back, take their place as a president-elect. And those will be the first days and the first times, first moments we will see as to how their members are deferring to them, and the kind of leadership that they're going to start to imprint on what will become very quickly their future.
And also, we don't want to forget, it's also a very historic time with regard to gender. I mean, we didn't see a female get this far since Geraldine Ferraro. We were joking, too. Big difference between the clothes, too. We were knowing she was a lot more conservative than Sarah Palin. But
I covered that campaign. I was there on the floor of the convention when she was nominated back in 1984. I went out on the campaign trail with her, and there was this astounding moment, this astounding sense of change, this sort of glass ceiling that was cracking. Whether it had millions of cracks and actually broke is another matter. And it's almost a measure of progress, and of course contrast, because Barack Obama is at the head of the Democratic ticket, that Sarah Palin and the gender breakthrough that she represents, I don't want to say it's routine, that it's sort of taken in stride, and of course there's been a lot of controversy around Palin herself, but that too is a moment in history here. I mean, this is a powerful signal that is a very American story here that's playing out here today.
All kinds of spirits and feelings. You think of JFK, you think of Martin Luther King, you just think of the whole movement for women. It's all kind of coming forward today on so many levels.
I have to say, and again, whether Barack Obama wins or not, there is a sense here that JFK, John F. Kennedy's torch being passed to a new generation, is combining with Martin Luther King's let us judge people by not the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And, there's plenty of problems in this country. There's plenty of racism left in this country. But the journey that we have seen over the last 20, 30, 40 years that's culminating in some fashion today is something that I don't think anybody could have imagined, and all of us who are witnessing it really are privileged to see.
Frank Sesno, always a privilege to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kara. Thanks a lot.
Well, before we move on, I want to show you just one more thing. On such a monumental day, it sums up what we at CNN are all about. It's a full-page ad in the New York Times. Our incredible head of marketing and promo, Scott Saffon, actually had a vision, and I saw this as I was walking through the hallway today at work, and I just wanted all of you to be able to see this. This is what it says. There is a moment, a simple moment before history gets recorded, before it goes in the books, before it appears as a question on a game show or on a midterm exam. A moment right before the headline is written. There is a moment when history lives in the present, when we can watch it unfold in real time right before our eyes, and we can all assume our place in it. Some people live for history. We live for the moment just before. Well, straight ahead, Election Day on Wall Street. Traders seem to put worry on the back burner and focus on the election. A decent trading day today. More on that in just a moment. Dow Industrials up 213 points. Well, more problems for Acorn, and this time it could be costly. The community organizing group embroiled in voter registration fraud across the country is now being frozen out by the Catholic Church. That could mean millions of dollars in grant money no longer going to that group. CNN's Drew Griffin joins me now with the latest on his investigation. This keeps unfolding, doesn't it?
It really does, Kira. The details are in a memo to all U.S. bishops from the bishop who oversees the Catholic Campaign for Human Development, advising them that all Acorn grant money from the Catholic Church has been suspended. Bishop Roger Morin of New Orleans writes that funds were cut off to Acorn last June because of questions that had arisen about financial management, fiscal transparency, and organizational accountability of the national Acorn structures. Now, Kira, the letter dated October 22nd goes on to say recent widespread reports of alleged Acorn involvement in voter registration controversies and allegations of fraud raise serious concerns.
All right, so what are bishops going to do?
Well, what they decided to do is they're going to hire a forensic accountant to look at all the money the church has sent to Acorn, which is sizable. Some $7.3 million in the last 10 years, including more than just $1 million last year. And listen to this. It's believed now by the church that $40,000 of that Catholic money may have ended up in the hands of the Las Vegas Acorn office. That's the one raided by authorities in a voter registration fraud investigation. This is that Acorn office, Kira, that tried to register the Dallas Cowboys football team. What's Acorn's response? Here it is from the executive director. Acorn is grateful to have received a Catholic Campaign for Human Development funding for many years, and proud that CCHD has enabled us to help our low-income constituency achieve the American dream. We know that CCHD is reviewing their current funding, and we are in discussions with them about continuing their support. Acorn voter registration drives under investigation now in no less than a dozen states.
I'm having visions of, I'm going to write it all on black. No red, no black. Expanding beyond politics, elections, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Acorn, you know, has been trying to place this all in their smearing. This is the Republican smear, but as we've been reporting, it's Democrat election officials in Indiana, Democrat election officials in Philadelphia, and now the Catholic Church that's raising questions about this. Not right-wing Republicans, although certainly the Republican political campaigns have used this Acorn information to their benefit.
I have a feeling your investigation will just keep on giving. Thank you, Drew. Well, along with the stunning voter turnout, problems at the polls have turned up. Some of them the usual glitches, others maybe breaking new ground. Let's bring in Michael Waldman, Executive Director of the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU and a former speechwriter for President Clinton. Michael, good to see you.
Good to be with you.
All right, let's talk about what you're seeing. I got a list here, and I know all the way up to 5 minutes ago you've been getting contacted and calls about problems. What is the biggest concern for you right now?
Well, yes, the cell phone has been ringing up until airtime. Look, this is a day where millions of new voters are voting, and what we're seeing in part is that this very positive development is putting some strains on the system. We're seeing a lot of voters who registered but are not on the voter rolls. And when that happens to a voter, they should insist that they are registered. They should call a voter hotline, because if you did register, you have the right to vote. There were a lot of efforts to kick people off the rolls, and sometimes the people fell through the cracks. We're also seeing problems with voting machines just breaking down, and maybe polling places and officials not being ready for the sheer onslaught of voters. And that's why you see some of these long lines. And there, the key is making sure that voters vote an emergency paper ballot. That's really what they ought to have there. That's different from a provisional ballot. It's just a backup emergency paper ballot, and voters should know that that is counted like a regular ballot.
But a lot of these places don't even have a contingency plan, right?
Well, a lot of places don't. We did study the country and found, among other things, 2 weeks ago that Virginia was one of the worst prepared states, and lo and behold, there are long lines and major problems in Virginia with machines breaking down and not enough backup ballots. The bottom line is, when this election is over, we all need to come together, Democrats and Republicans, and work to build a much more modern election system where everybody's on the rolls, the government keeps the list, and we make sure these polling places have enough equipment and backup so that in the unlikely event that people actually show up to vote, the machines can handle them.
Well, and Michael, we've been receiving calls about these deceptive robocalls that have been taking place, also flyers telling people to come out and vote on Wednesday, to come out on November 9th. Some of this is just in the Spanish section. I mean, these deceptive calls and flyers are spreading.
Well, you know, the biggest problem of election fraud, there's no evidence that any voters are showing up and voting as Mickey Mouse, but you have these deceptive practices, and they unfortunately seem targeted at minority communities, at poor communities, and they are a remnant of the past practices in this country that have tried to keep a lot of people from voting. So what I would say to anybody who wants to vote is, there may be long lines, but they should brave the lines. It's a very special day in our democracy. And the bottom line is, overall, things are going well. Votes will be counted. There may be some long lines. You may not be on the lists where you think you should be. But overall, people are able to vote and are able to do it this year. And that's a very positive thing for the democracy.
Michael Waldman, Executive Director of Brennan Center for Justice. Always great to have you, Michael. Thanks. Well, we want to hear from you, too, as you run into problems at the polls. Call the CNN Voter Hotline. Help us track the problems, and we'll report the trouble. Just call 1-877-462-6608. We're keeping them honest all the way through the election and beyond. Well, as Americans across the country head to the polls, many want to know what the outcome will mean for their wallet. Some hard numbers show the stock market is pretty good at forecasting election winners, but can knowing the winners tell us what will happen to the market? Susan Lesovich at the New York Stock Exchange with all the details. Hey, Susan.
Hey, Kira. Well, you know, the S&P 500 is actually an excellent indicator. Here's how it works. Since 1928, if the S&P goes up in the 3 months before voting day, the incumbent party, in this case Republican, wins. If the S&P goes down, the replacement wins. And over the past 3 months, do I need to tell you, the index has tumbled. In fact, big time, down nearly 24%. So if the S&P indicator holds, Senator Obama wins. It hasn't been right 100% of the time, 80% of the time. This formula, good track record, that's for sure. Either way, uncertainty not welcome on Wall Street, so investors just want a winner. Some analysts say it doesn't matter who wins because stocks are so beaten down that there's only one way for the market to go up. And that's up, and that's what we're seeing on this election day. The Dow Industrials right now up 239 points, or 2.5%. Ditto for the NASDAQ. A very nice rally indeed. Kira, back to you.
All right, Susan, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Well, voting in the 2008 election sure can make you full. This year, taking part in democracy is like walking around Costco when they have all the free samples coming out. Well, coming up, voting, bloating, and reasons to save your I voted sticker. Oh, forget about spreading the wealth for a sec. This election is also about redistributing the carbs. Palling around, or fail around, with freebies. Your I voted sticker will get you a free cup of joe from Starbucks, just a tall, of course. These Georgia voters qualify for a free chicken sandwich at participating Chick-fil-A's, and you might have thought as you stood in line, hey, I could really use a donut right now. Well, Krispy Kreme's got that covered too with sprinkles, FYI. And in Houston, you can get a free Joe the Plumber plunger. Can't eat that, of course, but hey, can't have too many plungers in the house, you know what I mean? Also, Ben & Jerry's is giving away a scoop of ice cream if you want to go there. And if you want to head back to Dallas, well, you can have your tattoo removed for free if you voted. That's what you can get for free just for voting, but there's also stuff that you can lose for free, like that tattoo of your ex's name. Yes, a guy in Texas is offering to erase part of your past, all in the spirit of change, and lots of people are taking advantage of the valuable offer. Ryan Lambert's on the phone with us now from Dallas. Okay, Ryan, how did you come up with this idea?
Well, we've been having a lot of patients come to our clinic for the last year or two, and we realized that the election is all about change this year. Whether you're voting for McCain or Obama, you're I'm definitely looking for a new direction for the country. We'll be electing a new president here by the end of the day. So we figured that a lot of people also have a need for tattoo removal, and figured the message made a lot of sense given this election day.
All right, so what kind of tattoos are they having removed, Ryan? Give me some examples.
A lot of stuff. We have the names of ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends. That's always a common tattoo. A lot of people have lower back stamps that women may have got late one night when they were partying in college. Some people have military tattoos they got back in the Tet Offensive in '68. So we're seeing a huge range today.
All right, well, is anybody having a tattoo removed and then wanting an Obama or a McCain tattoo? Maybe a Sarah Palin, Joe Biden?
You know, I haven't looked that closely today. I imagine there may be a few McCain, maybe a few Obama tattoos. I know there's a couple of Dole Kemp 1996. There's Gore Lieberman 2000 tattoos. Some of the old stuff, you know, from back in the day. But
they're getting rid of those Ross Perot tattoos there in Texas.
Ross Perot and Admiral Stockdale are both getting removed today. I'm sure your new look tattoo removal.
Ryan Lambert, we got a kick out of reading about you and what you're doing. Good luck with business today.
Thanks much.
All right. Well, on this election day, CNN reporters are out in force, too, and sending us their pictures and video of what's happening. Josh Levs has the story of a first-time voter who actually was applauded at the polls. What was that about?
Have you seen this one? It's so awesome.
No.
I love this because it's one of these things that we can all celebrate, you know, not pulling the country apart. It's just taking part in the process. And I'll tell you about this guy. His name is Ronnie Sneak, 34-year-old, 6th grade math teacher in Landover, Maryland. He's from the Bahamas, recently got citizenship. He lined up super early, and he sent us this video I report after he left the polls.
So, I'm done. I'm finished. Voted for my candidate. Voted for my issues that I support. And so, you see, 4:30 in the morning pays off. Man, this feels great. I love voting. And I should have been a citizen a long time ago.
That is so cool. He's just one of the many people celebrating being a first-time voter today. No matter what your story is, we, of course, encourage you. Send us your photos, videos, stories. Keep in mind, state laws sometimes don't let you bring cameras inside polling sites. But I'll tell you, Kira, we love these stories we've been getting all day. We're going to keep bringing them to everyone on air here and in the coming days because these stories are just so awesome.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks a lot.
Well, we want to hear what you are saying also and see what you are doing this election day 2008. As you go to the polls, share your voting experiences with CNN. Send us your iReports. Go to iReport.com. We might talk to you on air. Got a rally going on in Grand Junction, Colorado. John McCain. We're going to check in on that once he steps up to the mic.
A couple of Christmases ago, she wanted to drive around France, so she flew to Paris. She wanted to rent a car, and they said she was too old, so she bought one and drove around France. So, a great. When anybody ever asks anything about my age, I always introduce them to my mother. So, I'm so grateful you're here. My son Doug and his wife Ashley are here, and I want to thank all of you. I feel the momentum, I feel it, and you feel it, and we're going to win this election. We're going to win it. And we're going to win it right here in the state of Colorado. And I bring greetings. I bring greetings from the great governor of the state of Alaska, Sarah Palin, who has ignited this campaign, who's done an incredible job. You know, she's got a husband. His name is Todd. She calls him First Dude. Her husband, Todd, is a 4-time world champion in snowmobile race across Alaska in the middle of the winter. One time he was running this race, broke his arm with 250 miles to go and still won. I think he's ready for Washington, D.C. So is she. Don't you think? Now, I'd like to thank all the veterans who are here. Would you raise your hand so we can say thank you for your service? Thank you very much. Thank you. Air Force brat for McCain, thank you. And here is two special people, Marine girlfriend for McCain and Army girlfriend for McCain. Thank you. Military moms for McCain. Thank you. I want to say thank you again. I want to say it's great for you to turn out today. We've got to turn out our vote, and we're going to be up late tonight, And you know, some of the pundits have written us off, but I want to tell you, but they may not know it, but the Mac is back. With your help, we're going to take America in a new direction. Get out there and vote. I need your help. Volunteer, knock on doors, get your neighbors to the polls, drag them there if you need to. We're going to bring real change to Washington, and we have to fight for it. So, my friends, you know that I've been fighting for this country since I was 17 years old, and it's been the honor of my life, and I've never lived a day, in good times or bad, that I didn't thank God for the privilege of serving the United States of America. I owe this country more than it will ever owe me. And I promise you, if I'm elected president, I will never let you down. I'll fight to shake up Washington and take America in a new direction from my first day in office until my last. I'm not afraid of the fight. I'm ready for the fight. And we're going to cut taxes for working families, and we'll cut business taxes to help create jobs and keep American businesses in America. We're going to get the spending in Washington under control. I'm going to make government live on a budget just like you do. And I'll veto every single pork barrel bill that comes across my desk. You will know their names. You will know their names. I'll make them famous. And we're going to make sure we take care of the working people who were devastated by the excesses and greed and corruption of Wall Street and Washington. My friends, we have to fix our housing market. We've got to get home values up, keep people in their homes. That's the American dream. I'm going to protect it. We'll keep people in their homes. My friends, we're going to protect people's retirement. Don't be afraid of the scare tactics that get trotted out every 4 years. They try to scare seniors. I was there when we fixed Social Security, and I'm going to be there when we fix it again. I'm going to protect Social Security. I'm going to protect Medicare, and I'm not going to let Washington tax away your retirement savings. And my friends, if I'm elected president, when I'm elected president, we're going to stop spending $700 billion to buy oil from countries that don't like us very much. We will invest in every energy alternative: wind, solar, tide, hybrid cars, clean coal technology, safe nuclear power, and offshore drilling. When I'm president, we will drill offshore, and we will drill now. I think we ought to hear it one more time. Drill, baby, drill. And we will, my friends. If we're going to change Washington, we need a president who has actually fought for change and made it happen. I've been fighting for change in Washington my entire career, and I wasn't elected Miss Congeniality because of it. The next president won't have time to learn how to change Washington or get used to the office. America faces many challenges here at home and many enemies abroad in this dangerous world. Today, we elect a commander-in-chief to lead our nation. I know how to deal with our enemies, and I know how to deal with our friends. You know, there's been a lot of talk recently about the tests that the next president will face. My friends, I've been tested and I've passed the test. When many of both parties wanted to retreat in Iraq, I said, no, I'd rather lose an election than lose a war. Today, because of the surge strategy, because of great general named Petraeus, because of the brave men and women who are serving in uniform, the best of all of us, the best of America, we are succeeding in Iraq. We will succeed in Afghanistan. And when I'm president, our troops will come home with honor and victory, not in defeat. Now, let me, my friends, give you a little straight talk about the election today. I know you're worried. America is a great country, but we're at a moment of national crisis that will determine our future. Now, let me ask you, will we continue to lead the world's economies, or will we be overtaken? Will the world become safer or more dangerous? Will our military remain the strongest in the world? And will our children and grandchildren's future be brighter than ours? My answer to you is yes. Yes, we will lead. Yes, we will prosper. Yes, we will be safer. Yes, we will pass on to our children a stronger, better country. But we must be prepared to act swiftly, boldly, with courage and wisdom. I'm an American and I choose to fight. Don't give up hope. Be strong. Have courage and fight. Fight for a new direction for our country. Fight for what's right for America. Fight to clean up the mess of corruption, infighting, and selfishness in Washington. Fight to get our economy out of the ditch and back in the lead. Fight for the ideals and character of a free people. Fight for our children's future. Fight for justice and opportunity for all. Stand up to defend our country from its enemies. Stand up, stand up, stand up and fight. America is worth fighting for. Nothing is inevitable here. We never give up. We never quit. We never hide from history. We make history. Now let's go win this election and get this country moving again. Let's go, Colorado. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you for being here today. I love it.
As you can see, they're all, it's the day. It's election day. And just hours from now, we hope to know who will lead America for the next few years. John McCain there holding his rally with his wife, Cindy McCain, by his side. So what will both campaigns be looking for tonight? Will there be any surprises? Well, joining me from Chicago, Linda Douglas, senior advisor with the Obama campaign, and from Phoenix, Arizona, the McCain campaign's national spokesman, Tucker Bounds. First, let's get to you, Linda, and you got to hear part of John McCain there at his rally. You know, most major polls still have Senator Obama with a commanding lead. What are the critical states that you'll be looking at tonight?
Well, you know, as you have been hearing from the Obama campaign throughout this campaign has really begun to expand the map for the Democrats. I mean, we are looking very closely at Indiana. We're looking at North Carolina. We're looking at Virginia. We're looking at Florida. We're looking at Colorado. We're looking at Nevada. We're looking at many of the states that George Bush won back in 2004. These are states where Senator Obama's message of economic rescue for a middle class that's been suffering under 8 years of failed policies of the Bush administration that would be continued by John McCain, that message has resonated with those voters, and those are the states we'll be watching.
Well, what do you think Senator Obama, what was it that pushed him ahead? Would you say it was the financial crisis and how he handled it?
Absolutely. I mean, Americans are tired of what has happened to their lives. They are afraid of losing their jobs. They are afraid of losing their homes. They are afraid they're not going to have the money to send their children to college. They are afraid their pensions won't be there when they retire. These are all the consequences of 8 years of failed policies. And John McCain has yet, even today listening to him, John McCain has yet to make the case about how he would do anything different for America's economic future than George Bush and Dick Cheney have been doing for the last 8 years. This is the message that voters have been hearing, and they've been hearing that Senator Obama will bring relief to the middle class, giving tax cuts to 95% of working American families, and that's what they're looking at.
Linda, a lot of emotion today at the polls, talking not only to African-American families, but also white families as well. We started seeing a lot of the video coming through, black voters drawing up tears because they never thought this day would come when they would not only have a chance to vote, but vote for a black president.
Well, it has been a very emotional scene throughout this campaign. I mean, there is no question that the African-American voters feel very emotionally. There's no question that younger voters who have never felt that politics was directed at them are beginning to feel that their voices, their activism, their small donations can make a difference. Americans of all around the country, the unheard middle class is beginning to feel that somebody's listening to them. This is a campaign that has mobilized 500,000 volunteers who are out calling millions of voters around this country. This has been a ground-up campaign, not a Washington-run campaign, and voters all around the country of all kinds are feeling empowered for the first time by Senator Obama.
So if Senator Obama becomes President Obama, is there a role for you in the Obama administration? I have to ask you that question.
Listen, all we are thinking about right now is winning the election today. We are completely focused on making sure that every single voter gets out there, stands in line for as long as it takes, forget what the weather is. This is the most important vote you could cast in your life. That's what we're focusing on today.
Linda Douglas, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Let's head to Phoenix, Arizona. McCain campaign's national spokesman, Tucker Bounds. Tucker, what do you think? It seems like these past couple of rallies, your man has been gaining a lot of energy, a lot of momentum. The Mac is back. I guess that's the new line now.
That's exactly right. I think he's feeding off the enthusiasm of the crowds. He knows that our ground game is out in full force. We're making 1 million contacts for the last few days. The voters are enthusiastic about John McCain's message. John McCain has literally been fighting for this country since he's 17 years old. He knows how to deliver change. He knows how to work across the aisle, buck his president, buck his party to do what's right. I think that, you know, where Linda and I may disagree on some policy points, I think we must agree on one thing, which is the American electorate is going to turn out in force because they recognize that the American people face serious challenges. And if we want serious challenges to be met, we need to go with a leader that is ready, someone that is proven. John McCain is the only candidate in this race that has proven that he's ready to take over. He's ready to make change in Washington by working across the aisle, taking on his party, working with Democrats, and able to push back the wasteful spending in Washington, keep taxes low, and get our economy back on track.
Tucker, why do you think there's so many undecided voters? Even today, we were talking to people that still, they just weren't sure what they wanted to do when they got to the polls.
You know, it's impossible for me to say why any particular voter would be undecided, but what I do know is that there are a lot of undecideds, and Barack Obama has been saturating the airwaves with television ads, infomercials. He's been on video games, advertising. He's literally left no leaf unturned looking for those undecided voters, and they still remain. We think they're going to break our way. They're going to break our way in the target states, and that's why we're really confident that people need to get out and vote. They need to vote for John McCain. We have a serious chance of winning this race. We expect to be successful tonight.
Well, Senator Obama's still a commanding lead. What is it Senator McCain has to do from now until closing?
Well, I don't think he shows a commanding lead. If you look at a lot of the polling information that we're seeing in the Rasmussen poll yesterday, we're within the margin of error or leading in some of these most of these key battleground states. We're going to win in Florida. We're going to win in Virginia. We are going to win in Pennsylvania, which is a state we're on offense on. That's a blue state that John McCain has a great chance of winning tonight. We're also on offense in New Hampshire. That's a state John McCain has won twice. Barack Obama has not won in New Hampshire before. He's not won in Pennsylvania. And he lost in Ohio to Senator Clinton. So we think there's a historical precedent for John McCain closing strong. Barack Obama lost 9 of the last 13 primaries in the Democratic primary. And there is a chance that John McCain is going to win, and we feel very good about that chance.
Tucker Bounds, we're all going to be up late tonight. Thanks for joining us. We'll be talking again. All right, we're going to take a quick break. More from the CNN Newsroom straight ahead. right, we've done most of the talking the last couple of hours, but now we'll turn the floor over to the voters. Today is all about them, after all, and here's their take so far on this election day.
This is the first time I've felt engaged in national politics since John F. Kennedy. It's I have the same feeling I did when I was a teenager.
It's just wonderful that we can have this opportunity to have somebody of color to represent the United States. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's representing everyone in the United States.
I never seen it like this early this morning. I came up here at 6:15. The lines were around the corner. Never up here we had this big crowd like this. And it's going to continue all day long.
Take a plunger to the polls, okay? Carry that around with you. Thank you, sir. For Joe the plumber.
I want them to drive around with them in their car and hold them up, and, you know, it's just the battle cry.
Well, whether gender or race, history has definitely been made today. If you haven't voted, get out and vote today. Be a part of history.
Coming at you now, America Votes. History is being made, and we've got you covered. Blacks, Hispanics, long lines. But will the turnout in the suburbs be the great equalizer for John McCain? We're live in precincts all over the country. Will everyone get to vote? Will every vote be counted? Ali Velshi manning our voter hotline. And I'll go one-on-one with Joe the plumber and ask him your questions. And look at this. Hard not to stare, isn't it? What if the issues were the only issue in this election? What you say today on Twitter, Facebook, and more. This national conversation, lunchtime in the West, 3 in the East, begins now.
And hello again, everybody. Now we start to get serious. The bewitching hour is almost here. Many people are going to be upset. Many people are going to be happy. Depends on the turnout, and they are still voting all over the country. As a matter of fact, what we're going to do through this hour is take you all over the country. Pictures like these. You're seeing Denver, Colorado. You're seeing parts of Baltimore. In Denver, of course, it's a very important state. It's a place that some people are calling a very important battleground state, and that's what makes the difference in this case. Here is why this particular election is so important. As you look at these pictures, consider this information brought to us by political scientists all over the country. There is a possibility that by the time this election is done, more people will have voted this time around than they have in 100 years. Think about that. This may be the highest voter turnout in 100 years in the United States. You'd have to go back to 1908 when the voter turnout was 66%, or go back to 1960 when it was 64%. Both of those they expect to pass this time around. Why? Why is that happening? It's because previously, when people would vote in the United States in the 1800s, it was person-to-person contact. And now today, they're saying for the first time in this country, in a long time, that same person-to-person contact has taken place. Where? On MySpace, on Twitter, on Facebook. People are talking to each other again. And that's why we're going to be joined in just a little bit by Jade. She's one of the people who is talking to other voters, as is Maru, who's also going to be joining us in a little bit. Jade from the right, Maru from the left, but both of them socially engaged. And that's how we're going to be picking up on that topic in just a little bit. Let me do this. Before we do anything else, we do need to let you know that we are Election Central for any irregularities. Johnny, be good. Let's do that. Let's go to that hotline that we have there. This is the CNN voter hotline. See the number there is 877-GO-CNN-08. But this is what I want you to pay particular attention to. Look at the cursor over here. Come on over here, and I'll show you what we're talking about. This is how many calls right there. You see that cursor moving? Go in tight there. Go in tight so they can see that number. See that right there? 69,566 calls that we have gotten from people all over the country. All right, now show them the map. Okay, these are the places we're getting. You notice where these calls are coming in from? The more orange the state, the more calls we're getting. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Arizona, Colorado. Interesting, a lot of these being, of course, battleground states. Ali Velshi is joining us now. He's going to be manning this desk for us. He's been getting a lot of the reaction and handling these calls. How many of these are serious? What kind of things are we hearing about all over the country?
Well, we've just since polls have opened today, we've received another 17,500 calls. This is updating very rapidly. We've put about 11,000 of those through the system, and that means those are real complaints. Those are not just, we're getting a lot of people calling us with questions about where they can vote, where they can go. I'll tell you how this breaks down. Right now, it is neck and neck between mechanical problems, that's, problems with the voting machines malfunctioning or failing, and registration issues, and we're confronting a lot of that. Registration issues tend to be people who are not on the registration lists. With the third biggest issue that we're facing, you just showed it on TV, the lineups. That's called poll access, people who are having trouble getting in there for lines. Those are the three biggest issues that we're facing right now. Now, I spoke to a voter named Rachel Neer in Columbus, Ohio. She had called into our voter response line, our voter hotline, 877-GO-CNN-08, and here's the message she left us. Listen to this.
Hello. Even though I presented the correct voter identification, I was forced to vote by provisional ballot because of a problem that actually isn't a problem according to state law. Afterwards, I did contact the Board of Elections locally, and they admitted that it was a mistake.
Now, Rick, because of the way you interact with your viewers on this show, it's really important to let people know it is very helpful, because when people call us, because of the volume of calls we're getting, we're able to spot trends. So we were able to contact the State Board of Electors. We were able to contact Rachel, who left us that call, and Mary Snow is in Columbus, Ohio. So we've all circled back, and here's what we found out. Rachel was correct. She should have been allowed to vote. She had moved. Her driver's license did not reflect her new address, but that doesn't have to be the case in the state of Ohio. But we spoke to a professor at the Ohio State University, Edward Foley, who says that it is remarkably complicated, the provisional ballot law. Now, here's the thing. Rachel was given a provisional ballot. She did vote. Her ballot will not be counted in tonight's total. It will be counted sometime between the next 6 and 10 days. She did the right thing, but the State Board of Electors and the Secretary of State says that they are now going to proactively speak to judges across Ohio and let them know, because the provisional balloting is so complicated there, that they can accept that sort of identification. So hopefully, because of Rachel's call, other people will have an easier time of it.
Hang with me here, Ali. There's something I want to get to. I've been looking at some of the voter turnout numbers that have been coming in from all over the country, and they're massive. Look, Los Angeles, they're saying they're going to have a record-breaking turnout there. That's in Orange County, and that's according to the LA Times. In Georgia, they're talking about it being up 30%. Texas, this is the Dallas Morning News. They're expecting 68%, higher than ever. Ohio, Monroe County there, 80% they're talking about. I mean, these are numbers we haven't heard about in this country in years. In fact, you heard what I said just moments ago. 1908 was the last time we had more than 66%. They're saying they might be able to have more than that now. If that's the case, isn't that the biggest problem for these folks that are handling this thing?
Yes, as I told you, as we're looking at mechanical and registration problems, if this is the case, what will happen is, as people who are leaving work, maybe early, maybe at the normal time to go and vote, thinking that it might take them an hour, and if they have to spend 2 or 3 or 4 hours, what happens is it could end up delaying poll closings. Now, if you're in line, you generally get to vote, but the bottom line is they still can't count those ballots, which means we won't get results. Now, will people stay in line and vote? Probably. We're not yet seeing the poll access problems, which is that code popping up to #1, but it is the #3 concern right now. People are very concerned about the amount of time it's taking them.
We're going to be following some of those states. As a matter of fact, let's do this, Ali. We'll be checking back with you throughout the show. Let's do this if we can right now. Let's go to Florida. That's obviously one of the big headaches for a lot of election officials, or at least it has been in the past. Tallahassee, Florida is where we're going, the state capital. Sean Calebs is standing by now to bring us up to date on what's going on there. Sean, what are you hearing? What's the turnout like? Fill us in.
Yeah, Rick, all good points. The turnout in Florida is going to be huge. We know that 4.4 million people have already voted early, and we got all kinds of folks over here making their voices heard. Basically, this polling station here has been really subdued throughout the day, but it's really, I'd say, picked up in the last little bit. You see Palin supporters, you see Obama supporters out here. We can bring the camera back this way. We want to talk just a bit about what's going on inside these polling places. Rick, I know you spent a lot of time talking with first-time voters this year, but we had a chance to grab a handful of people, mostly students, listen to what they had to say, what concerns them, the issues, the candidates.
Most of my friends have actually early voted already. I was the lazy one that decided to get up on Tuesday.
We're seniors right now, so we're looking to the economy, making sure, you know, things are okay for us to at least find a job.
You can register as many people as you want, but we all know that if they're not here, it doesn't matter. This election means something to us, and it's not just in our parents' hands, it's in our generation's hands as well.
Boy, nothing pulls them out of the woodwork like a camera, Rick. How about that?
I'm wondering, I heard Ali mention this, and I'm wondering if you've seen any of this down in Florida. The whole idea of provisional ballots and people being told, sorry, but we're not going to let you vote. Are you hearing or seeing any reports of that?
Yeah, we can tell you that provisional ballots, the no match, the provisional ballot's a big problem here. We talked to one young girl, and the no match law, voter verification, her driver's license didn't match her exact voter registration. The problem was they spelled her name wrong. So listen to what happened to her. She's very disappointed. A college kid, she really looked forward to voting.
They actually spelled my last name wrong, so it didn't match my social security number. So I wasn't able to vote for this election. I had to do a provisional ballot.
Okay, so a couple of things I also want to point out, Rick. Florida has 2 time zones. Everybody's reporting that the polls close at 8 o'clock, which is true because it'll be 7 o'clock Central Time. Now, the Secretary of State is concerned that people who live in the Eastern Time Zone may think they can vote until 8 o'clock. That is not the case. But I want to cut through here just a minute. Of all this craziness we have out here, where's our guy? Oh, look at this. This is one thing, Rick. We got a guy in a Bears costume out here. Beat that, huh? Beat that.
Probably Mike Ditka. All right, thanks a lot. Great report as usual. Sean Caleb's down here in Tallahassee. We'll be checking back with him. We're also going to be taking you to Ohio. We're going to be taking you to Pennsylvania. And right now, we're going to be taking you to Richmond, Virginia. This is a key state. This is one of those that they're calling must-wins for John McCain. Dan Lothian's checking things out there for us now, and he's joining us. Dan, what's the situation there in Richmond?
Well, Rick, compared to Sean Caleb's, I feel like we've just walked into the library. Things are so quiet here this afternoon, but compared to this morning, it's unbelievable. We had so many people lined up here. In fact, the polls opened at 6 o'clock this morning. There were people lined up from 4 o'clock in the morning. The line was snaking out that door behind me, wrapping down through this parking lot and then going down the block. But, you know, one thing that we noticed as we were talking to people who were lined up in that line, the rain was coming down, the temperature was dropping as well, and they were all energized, happy to be here, certainly frustrated by the long lines, but they said that this was important because this is a historic day. Now, elections officials are telling us that they're very encouraged because 10% of the more than 5 million registered voters did cast absentee ballots, so they believe that that was able to relieve some of the pressure from the big crowds here today. Rick?
I think a lot of what's happening, too, is a lot of people have actually voted. I mean, early voting, I think, has made a difference in a lot of these cases. Let me just share some numbers with you here. The place where Dan is, the demographic breakdown, as we always like to say, is 56% black, 38% white. Let me give you where our other reporter was moments ago. This is Sean Caleb, 72% white, 22% black. Things that may be important as we follow this thing all the way through. There's something else that I'm going to want everyone to see now. As you know, Jade Morey is an activist for John McCain. Maru Gonzalez is an activist for Barack Obama. I want you guys to take a look at this picture that we're about to put up right now. We're going to be talking about it on the way out. Look at that. What does it make you think? We'll be right back.
Its official name is the Multi-Touch Collaboration Wall, but in John King's hands, the only thing to call it is magic. Go inside the results on election night like never before with the best political team, hands down. Election Night in America, CNN Tonight. Sponsored by Cisco.
And we welcome you back. These are pictures we're getting in now from Henderson, Nevada. We told you moments ago we're going to be taking you all over the country during this hour. Nevada, 5 electoral votes. seems to be leaning Obama right now, was with Bush in the past in 2004 and 2000, so it would be a bit of a surprise. They have a Republican governor, as you know, and their senators are Harry Reid, he's the Senate Majority Leader. Junior Senator is Republican John Ensign. So that's the situation there as we follow it. Obviously, as we get pictures of people voting or any live situation, we're going to be taking you to it right away. Now, let's go back to that picture that I talked about. We introduced this topic yesterday on the social networks, on Twitter and MySpace, and the reaction was phenomenal. We waited a day to do the story. This is coming to us from the Gray Group. They put this together. They have billboards in New York. It's already in newspapers around the country. We jumped on it yesterday, and it is, if nothing else, a conversation piece, one that happens to be very timely given what's going on in this country right now. We've got a special panel to talk about this. They are Ron Ceballos. He's actually the creator who put this poster together. He's joining us there. Ron, give us a smile.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Let's go to Mark Morial, too. He's with the Urban League.
Hey, Rick.
Who's going to be joining us as part of this conversation. I'm kind of going to turn this over to the folks who've been watching this with us. This is almost like a mini controversy that developed over the last couple of days. Also want to let our viewers know that from time to time we're going to be showing you pictures during this conversation of the lines and the voting process all over the country. But let's go to Twitter. Let me start with this. This is Kay Miley. She's watching right now. She sent us this. If McCain was black, everyone would howl about his divorce and graduating at the bottom of his class. Mark, let me start with you. Is there a different standard here? And is that part of the conversation in America?
That's interesting because the differential standards have been part of the conversation in America, but perhaps this is an election because of the meltdown and the seriousness of our economic problems that for many Americans, they have stepped beyond a predominant consideration of race in how they vote today. So it'll be interesting to see as the returns come in how far we've come. I think perhaps this may be a turning point for us.
Here's another one. It says from Pepsi, as others have said, Obama is as much black as he is white. In my case, that is not an issue. Is he right? Are we making more of this than we should be making? Ron, to you.
I think really the focus now should lie in the issues as opposed to whether he's black or white. Of course, it's a very important issue that he's black and he would be our first president. Well, that shouldn't be the focus.
That's why you made this poster. Is that
exactly.
That's the point that you were trying to make, correct?
Indeed, very, very much so. We wanted to draw attention to the issue that this race isn't about being black or white, but really it's about the issues.
But it brings people right to the table with their thoughts about this very topic. Let me show you this one. This one came in. Women Musings just sent this. She says, you speak as though a black nominee would even be possible from the racist GOP party. Now, that's obviously a very heated opinion and a very heated comment. Most people would argue that if they would have put Colin Powell or Condoleezza Rice on the Republican ticket, they'd actually do very well because it has as much to do with ideology as it does skin color on both sides. Am I wrong? Gentlemen?
Let me answer this. I think it's interesting to talk about what ifs, to talk about hypothetical. I think what we see is art, and art is a way to comment on politics. But this is a serious election. The fact of the matter is that Barack Obama is an African American, but Barack Obama is also a person who's appealed to a broad swath of the American public. And I believe that what this says is that in the future, the way in which elections are waged is who can put the broadest coalitions together, who has the broadest appeal, not the narrowest appeal, not just an appeal based on race or based on ideology or based on wedge issues. That's why this election is a turning point.
But your race has to do with who you are. Sometimes it can affect your ideology. Here's a comment we get from someone on Twitter as well. Triangle Man says, I have a harder time imagining a white Obama since his skin color and racism forged much of his worldview. You know, Maru, as you look at this, you think, well, here's a guy who does have a global view of the world, and some people are going to vote for him for that very reason, right?
Right. I think there's always going to be people like that, but I think his candidacy goes beyond black and white. I think it really demonstrates the potential for meritocracy in this country. He was not born with a famous last name. He wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He wasn't born out of wealth. So I think that's something that can inspire all of us, because his story is the American story. He embodies the American dream.
How much, Jade, has race come into this conversation? I mean, people say, I've been getting nothing but Twitters from people yelling at me today. Why are you even doing this? Let's leave race out of it. Let's just stick to the issues. But yet they're all talking about it. It's kind of like a car accident on your way home, isn't it?
It's been something that folks have been talking about, and not so much in the media. There's no denying that Senator Obama is definitely motivating the African-American and minority communities. There's a great deal of folks who are voting for him simply because of that. You know, that's not to say that it's okay for them to vote for him because of that, as well as it's not okay to vote against him because he is a minority.
But there are people that you suspect that don't know the issues that well, but are going to vote for him because his skin pigment is like mine.
There's a great deal of them, yes.
Point well made. All right, we'll talk about this throughout the newscast, and we're also going to be following everything else that's going on out there. McCain has to win Ohio, perhaps as much as any other state. These are live pictures that we're going to be bringing you from the battleground states. This is Columbus, Ohio. We'll be breaking down this particular precinct for you, as well as we will other places in the country. We'll have live reports, and we'll be joined by our panel here. Our thanks to them. Stay with us. Ohio's next. We'll be right back.
Meet me.
And we welcome you back to the world headquarters of CNN. I'm Rick Sanchez. I know you are all but screaming at me through our Twitter board over here about Joe the plumber. I get it. Calm down. Doesn't everyone have a right to be heard in this country? Your questions and mine for Joe the plumber, that's ahead. He's going to join us live. Also, all states are important. But many are saying if there's one must win for John McCain, it's Ohio. So that is where we are going to take you next. Stay with us. All right, we got some live pictures we're going to be showing you all day long from the different battleground states. This particular shot is coming into us from Ohio. Is that right? This is Columbus, Ohio, one of the obviously battleground states. A must-win, they say, for John McCain. Susan Candiotti is joining us now. She's in Cleveland, Ohio, to give us an update on what's going on there. Susan, fill us in.
Well, there has been a light but steady turnout throughout the day so far, with the exception of the morning where they did have long lines outside this library location. But now, as I said, it's sort of spread out throughout the day, and we expect things to pick up naturally at the end of the day. I have to show you, Rick, this is a pretty neat souvenir. Front page of the Cleveland Plain Dealer today. It has photographs of all of the U.S. presidents, and then at the tail end, you have a photograph of Barack Obama and John McCain, and the headline, of course, is Who's Next? Pick one. Who will be the 44th president? A nice thing to save, especially if you're a child, a student around here, that's for sure. Hey. I have to tell you that it's, they also had one minor glitch here, which was kind of interesting in the Cuyahoga County area. They have a two-page ballot here in Cuyahoga County in the Cleveland area. One page includes the presidential candidates, one strictly has state issues. 4 people this morning at a precinct only got the second page. Great. Well, the problem, thankfully, was quickly corrected, and those old ballots were voided, and they got the right thing. So far, so good. Susan Candiotti following things there for us in Cleveland, Ohio. A key, pivotal, how many other words can I come up with, state? That's why we're going to be following it throughout the course of the evening. Thank you so much, Susan. Let's bring in Jade Maury and Maru Gonzalez. There's a big part of the conversation. If we get, as they say, more than 66% of the voters going to the polls today, it would be something that hasn't been seen in this country in 100 years. Will that be, as many political scientists are theorizing, as a result of you guys, the young people of the United States, have come up with a way of socially networking? My generation, I wouldn't pick up the phone and call somebody and ask them, who you voting for and what are you doing? You guys are doing that, right? Right? Yes. Is that the difference?
I think that's absolutely part of the difference. And Barack Obama, I'll give him a lot of credit for that because he's really reached out to young voters. A lot of times politicians...
Did he reach out to them or did they reach out to him?
I think he reached out to them and they reached out to him. I think his message is definitely resonating with young voters. But doing things like text messaging, Facebook, MySpace, myBarackObama.com, all of those things have helped to reach out to younger voters.
But it's on both sides, right? Because the GOP's done the same thing with their websites that they didn't have 10 years ago.
Yeah. And the GOP actually was ahead of the curve, the Democrats, for a couple of years, and it started back in the last presidential campaign, and it's greatly increased this time around. A lot of the focus is on, the phone banking, all kinds. Through the internet, you can actually go and pull up people's information.
So people talk to each other, not necessarily to John McCain's people. They can literally talk to each other without having to reach.
You can start groups, and within a matter of hours, it's thousands of people are in the group, and then you can send out messages to them, or you can forward emails. And it also has a lot to do with making it easier to vote. That's a big deal.
Do you concede, one quick question before we go, do you concede that while the GOP may have been on board before, Barack Obama has really lassoed this idea and perfected it?
Absolutely.
As Rolling Stone? Yes?
A great deal of money has been pumped into technological
As a conservative
advances.
Republican, you would concede that at this point. Doesn't mean you may not take it back.
They have a good operation. Of course, they have a lot more money than we do this time around. His campaign does. So.
John King's going to be joining us in just a little bit. We're going to be talking about electoral groups and specifically who they are. The Hispanic vote. Who's it voting for? The black vote. Some would say that's a little more obvious. How about the white vote? How about the college-educated white vote? How about the non-college-educated white vote? These are interesting parsings that we're going to be doing for you in just a little bit. Also, someone from both campaigns will be joining us to talk about how they're doing on this day, the latest news, the latest updates. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. Obama will likely win the African-American vote in a real big way for obvious reasons. He'll also likely win the Hispanic vote because of the immigration backlash against Republicans, which was, by the way, no fault of John McCain. So what's left? The college-educated white vote, traditionally Republican. It could be John McCain's. And then there's the non-college-educated white vote. And that looks real good for John McCain. One big reason for that, 3 words. Joe the Plumber. How did that happen? Joe Wurzelbacher joins me live next. Probably nobody in this campaign has been referred to more by his acronym or / name than Joe the Plumber. His real name is Joe Wurzelbacher, and he's good enough to join us now to bring us up to date on what's going on with him. Joe, are you there?
Oh, hey, I'm doing real good. How about yourself today?
Good, good. Man, I got to tell you, just to be completely open about this, so many people have been writing to me today saying, why are you talking to this guy? Why are you talking to this guy? So here's your chance to answer a lot of the questions that I've been getting from a lot of them. And I'll start with just probably the most curious question that a lot of people have. Why would you be so upset about people who clear more than $250,000 a year having to pay taxes when you're nowhere near that category? Is that a fair question? Can you give me an answer?
Well, I mean, they're not going to like the answer because it's called principles, I mean, that's what it comes down to me. I don't want someone else's money. Let me make my money. And, what if you get the opportunity to make that kind of money? Then all of a sudden the government's going to take it from you? I'm not riding on anybody else's back. I do on my own.
But you are not in a situation where you're going to be able to make that money anytime soon. You're nowhere near being able to buy a business that clears more than $250,000 a year, because that would take millions and millions of dollars, right?
So it's okay to go out and rob a bank then? I don't understand the logic. That doesn't make any sense, brother. I mean, it's called principles. I'm not trying to be, disrespectful towards you. It just principles. That money belongs to them. It doesn't belong to me. I didn't work for it.
No disrespect taken. The point is that we do have a system in the United States where somebody has to pay for fixing the roads, for the infrastructure, for the police department, for the firefighters who come out, put out the fire in your house. So who, if not those who make a lot of money, should be paying those taxes?
Well, you're getting only one part of that. What's the second part is you're forgetting, or the person that wants to know the answer to the question is, the people who don't work or don't work very much and, support those fine, the establishments you're talking about as far as our roads and fire departments, police departments, aren't paying into it at all. And so they're going to actually get more, or they're going to get money back from my hard work. That doesn't seem right. I mean, taxes are necessary.
So wait, am I hearing you correct? Did you just say you want people who make less than $250,000 to be taxed more, and people who make over $250,000 to be taxed less? You think it's a skew now, and you want to fix it?
No, nowhere in what I just said did I say anything about people who make less than $250,000 should pay more. Didn't say that at all.
So you would, well, because you just said that they are not taxed. They don't pay their share. So, guys, the money's got to come from somewhere, Joe, right?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have to, taking more from someone else that's worked, harder in their lifetime or gotten better breaks is not right. I mean, you can disagree with it, but the fact is right, wrong is wrong. I mean, it's not an opinion here. I mean, you don't take money away from someone who's worked more or had, better breaks to give to other people.
But under this system, you're the one who's going to benefit. Look, I looked it up on CNN.com/money. The average plumber makes $37,000 a year. So I don't know how much you make, but
I make more than that, but I'm not in the six figures. I work damn hard for my money.
Well, it's just kind of hard to figure out. I mean, you don't have a license. You're not registered as a plumber. You owe back taxes of $1,200. A hospital is asking you, St. Charles Hospital, Mercy Hospital, is asking you for $1,100.
Hold on 1 second, brother. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Why are you vetting me out and you haven't done this with Obama? You're sitting here asking me all these insane questions. I asked a question of a elected public official.
Right.
And you're going to ask me
No, Joe. Hey, Joe. You've gone on the air and endorsed John McCain. You are no longer just Joe, private person. You have thrust yourself into this campaign by holding news conferences, talking to reporters, and endorsing a candidate. You have to be asked the tough questions, my friend. That's the way it works in this country.
Well, ask good questions. Why don't you ask what I'm going to do for, what I'm going to do now?
Well, the good question is this. Why is a guy who's not even licensed as a plumber, is nowhere near making $250,000 a year to clear, asking why it is that people who make that kind of money could be taxed? It just...
All right, brother.
But I guess the question is...
I'll answer the question. I'll answer it.
Great.
I've answered it once. I'll answer it one more time. And you're not going to understand it again. It's called principles. Look it up, and then you'll figure it out, man.
And your principles say that somebody who makes a lot of money should not be taxed?
No, look up principles and read the definition. Get it right out of Webster's, and you'll understand it maybe. It's talked about taking someone else's money and taxing them at a higher rate because they make more than you, they've worked harder than you. I mean, cry me a river, man.
Well, some people would argue that actually the way the system is right now, that those people over $250,000, in fact, that seems to be Obama's argument, aren't paying their fair share like they were perhaps in the 1960s, and that it's imbalanced. I suppose you would disagree with that?
What about flat tax? Would you be for that? Would that be fairer for you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I've done stories on flat tax. I think it's a remarkable idea.
I'm all about a flat tax. Obama doesn't want to go there. He actually, if you look at the rest of my interview with that, not interview, but as far as when he was in my yard, I asked him about a flat tax.
But neither does McCain. 40%. So why are you bringing that up?
Well, because you're bringing up stuff that's insignificant to the question that I asked. I mean, you want to talk about my license? I've come out on the record and said, yeah, I don't have a license.
All right.
Okay, you got me.
Hey, Joe, I'll tell you what, it's a good discussion. Some different perspectives that you've shared with our viewers, and I appreciate you taking time to talk to us today.
See you later.
All right, man. God bless. Ali Velshi joining us now. Apparently, there's some new information that's coming in that we got to get to. Ali, what you got?
I want to tell you about what's going on. We're getting an increasing number of callers from Pennsylvania, which we're all obviously looking at as a place where both Obama and McCain are hoping to make serious inroads and claim as victory. Let me tell you about a call. This is the voter hotline. You see the number on the side of the page. We're getting in excess of 60,000 calls now. We've had about 20,000 today, just this morning about calls. Let's listen to what Jody from Pennsylvania has told us.
I went to my poll to vote this morning, and I had to fill out a provisional ballot because my name was left off. And I've been voting at the same place for over 10 years now.
All right, Rick, we're getting a number of calls from people who are having problems on the registration rolls. Now, if you look at the graph of what we're getting in, we're getting these calls into a line. We're staffing it with CNN and InfoVoter Technologies. Registration and mechanical problems are the two things that are neck and neck right now. In fact, registration problems have outweighed mechanical problems, and that may be because of the hour of the day where people are now lining up to vote. So we're keeping a very close eye. Ohio and Pennsylvania, a lot of registration problems being and identification problems being reported. We're on top of it with the voter hotline, Rick.
All right, Ali Velshi, as usual, filling us in on all the stuff that's going on out there, and we're going to be checking in on it from time to time. In the meantime, I've got Maru and Jade here standing by, kind of feeling a little bit of the tension in the room while we were doing the interview with Joe the Plumber. Good interview, thumbs up, a little nervous, a little okay. All right, we'll talk about that as well when we come back. Pennsylvania, another key state, the Keystone State. Stay with us, we'll be right back. And my thanks to Albie for that. We're getting a lot of comments on that interview. What'd you guys think? Jade, Maru, start with you. Jade?
Well, I think that was a pretty heated conversation you had going on there. But and you know, we do need to kind of steer away from his personal life because he asked an important question that pinpointed the aspect of Senator Obama's plan. And I think that allowed a lot of information to get out, you know, on the internet with that clip. But what it gets at is Senator Obama's larger view of the purpose of government, and that's why they've been using the Joe the Plumber thing. That's why we've been. It's not just about the tax issue. It's about all of the social programs and the way that he views government.
That's a very fair point, Maru.
Well, no one would be paying any higher taxes than they did under the Clinton administration, but I think it's funny how he talks about principles. Where were his principles when he was lying about his salary, when he was lying about paying his taxes? So, you know, I think
that's an interesting point as well.
Yeah, he's just a caricature.
Good points both ways. Brian Todd standing by in Philadelphia went with John Kerry. At least that part of the state did. Will they do it again? Brian, fill us in on what's going on there.
Well, Rick, a lot of voter turnout here, close to a record. Experts expect about 6 million Pennsylvanians to go to the polls. Both John McCain and Barack Obama counting on that. John Kerry won this state by a very thin margin in 2004. Al Gore the same in 2000. The two Democrats in those two races did not win by a final margin of as much as the pre-election polls indicated they might. So Pennsylvania very closely watched. At this particular polling station I'm going to show you, it's been pretty free and clear for several hours now. People going in and out of here very, very freely, being processed right through to those voting stations in the back. But earlier today, the line snaked out here, went all the way down the street. They expect that to pick up again, starting about this hour, Rick, up until the 8 o'clock hour.
All right, Jade Maru, more guests. We'll continue looking at the different states, and we thank you, Brian Todd. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The numbers we're seeing of African Americans in particular who early voted are astonishing. In fact, there are districts where they're not seeing long lines because most of the people in those districts have essentially voted over the last couple of weeks. Joining us now is Princeton professor Melissa Harris Lacewell. You know what it portends is a certain suspicion on the part of minorities about the voting process. Am I reading too much into it, or is it out there?
You mean going early to the polls indicates a kind of suspicion about the voting process?
In other words, I'm going to make sure I get this done early and I get it done right because I don't trust them to try and let me vote on that last day if there are long lines and they got to kick somebody out. They'll be looking at me.
I mean, certainly there is some suspicion, and that's been nurtured in 2000 and in 2004 with the problems in both Florida and Ohio. But I think you don't want to underestimate that the Obama campaign has been pressing African American voters, in fact, all supporters, in states where early voting is possible to go ahead and vote early. You know, big rallies, lots of opportunities. So part of it is just about enthusiasm, optimism, and excitement, not just about suspicion and concern for the quality of the counting of the ballots.
How big do you think the number will be among African American voters? I know it's setting all kinds of records. Some are saying, though, 80%. Do you think that could happen?
It may happen in some states. I think the key issue here is which African Americans are showing up. And the fact that African Americans in the South, who have been recently captured in these safe red states, where no Democrat bothered to actually come in and campaign. The excitement about this for so many African American voters isn't so much that there's a black candidate as there was that there was an actual candidate who came to town, who listened to what you had to say, and who actually put up a fight in southern states. It will be an incredible thing if Virginia, North Carolina, maybe even Georgia, this time go even purple, right, towards the possibility of an Obama victory in those states.
That's interesting. It's like somebody finally is knocking on my door and asking me what I think. Points well made. We thank you, Melissa Harris Lacewell, professor, Princeton University, as in Ivy League. My thanks to you, Jade, and the Situation Room coming your way right now.
We've got a great chance in Indiana, so we're going to just do it.
Happening now, an historic election day here in the United States. Barack Obama and John McCain vote, then dash off for 11th hour campaigning. You'll see their closing campaign journeys and where each man will either hold a huge victory rally or a huge pep rally for supporters devastated by defeat. Scores of voters are enduring long lines, even some problems at the polls. You're going to find out what's happening and what you can do about it. And all day, we're reading clues to what might happen. We're going to tell you exactly what you should be looking for over the next several hours. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. You're in the Situation Room.
That's when the polls close, the journey ends. But voting with my daughters, that was a big deal.
Some of the pundits have written us off, but I want to tell you, they may not know it, but the Mac is back.
Barack Obama and John McCain rush back to the campaign trail after casting their votes this election day. Neither man is taking anything for granted. Besides the White House, the Senate, the House, and governor's races are at stake tonight as well. In just 1 hour from now, we'll have the first exit polls of the 2008 presidential election. You'll get those results right here in the Situation Room. And in 2 hours from now, the real results in the votes for president will be coming in. We'll be watching the returns from Indiana and Kentucky. CNN has teams of reporters at both campaign headquarters. Ed Henry is standing by at the John McCain campaign headquarters. Candy Crowley is covering Barack Obama. We begin with Candy Crowley.
22 months of policy rollouts, town hall meetings, raucous crowds, and rock'em sock'em speeches. It all ends so quietly.
All right, I hope this works. It'll be really embarrassing if it doesn't.
It will.
I voted.
Still in a campaign dedicated to a relentless, steady march to the end, it was not quite the end, as Obama hopped over to neighboring Indiana, lending his voice to one of his thousands of Get Out the Vote headquarters across the country.
You know, I just wanted to find out if you decided who to vote for and if you'd gone out and voted.
That his last words from the campaign trail came in Indiana, a conservative Midwestern state which has not gone for a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson, tells you everything about their hopes this evening.
Well, I tell you what, I think we've got a great chance in Indiana, so we're going to just keep on working.
270 electoral votes will do, but he wants a blowout, a huge mandate to move forward, and he wants as many Democrats as possible to meet him across the finish line, ideally 60 Senate Democrats, a filibuster-proof group, to fast-track his agenda. There is a good deal of confidence in the Obama campaign that he will win this evening, but there is also the unknown. As one strategist put it, I'm a nervous wreck. 22 months is a long time. A certain sentimentality settles in when you've done what you can do. But right now, that's not what Obama has on his mind.
You know, I'm sure I will tonight. That's when the polls close, the journey ends. But voting with my daughters, that was a big deal.
Barack Obama plays basketball with old Chicago friends this afternoon. Then he'll wait with his family to find out what other voters had to say. In the end, election days are curious times for curious times for candidates, Wolf, simply because it is the end of something and maybe the beginning of something else. Wolf?
He always likes to play basketball on these election days. All right, Candy, thanks very much. John McCain, meanwhile, is also fighting to the very end. He held last-minute rallies today in key battleground states. Ed Henry's in Phoenix right now, where Senator McCain will be watching the election results. An enormously exciting moment for a lot of people right there, Ed. What's going on in Phoenix?
That's right, Wolf. And a top McCain aide told me today that there's a real feeling of nervous energy here. They realize they're behind, but they're still very hopeful of a dramatic comeback. They admit privately that there are very long odds of them stringing together the 270 electoral votes to actually win. And that's why John McCain didn't just sit around at the hotel, the Arizona Biltmore here today. Instead, he got aboard the Straight Talk Air and hit two more battlegrounds, Colorado and New Mexico, a sign of how Barack Obama has really expanded the electoral map in this election. And in his final pitch, John McCain was passionate.
America is worth fighting for. Nothing is inevitable here. We never give up. We never quit. We never hide from history. We make history. Now let's go win this election and get this country moving again.
Now, McCain aides are privately admitting the math of the situation. They say that if they start losing traditionally red states like Virginia early in the evening, it's going to be a sign they're going to have to not only win those Mountain West states, but they're also going to probably have to win Pennsylvania as well in those 21 electoral votes. And at the end here, John McCain is sort of taking it all in. There was a moment in Colorado after the event where you could see him taking his hand and sort of patting his chest, patting his heart, and it's clear he's getting very emotional here at the end, Wolf.
Speaking of emotional, the Biltmore Hotel, where this rally is going to be taking place, that there's a sentimental value to the McCains as a result of what?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, John McCain traditionally has spent election night for his Senate campaigns here at the Biltmore, but also he and Cindy McCain were married here a quarter of a century ago. In this room behind me, this ballroom, about a couple thousand of his supporters will be gathering. But then later in the evening, John McCain, you can see some live pictures, are getting this dramatic stage with the American flag ready behind the hotel in sort of this square, a little green area out there. And John McCain will either be accepting victory or conceding defeat, Wolf.
All right, we'll watch it together with you. It's a beautiful hotel, a great location in Phoenix. Ed, thank you. Let's go to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file on this historic day. Jack.
Indeed. A lot can change in politics in a year. Think about this. Last year at this time, the race for the White House looked entirely different. John McCain far from being the front runner on the Republican side. And Barack who? Senator Hillary Clinton and former VP candidate John Edwards had to be considered the odds-on favorites for the Democrats. Of course, most of us had never even heard of Sarah Palin. Different issues held different weight with voters and candidates as well. In late August of last year, a CNN poll found that 31% of voters saw the war in Iraq as the #1 issue facing America, while 23% said then it was the economy. Health care came in at 17, terrorism at 10. Fast forward now to this fall, and everything has changed. In a CNN poll released on Sunday, more than half of voters listed the economy as the top issue, 57%, followed by health care and the war in Iraq tied for second at 13, and 11% felt that terrorism was the top issue. So here's the question, as you wandered into the voting booth today, what single issue was most important to you? You can go to CNN.com/Cafferty file and post a comment on my blog. Somebody wrote a headline that the economy stole the election. The financial collapse that happened about 5 or 6 weeks ago really turned this thing around in a lot of ways.
I mean, because early on there were issues like the war on terrorism, the war in Iraq.
Those were John McCain's long suits.
Big issues, and all of a sudden they went down and the economy went up. And now it's overwhelmingly the most important issue.
And McCain is on record as saying something to the effect that he didn't know a lot about the economy, which didn't help.
Didn't help him at all. And when he also said, remember, the fundamentals of the economy are strong, a few weeks ago, on the eve of almost a collapse.
A huge collapse.
That didn't help him either. All right, Jack, thanks very much. Straight ahead, the first exit polls of this presidential election and real results in the vote for president. That's coming up. Also, how confident is the Obama campaign feeling? I'll speak live with a top advisor to Senator Obama, Robert Gibbs. He's standing by in Chicago. And we're expecting to see an historic turnout of voters. The lines are incredibly long, but many voters are not budging. They're exhilarated right now. We're also checking any voter problems in key battleground states. Also hanging in the balance of power in Congress. Who's in control could look very different after this election. The margins could be very different. Stay with us. You're in The Situation Room. In less than an hour from now, you're going to be learning the results of the first exit polls that are coming in to voter analysis here at CNN's Election Center. We're going to be sharing those numbers with you. That's coming up in less than an hour. Stand by for that. But coming up right now is Senator Barack Obama's senior advisor, Robert Gibbs. He's joining us from Chicago. Gloria Borger, our senior political analyst, is here as well. She's joining me in the questioning. Robert Gibbs, thanks very much for coming in. What do you think? How does it look going in? How nervous are you, if you are at all?
There's no question we're nervous. If I can be both calm and anxious in the same breath, that's what I'm feeling, with a heavy dose of tired as well. But, you know, Wolf, I think what we've seen today and what your viewers have seen on CNN are really long lines wrapped around buildings. It's a good thing for democracy. We think it's also a good thing for our campaign. A big turnout today. What is your worst fear right now? What worries you the most? Well, look, what I worry about is what I just talked about in those long lines, that people will see those lines and decide not to go vote, or they'll stand in line for a few minutes or half an hour but decide they want to get out of line. But what I would tell your viewers is this: if you're in line when the polls close, you'll get a chance to vote. But more importantly, I know it's cold in some places, it's windy, it's raining in others. Get in those lines and exercise your right to vote. This is a tremendously important and historic election. Be patient, stand in line, and make sure that your vote is counted. That's what's tremendously important today.
Robert, one of the criticisms we hear about Barack Obama as people are lining up to vote is that he's a liberal who can't possibly be a conciliator to unite this country, because no matter who wins this election, you're still going to have a divided country. Tell us, could Obama unite a divided country?
Well, look, Gloria, that's what his record is throughout his life in public service. It's reaching across the aisle to bring Democrats, independents, and Republicans together for common sense solutions to get things done. I think that's why you've seen in this election people like Warren Buffett and Colin Powell coming together to support Barack Obama. I think somebody who can bring that type of group together is capable of bringing the men and women in Congress together to get things done for the American people, to get our country back on track, to create thousands of new jobs, to make health care more affordable, and like I said, get this country moving forward again.
All right, Robert, we know he likes to play basketball on these election days, and we had some video. We showed our viewers he's playing basketball. Take us behind the scenes. Tell us something. What else does he do on this historic day as he waits for the early results?
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the thing he's most superstitious about, is playing basketball. We were on the plane earlier over to Indiana for a quick stop to call volunteers and call voters, and he was looking at the people that were going to play today and trying to match up teams. I think he's excited. We haven't let him play basketball in a few months because we didn't want him to break his nose right before a debate or right before the convention and come out with a black eye or look like Marsha Brady on the Brady Bunch. So I think he's finally excited that he doesn't have to deal with us anymore. He can go play basketball and relax and be with his friends. He's got friends from all over the country that have come into play, and he's excited about that.
Robert, and very quickly, you've been doing this for a couple of years now. Everybody's got a moment in a campaign that they remember. What's yours?
Well, I think that first night in Iowa, when we won that night, and it became all the possibilities became more real. We saw the type of group of people that would come out. We saw a huge turnout, not unlike we're seeing tonight. We saw overcrowded polling places then, and people stayed to vote. I think we had a sense then that what was possible could be real, and I think we're standing on the cusp of that tonight. If people will stay in line and be patient and exercise their right to vote, I think tomorrow morning we can start bringing about real change in this country. That's what we need. And we're told that there's record numbers out there. People are incredibly patient. They're waiting very long in a lot of places. We're watching all of it. We're showing our viewers in the United States and around the world, Robert, what's going on. Thanks very much for coming in. Thanks, guys. All right, we're going to go over to John King and the magic map. He's got some new information that's coming in. He's working the numbers right now. Stand by for that. Also, what's happening right now on the ground in the states that could determine the outcome of this election. We're going to 3 key battleground states. That's coming up as well. And remember, starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, when the first polls close, much of America will be glued to the television sets as the results stream in. What should you be looking for?
Bill Schneider standing by with an election night viewing guide. Stay with us. Lots going on right here on this historic day in the United States. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider, they're going through the exit poll numbers, and pretty soon you're going to start seeing these numbers coming in. What are the top issues on the minds of voters, how they made their decisions on this historic day? Stand by for that. That's coming up. Let's bring in John King right now. He's been looking at our magic map. You've traveled all over this country, looking at the battleground states, especially on this day, and it is an historic day in the United States. What do you want our viewers to know?
31 states we visited, Wolf. 31 states. I want to show our viewers first this, because this is where we'll start tonight. We use the old maps a lot to show you historical data. This is where we are right now, awaiting the results to come in. But as we traveled to 31 states, especially once we knew the nominees, John McCain and Barack Obama, we started to go to places in the battlegrounds that could make the difference tonight. One place we will watch is, of course, the state of Ohio. And look back in time here. You see the blue up here. This is 2004. The Democrats tend to win up in Cleveland and Akron. The Democrats do well down in Columbus because of the African Americans. But look at all this red. That is small town, largely white America. And one of the big challenges is, can Barack Obama win? So we went to this town, Ashland. Bush won this county 2-1 over John Kerry. We were there, well, this is Archway Cookies. We were there just as 200 people lost their jobs and lost their health insurance. And as these people were going through these painful moments, and you see it playing out here, we talked to some of them about politics in this election. And we met people like Mike Davis, white people who tend to vote rural, conservative, voted for Bush last time, who say this time they will vote for Barack Obama because they hope he can bring better jobs.
Seems to me are just the last good paying jobs left. It pays anywhere from $14 an hour to $17 an hour to work here, and those kind of jobs aren't within 50 miles. We've all looked, and you cannot find a job that pays anywhere close to that for our skill level anywhere around here. The jobs left are $8 an hour.
And so, Wolf, it was in travels to places like this where you begin to see the economy became the dominant issue. You could see it in your travels repeatedly, and one of the things we will watch tonight is, can Barack Obama turn any of this red, small-town white, rural America, can he turn that blue? If he can, there's a good chance of taking Ohio.
As you know, the fastest-growing voter segment out there, Latino voters. In the Democratic primaries, they overwhelmingly supported Hillary Clinton, but they've come to Barack Obama in pretty significant numbers.
They certainly have. And let me show you a new feature we have on our map very quickly. We'll hit Hispanic here. If you see that the more orange you see, the higher the concentration of that voter group. And this is Hispanics. So you see there are more Latinos out here in the Southwest and the Western states, but you, of course, find them all across the country. I want to turn this off because one of the places we visited to see the impact of the Latino vote is the state of Nevada. And while we were out there, we met a gentleman named Manny Barajas. Now, Manny Barajas has been in the United States for 40 years, but only this year did he become a citizen. It took him almost 2 years, but he has become a citizen. He took part in early voting and voted for Barack Obama, and Manny Barajas thinks that Nevada will go from a Republican state to a Democratic state because he says there are tens of thousands of Latinos, new voters, just like him.
We're going to be spending a lot of time with... you got another...
There were a 99 person, they were 95 Latinos. The next section, it was the same. And I like that because they're open up, they're coming up. You know, and I never see this before. So they know there's coming a change. Something special is coming, and it's going to happen, and they want to be part of it, just like I am.
Yes. My two girls, they live by...
So those are two places to watch, Wolf, and obviously the Latino vote could be the swing vote out in these western states as Barack Obama tries to do what he promised to do from the very beginning, stretch the map and make the Democrats competitive in many of these red states. George W. Bush dominated twice, Wolf.
All right, John, thank you. We're going to spend a lot of time with John throughout the course of this day and night. But I want to check in with our reporters now who are watching what's going on in some of these battleground states. Mary Snow is in Columbus, Ohio. How does it look there in that key battleground state, Mary?
Well, you know, Wolf, some of the lines were very long in the morning. We expect them to resume tonight. But so far, the Secretary of State is reporting no major problems, and many people say they are not seeing the horrors they saw in 2004. One key reason is early voting in this state. There has been one legal action, though, this day, and that is from the Ohio Republican Party filing an amended complaint. This basically dealing with provisional ballots, how they'll be counted. How big of a deal is this? It'll count on whether or not there's a dispute of the election. Wolf?
Mary Snow is in Columbus, Ohio. Ed Lavandera is in St. Louis, Missouri. It's a bellwether state that normally decides who's going to win in the sense that they rarely are wrong, if ever. What are you picking up in St. Louis, Ed?
Well, we're in a suburb of St. Louis in Webster Groves, and where we've seen a steady flow of voters here throughout the day, and here they are this afternoon. This is an area, a suburb, that in recent elections has gone rather significantly for Republican candidates. And one of the reasons we're here is because many political observers here in this state say, Wolf, that as the suburbs of Kansas City and St. Louis go, that could very well determine how the state of Missouri ends up, in which column it ends up tonight. Traditionally, Democrats have fought for voter turnout in St. Louis and Kansas City. But they're really making a push for getting Barack Obama big support here in these suburbs. Wolf?
All right, Ed, thank you. Ed's in St. Louis. Let's go to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's been an incredibly important battleground state. What are you seeing there, Brian?
Wolf, a lot of excitement here. Record numbers of voters expected in Pennsylvania. Up to 6 million Pennsylvanians going to the polls at this polling station in Overbrook Park. So far, so good. In the last few hours, people getting processed right through to those voting stations without any problems. Earlier today, however, the lines were very, very long, snaking right out here to Haverford Avenue, turning left onto Woodbine Avenue down here, and going down the street as far as the eye could see. Now, voting problems in Pennsylvania, some minor things we're told about. We're told that people are showing up thinking that they're on the registration rolls and not being on the registration rolls. We're told those people are given provisional ballots, and most, if not all of them, are being allowed to vote, Wolf. But so far, so good. A very highly charged atmosphere here in Pennsylvania. They're expecting record numbers.
We'll watch with you, Brian. Brian Todd's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It all starts, by the way, about an hour and a half from now, 6 p.m. Eastern, 10 different poll closing times over the course of 7 hours and 6 time zones. What should you be looking for as you watch election night results right here on CNN? And it's not only the presidency hanging in the balance. We're going to update you on the key congressional races that will determine the balance of power in Washington. It's an historic day, and you're in the Situation Room. To our viewers here in the Situation Room, happening now, the first exit poll numbers will be coming in very soon. The story they may tell about the battleground states and what's important to voters as they cast their ballots. Back to where it all began. Sarah Palin casts her vote in her home state of Alaska and reflects on the history she's making. And a bittersweet election day. We're going to be hearing from Bill Clinton about not seeing his wife's name on the presidential ballot. I'm Wolf Blitzer at the CNN Election Center. You're in the Situation Room. Most of America will be glued to the television tonight. It all starts when the first polls close in most of the counties of Indiana and Kentucky at 6 p.m. Eastern, about an hour and a half from now. And an hour after that, polls will be closed in the key battleground states of Virginia at 7 p.m. and then in Ohio at 7:30. And just a half hour later, polls in Florida and Pennsylvania will close. At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Colorado and 14 other states. Then Nevada at 10 p.m. Eastern. And it won't be until 1 a.m. here on the East Coast that the last polls close. In Alaska, we'll be tracking every minute, every development. And at the end of it all, voters will have chosen a new president and a new Congress. Joining us now, our senior political analyst, Bill Schneider. Bill, give our viewers a little guide, what we should be looking for as this day and night moves on.
Well, first of all, our viewers will need some fuzzy slippers and a map and a watch set to standard time, don't forget. 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Last polls close in Indiana and Virginia, two battleground states that haven't voted for a Democrat in 44 years. If both states are called for Barack Obama, it looks like he will have a good night. If both states go for John McCain, the Republicans got a fighting chance. 7:30 Eastern. We can see what's happening in Ohio, the mother of all battleground states. If McCain loses Ohio, a Republican victory scenario looks bleak. Also North Carolina at 7:30 Eastern. An Obama win in North Carolina would indicate a huge turnout of new voters and African Americans, and trouble for Senator Elizabeth Dole, who is seeking re-election. 8 o'clock Eastern. Three biggies. Florida, an essential state for McCain. Not as crucial for Obama, but Democrats are looking for sweet revenge in the state that made George W. Bush president. Pennsylvania at 8. Critical for McCain. A question mark for Obama ever since he lost the Pennsylvania primary to Hillary Clinton. Missouri is a bellwether state. It has voted for the winner in every presidential election, save one, for the past 100 years. The pre-election polls in Missouri have shown the race neck and neck. 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Democrats find out if they are gaining a foothold in the Rocky Mountains when polls close in Colorado. We'll get the first results from New Mexico, where Latino voters are a major force. 10 p.m. Eastern. Back to Iowa, where Obama first showed he could win white voters. Can he do it again, this time against a Republican? Nevada voted twice for Bill Clinton, then twice for George W. Bush. It's tonight's last battleground. Still up? Polls close in Alaska at 1 a.m. Eastern. Now, will the state vote to re-elect Senator Ted Stevens, who was just convicted of 7 counts of felony? That may be worth staying up for. Wolf?
Bill, as you look at all of this, do you have a personal little nugget you want to share? Because I know you're getting ready with Soledad to bring our viewers some of those exit poll numbers that are going to be coming in very, very soon.
Well, the one thing that we're interested in is to what extent this really is a referendum on a character who hasn't been much in evidence, but a very important factor in this race, George W. Bush. One of the problems McCain has faced all along is George W. Bush's overwhelming negative numbers. We'll see in our exit poll how much they are influencing this race.
Bill Schneider is going to be coming back shortly with Soledad. They're going to be at voter analysis throughout this day and night, going through all the exit polls. We're going to be sharing the early numbers with you. They're coming in fairly soon. Let's bring back John King. He's here at the Magic Map. There's a balance of power in the House and in the Senate that people are going to be looking at very closely, because you and I know, and our viewers know, the way Washington works. The executive branch is important, but the legislative branch is pretty important as well.
And Wolf, the Democrats are hoping for a big night. They think, and Republicans even concede for the most part, that you have the Democratic majority. Here's the House lineup right now, 236 Democrats. They think they could gain 25, perhaps even in excess of 30 seats. The main battleground tonight is the Senate. Democrats begin with 51. Republicans have 49. Again, Democrats think it might be possible to get up to the magic number of 60. Here is the battleground. This is it right now. And here are the results. Here's what's happening tonight, Wolf. We'll be watching 35 races, and this is significant. Notice the red borders. 23 seats are Republicans. The Republicans are defending well in excess of what the Democrats are defending. Now, in both parties, they tend to concede that these are the safe seats. We assign those. We'll watch them all night, of course, in case there are any surprises. But 13 races in the big fight for the balance of power. And remember, assume the Democrats begin with 50 at that point. Very early on, they expect to win right here in the state of Virginia. This seat is not coming up at the moment. This is Mark Warner, who's expected to win in the state of Virginia. A very competitive race. The state of New Hampshire, Jeanne Shaheen against the incumbent John Sununu there. The North Carolina race, Elizabeth Dole is in trouble down there. Another big race to watch, Ted Stevens, just convicted of corruption charges he has vowed to fight on in the state of Alaska. As you can see, we're having a little programming issue right there, Wolf, and that has disappeared. But we'll watch this throughout tonight. And the Democrats do believe they'll pick up at least 6 or 7 seats and perhaps as many as 8. Some think optimistically they might get to that magic number of 60, and then we might have a Joe Lieberman conversation a bit later in the night.
Very quickly, tell our viewers, because not everyone's familiar, why the magic number of 60 is 60. Why is that so important in the 100-member U.S. Senate?
In the arcane rules of the Senate, you need 60 votes to prevent a filibuster. That is, let's say John McCain wins the presidency or Barack Obama wins the presidency and their signature first initiative is on the floor of the United States Senate, and somebody objects, you can get up and speak and speak and speak, and you can't shut off debate unless you have 60. That's a filibuster-proof majority. Democrats would like to have it. Most think they'll get close. We'll see if they get all the way tonight.
That's one of the magic numbers. We'll be looking at another number, 270. We'll be hearing a lot about that number as well. Amid all this election day, we're seeing 2 things regarding Governor Sarah Palin. Private details about her health have now been made public, and an Alaska panel hands down its decision regarding her involvement in an ethics case. Also, Donna Brazile talks about how proud she was in casting a vote for the first African-American major party presidential nominee. Stand by for that. Straight ahead as well, the first exit polls of this presidential election. They'll give us an early glimpse of what voters are thinking on this day. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. We're only minutes away from releasing the first exit poll numbers. You see voter analysis here at the CNN Election Center. Soledad O'Brien and Bill Schneider are standing by. We'll be right back.
Votes 2008. Brought to you by the new AT&T. Your world. Delivered.
Deborah Farrick's monitoring some other important stories incoming to the Situation Room right now. Deb, what's going on?
Well, Wolf, on our political ticker, a summary of Vice Presidential candidate Sarah Palin's health history is now public. Just hours before Election Day, the McCain campaign released a physician's letter saying Palin is in excellent health. Her only hospitalizations have been related to her 5 pregnancies. In 1992, she had a breast biopsy for what turned out to be a benign lesion. And it's a complete vindication for Palin this time. Alaska's Personnel Board says Palin did not violate any ethics laws as governor when she fired her public safety commissioner. A separate investigation by the legislature found Palin abused her office by allowing her husband and staffers to pressure the commissioner to fire a state trooper who was divorced from Palin's sister. The general in charge of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan has left Pakistan and is now making an initial assessment of the conflict in Afghanistan. With U.S. deaths in Afghanistan at an all-time high, General David Petraeus will meet with Afghan and military leaders. He's credited with stemming the violence in Iraq. Petraeus became the chief of U.S. Central Command Friday. And Wolf, about 200 U.S. soldiers serving in Iraq are celebrating Election Day by becoming U.S. citizens. The men and women come from 60 countries, and although they became citizens too late to cast votes in this election, they say they're excited to cast ballots in the future. Wolf?
You should be excited. Everyone should be excited. All right, thanks very much. Deb Farrick will be back shortly. In under 2 hours from now, real results in the votes for the presidency. We're watching early returns coming in from Indiana and Kentucky. Those numbers will start appearing actually in a little bit more than an hour from now at 6 p.m. Eastern. Also, there are some problems at some polls, and calls to CNN's voter hotline are pouring in. You're going to want to hear what's happening. Ali Velshi standing by. Meanwhile, it was nearly a close encounter for Barack Obama today.
Barack Obama arrived at his polling place just minutes after former radical William Ayers voted at the same school. His kids in tow, Obama and his wife filled out their ballots.
I noticed Michelle took a long time.
He joked that he had to check to see who she was voting for. Obama and his daughter Malia kept whispering, kept grinning at one another.
I voted.
For his 10-year-old, voting wasn't just a yawn. It was 2 yawns. Ginny Moe, CNN, New York.
And we're only moments away from the first exit poll numbers coming in. In the meantime, I want to check in with Abby Tatton. She's going through some of these amazing eye reports that are coming in, Abby, from not only the United States, but around the world. What are we seeing?
Well, from the moment we checked in with our eye reporters this morning, our inbox was absolutely packed with these reports coming in from people voting around the country, people voting absentee, waiting to get their ballots in. First of all, we're going to Miami, Florida here. This is Mike Bashara's experience. He said he didn't want to vote early. There was an early voting offered in that state, but he wanted to vote on Election Day. He's a McCain supporter. He said the lines were too long for early voting, but he had a 2.5-hour wait this morning in Miami. He said it was all fine and good, though, when he got to the front of the line. That was at 7:30 a.m. in the Miami suburbs. Also, at the same time, also in Florida, this is a text message that was received by Brad Cornelius, a hoax text message received this morning from Brad Cornelius. He's in Jacksonville, Florida, an Obama supporter from a number he didn't know, saying Obama voters asked to vote on Wednesday. Clearly, that is false, a hoax. He ignored it, sent it to CNN at the voter hotline at CNN. We've had a handful of reports of these being forwarded around from people they don't know in several states there. But most of the reports that we're getting from our eye reporters today of just of their voting experiences, people excited to be a part of this, and not just in the United States. This is Holly Felmley and her husband Dennis. They're in the Peace Corps in Romania. That's them standing with their absentee ballots. They got those a little bit late, and they're just hoping today that they arrive in Colorado on time. They said they spent $140 on express mail to hope that happens. Wolf?
Wow, that's pretty good. Very patriotic of them. Thank you, Abby. Thanks very much. Let's get to our strategy session right now. Joining us, our CNN political contributors, the Democrat Donna Brazile, the Republican Alex Castellanos. Guys, thanks very much for coming in. Donna, you voted in Washington, D.C. today before you flew up here to the CNN Election Center in New York, and you said this. I'm going to play this little clip because I was moved. Listen to this.
I don't believe anyone ever thought they would see this day, that they would see the day that we would be prepared as a country to elect the first black president of the United States. And so for me, I've been involved in politics all my life. I've run a major presidential campaign. This is a day that I could only imagine when I was a little girl growing up in the Deep South.
And multiply that impression by millions out there. It's a pretty amazing day when you think about what's going on in the United States right now.
Wolf, I thought about my ancestors. I thought about the people who raised me. My grandmother, when she would call us in the room at night in order our births, Cheryl, Sheila, Donna, Taty, Chet, Lisa, Dimitri, Kevin, Zola, it was a lot of us. But they had faith, and they kept telling us that we could do anything. We could become anyone. And when they left the room, we giggled, because we saw, now some doors are still closed. But after this day, Wolf, no grandmother, no mother, no father will ever be able to say that without just smiling and say, look at Obama. It is truly a historic moment.
It's an amazing moment when you think about there's also potential out there for the first woman to be a vice president of the United States.
It's still the greatest land of opportunity that the world has ever seen. You know, I came here from Cuba in 1960 and
you were a little
became a citizen of this country. And, you know, I voted absentee last week. This country's always made me the promise that in America you could do and be anything you want. And it's always kept that promise to me. And this year we can have a female vice president, a black, who knows. But the point of it is, this is the day we all become one, and whoever wins this election tomorrow is going to need all of us together as one to move forward.
Well, how difficult, Donna, will it be, whoever's elected, whether it's Senator Obama or Senator McCain, to unite this country, given the enormous crises that are out there, economic, national security, wars? It's not going to be an easy mission, and there's some bitter feelings out there as well, as you know.
But, you know, Wolf, what makes this country so unique, what makes Americans so special is that we understand the nature of our challenge. We've been inspired. We have been dared before to dream and to believe. And I think that the next president will have to reach out to the other side. And the other side will have to come with the president and say, we're going to work this thing out. We want to become one country again. If you look at all of the polls, the American people are very pessimistic, but they want us to end the partisanship. They want the country to come together.
Alex.
You know, it's actually interesting. Right now, people say the country is on the wrong track, 80%. But they also are looking for hope, and they're looking for vision. They are looking for optimism. And it's moments like these when we found really our greatest presidents, whoever's elected tomorrow. When America faces challenges like the Great Depression, it got a Roosevelt. When the Cold War, it got a Reagan. So at a time like this, we need a great president. We're picking one, I hope, today.
And during the Civil War, we got an Abraham Lincoln. We can't forget that as well.
I voted 4 blocks from the home where Frederick Douglass lived on Capitol Hill.
Wow.
And when I look back, I said, can you imagine? Frederick Douglass would have been proud of this day.
A lot of people are feeling exactly what you're feeling, Donna. Thank you. Both of you are not going away, so stay with us. Our calls, by the way, are streaming into CNN's voter hotline right now. We're going to be telling you what we're hearing from voters about some problems. We'll show you where the most severe problems are occurring on this election day. Also, we're going over those first exit poll numbers. We're going to be showing you the early results in just a few minutes. Stand by. Sarah Palin voting in her hometown of Wasilla, Alaska. And then she tells reporters why she believes this is an historic election. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room. CNN is the only network to have established a voter hotline to report problems over at the polls. CNN's Ali Velshi has been fielding some of those calls. Ali, what are you hearing? What's going on out there?
We're hearing a lot. In fact, we've taken in 21,500 calls since the polls have opened today. We've taken more than 70,000 altogether, more than 15,000 problems. I'll tell you, they're ranking in this way. These are the 3 biggest areas. Registration problems, voters who think they should be on the rolls but are not seeing their names when they go in. Mechanical problems, machines failing or machines not registering the vote. And poll access, which is our big word for, generally speaking, trouble getting into the polls, and that means lines are too long. We're taking an increasing number of calls from Pennsylvania. We spoke to Regina Hollis. Here's what she had to say.
The problem I had was my name was not in the registration book. I'm an avid voter. In the 5 years I lived at this address, my name always appeared in the voter registration book to sign, to cast my vote. And just 6 months ago when we had the primary, my name was in the book. Today I go to vote, my name is not in the book, and I had to fill out a provision ballot.
All right, this is happening in Pennsylvania and Ohio, other states, particularly those where there were late and heavy registration drives. For people who are running into this problem, number one, call the hotline, 1-877-GO-CNN08. We can try and get to the bottom of it. If enough people are calling, we put in calls to the Secretary of State of the Board of Elections. There are also some hoaxes going on around the country with text messages, emails, and phone calls suggesting that because of the long lines, voting has been delayed till tomorrow. Today is your voting day. There are no exceptions to that. If you are in the polling place, if you're in the line before polls close in your state, you will get to vote no matter how long it takes. So as Donna Brazile told me a few minutes ago, still everybody, be patient, sing songs, do whatever you have to do. Get in that line, be adamant about your registration, and get a ballot cast.
Bring something to read. That's always a good idea. Or go with a friend. You can have a good conversation.
That's right.
Allie, thanks. You're not going away. John King is looking at where these calls are coming in from. John, what are you seeing?
Well, Wolf, Allie just mentioned some of the places where we're getting these calls. We can use our map to track the calls, and again, throughout the night, the deeper the intensity of the caller, that means the higher volume of the call. Let's just look. Allie just mentioned Pennsylvania. Let me stretch this out a little bit, and you can see 246 calls right here near the city of Philadelphia, 73 calls in the county just over here, 53 calls out here. I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. We'll go next door. Allie also mentioned the state of Ohio, and you can see there are calls coming in from all over the state. The highest number right now up here along the lake, the city of Cleveland, 223 calls up there. And as you shrink down the state, probably no surprise, the highest number of calls coming in were the highest population centers, 195 right here in the city of Columbus in Franklin County in the central part of the state. If we pull out to the national map, again, you see the deeper the orange, the higher the volume of the calls. So throughout the night, Wolf, when we get those calls, we can track where they're coming from.
All right, John, thank you. And a reminder, if you see any voting irregularities or have any problems casting your vote, you can call 1-877-GO-CNN08, or that's 1-877-462-6608. We're reporting on your reports as we get them. Stand by. On our political ticker right now, from east to west and in between, there are 11 governor's races also at stake this election day. 3 are for open seats. Those are in Missouri, where Republicans hope to hold on to the governorship, and in Delaware and North Carolina, where Democrats are hoping to retain the governor's seats. The 8 other races feature an incumbent. There are Republican governors running to stay in office in Indiana, North Dakota, Utah, and Vermont, and Democratic governors running for re-election in Montana, New Hampshire, Washington State, and West Virginia. Let's go back to Jack Cafferty. He's got the Cafferty file. Jack.
Question this hour is, what single issue was most important to you as you went to the polls today? Rich writes from Minot, North Dakota. The economy, with justice for the middle class. John McCain couldn't even say the word middle class. A middle class tax cuts redistribution of wealth, but the tax cuts for the rich aren't. Grandpa didn't fool me. Jim in Kansas, the war in Iraq was the only issue that got me out to vote. I feel Obama will bring the troops home a little sooner than McCain. Ellie in Pullman, Washington, health care hands down. I run a small business and support my family of 4. We had to search for our own health care, and I can tell you for certain our health care system stinks. My whole family is healthy, no pre-existing conditions, non-smokers, etc. Our premiums are ridiculous, even with higher deductibles. Ralph writes, the economy is a very important issue. However, getting the current inept Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Rice administration into the history books was foremost on my mind. John McCain's a good man, and I have respect for him. However, his affiliation with the mess we now have moved my vote to Obama-Biden. Scott in Wichita, Kansas, the war on terror. We've seen very little economic impact out here in Wichita. House prices actually went up. Iraq's now looking better than ever. We need to concentrate on how well the sanctions and diplomacy are working in places like North Korea. Use those lessons on other state sponsors of terror. We also need to refocus on Afghanistan. The market will recover. It always does. And finally,